Order, order. We start with questions to the Secretary of State for Science, Innovation and Technology, Lorraine Beavers.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
If I may very briefly, Mr. Speaker, I am aware of a serious incident having taken place in my city of Leicester at De Montfort University. I know people will be deeply worried and concerned, and I would just say that I hope people use trusted sources of information, including online. Do not speculate. More information will be forthcoming, but my thoughts are, as always, with my constituents and people in my city. Mr. Speaker, AI is creating jobs, like the 15,000 new jobs in our 5 AI growth zones. AI is changing jobs, freeing up nurses' time and teachers' time so they can focus on their professions. But AI will also displace jobs, as is the case with all technological change. Unlike the Conservatives in the 80s and 90s, we will never leave people to cope on their own. We'll help them through the jobs transition. Our new Future of Work unit will bring together action from across government, and we will upskill 10 million workers by 2030 with free AI skills for all. The biggest single plan to upskill our nation since Harold Wilson's Open University.
Beavers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. History shows that workers' voices must be heard to ensure that advances in technology, better living and working conditions. So can the Secretary of State tell me what conversations she has had with the trade unions about ensuring that working class people gain from the innovation in artificial intelligence?
My honourable friend, as always, is spot on. We are determined to ensure the benefits of AI are felt by working people right across the country. That is why our new AI growth zones in North Wales, South Wales, Lanarkshire and the North East are built on places that were the beating heart of our industrial success and will now drive our technological success. And trade unions and workers will be at the heart of this. I am absolutely delighted that we're working with the TUC on this. I've spoken directly to the General Secretary, and I'm very pleased that Mike Clancy, General Secretary of Prospect Union, is on our new expert panel for the Future of Work unit to make sure trade union and workers' views are at the heart of this vital jobs transition.
Alan Mack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's failure to resolve the uncertainty around AI data mining copyright is undermining the UK's economic competitiveness. Will the Secretary of State now accept that this failure is driving jobs in both AI and the creative industries abroad?
We are creating new jobs, 15,000, just from our AI growth zones alone. Myself and the Culture Secretary deeply understand the need to resolve the issues around AI and copyright. That is why we have been meeting both with the creative sector and with those from the AI industry, so we find a way forward that works both for our world-leading creatives and our world-leading AI entrepreneurs.
Christine Jolly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In Australia at the moment we're seeing the government play a game of whack-a-mole. Oh, question 2, I beg your pardon.
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken to a range of individuals and organisations about teenagers' use of social media. Last month, I met with families who've suffered unimaginable tragedy as a result of their children's experiences online. In April, my department's co-hosting an event with the NSPCC on AI's impact on children, and I've of course spoken to parents, teachers and young people, including in my constituency, and there'll be much more to come through our consultation. There are different opinions about how best to keep children safe online, but we will take further action and swiftly.
Christine Jolly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and apologies for the false start. In Australia at the moment we're seeing the government playing a game of whack-a-mole as they struggle to keep up with young people switching between social media sites, new apps that have just been brought on board. And I've spoken to people both in the industry here and parents who say to me a blanket ban isn't working. So will the government consider a more varied approach along the lines that the Liberal Democrats have suggested, with a licensing scheme based on the certification for cinema screens?
I would say it's early days in Australia, and we also know obviously the action that France and Spain will be taking too. I don't know if she was present during my statement last week, where I set out that we will indeed consult on a whole range of different options, from a ban on social media for the under-16s to raising the digital age of consent, looking at issues around curfews overnight, stronger age verification measures. We want to get this right. We want to work with parents, teenagers and industry, but we will take further action to give children the childhood they deserve and to prepare them for the future.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Chiang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And 1 year ago, Meta, TikToks, X and Google all confirmed to my Select Committee that they did hold themselves accountable to the British people through Parliament. And before Easter, we will be revisiting the findings of our social media and algorithms inquiry in an evidence session with them. I mention this because it is clear that governments across the world are urgently seeking ways in which to make tech platforms more accountable. As she consults on children and social media, will the Secretary of State confirm that any eventual ban should be in addition to and not instead of more effective regulation of these powerful platforms?
I want to thank my honourable friend for the work she is leading on this crucial issue. I know how passionately she and the committee and many other members in this House feel about the role of our algorithms, misinformation, disinformation, and the impact on our democracy in the political process. The specific consultation we have launched is on children's online lives and how to give them the best life online as we want for them in the real world. But she will also know that I constantly keep these issues under review, because we want to make sure AI and tech is used for good, not to cause further problems in our society.
Dr. Ben Spencer, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The public support a ban on social media for under-16s. Our benchers support a ban on social media for under-16s. Her benchers support a ban on social media for under-16s. Now, the Secretary of State has said many fine words about her concerns of children's safety online, but what we need now is action. So will she take the opportunity now to make clear what her position is? Does she or does she not support a ban on social media for under-16s?
I'm very aware of the strong views on this issue. He didn't mention that organisations like the Molly Rose Foundation, the NSPCC and other organisations think there are problems with the social media ban for young people, and I want to listen closely to those views. But I would say to the honourable gentleman, it was members on this side of the House who stood up against X and Grok when their spokesperson said it was a legal grey area when it wasn't, and accused us of being like the mullahs of Iran. I am proud of the action we have taken to keep kids safe online. Let's see what he has ever done.
Victoria College, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have already heard from thousands of stakeholders, including concerned parents, teachers and young people, all crying out for help against fast-evolving online harm, which is why the Liberal Democrats have proposed a world-leading approach to ban harmful social media based on a future-proof, harms-based approach backed by 42 children's charities and online experts. So as the world is waking up to this seatbelt moment for online safety, now is the time for action. So I push again. A consultation is not good enough. So will the Secretary of State please assure us that this will at least look at how we ban harmful social media for under-16s rather than if?
Well, we are banning harmful content for children. This government has taken decisive action to protect children and young people from intimate image abuse, self-harm, cyber-flashing and strangulation in pornography. And I know honourable members on both sides of the House will continually ask me this question today. I believe a consultation, swift, with proposals before the summer, is the right and the responsible way forward, to hear the different views, try to build consensus where we can, but then to decisively act. And I hope the Honourable Lady, who I know really does care deeply about these issues, will work with us, including with her constituents, to make sure we build the strongest possible framework for the future.
Fred Thomas.
Question number 3, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
The government's consultation on children's use of social media and how we actually build a great life online for our young people will include the option of banning social media for under 16s. We'll also look at other measures, such as raising the digital age of consent, breaks to stop excessive use or doom scrolling overnight, curfews, enforcement of existing age verification laws. I think there's more to be done there, and addressing concerns about the use of VPNs. I've also said I'll take further action on AA chatbots when that's necessary. There are strong and differing views about this issue, which is why we believe a swift consultation rooted in the evidence is the right and responsible way forward.
Fred Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every day that children are exposed to harmful and addictive content is another day of preventable harm. Yesterday, the Spanish PM, Pedro Sanchez, announced that Spain will ban social media for under 16s, pledging to protect children there from the digital Wild West. Expectations are that their government in Spain will begin passing that legislation next week. Meanwhile, we know about France, we know about Australia. There's accelerating momentum from our allies to move quickly and decisively on this. Can the Secretary of State confirm, as was indicated by a government minister in the other place a couple of weeks ago, that the government are taking steps so that a ban could be introduced here at pace through secondary legislation, subject to the results of the consultation?
I'm not one for hanging about. I want to act swiftly, and we'll do whatever is possible on the basis of the consultation and the decisions we take to act as swiftly as possible.
Liz Jarvis.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met with a head teacher in my constituency who told me the issue of social media use during school hours has reached the stage where some schools are weighing up budgeting investment in schemes to reduce phone distraction against investing into additional teaching staff. Her school is trialling the use of a new app that minimises distractions by controlling access to non-essential apps during the school day. Other schools have a system of secure phone locking bags, but these are expensive. So before the results of her department's consultation is published, can I ask the Minister what interim measures she is considering to help schools manage pupils' access to social media on mobile phones?
Well, my honourable friend, the Education Secretary, has made clear, with new guidance and a requirement on Ofsted to inspect, that phones should not be being used in schools. That is the action we are taking, because we think that is the right way forward. It's what teachers want. I know some schools have found it difficult handling these issues with young people and parents, but the position of this government that we should not have phones being used in schools is absolutely crystal clear.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm answering today on behalf of my friend, the Right Honourable Minister for Digital Government, who is away on other duties. As of September 2025, over 1.3 million premises in rural and hard-to-reach communities across the UK have already been upgraded to gigabit-capable broadband through government-funded programmes. Over 1 million premises are included within the £2.4 billion worth of signed Project Gigabit contracts. This includes a £175 million contract with Openreach to deliver gigabit-capable broadband across Scotland, including approximately 8,300 premises in my honourable friend's constituency.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The figures are impressive, but 10% of constituents in the Western Isles can't get more than 10 megabits a second. And while I welcome Project Gigabit, the islanders tell me that the areas first being considered for connection already have good fibre connection. They're getting a fibre upgrade, while people perhaps just a few hundred yards off the main fibre cable running this length of the island are left hanging on a copper line. I want to ask the Minister to press Openreach to make sure that they make these hard-to-reach connections and don't just rely on easy connections and big figures to convince ministers they're doing the job.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to press this issue. Project Gigabit delivers gigabit-capable broadband to parts of the UK that are unlikely to be reached by the commercial market alone, but as Project Gigabit extends its coverage, it will increasingly also cover properties that already have super-fast availability. For premises that are located in very hard-to-reach areas, we're continuing to explore how government can further enable alternatives to fibre connections, for instance through satellites and fixed wireless access. And I would urge my honourable friend to remind his constituents that through the broadband universal service obligation, consumers always have a right to a decent broadband connection of at least 10 megabits per second of download speed.
After a Blandred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The new Project Gigabit contract for Cheshire, expected to be in place by the spring, will only cover around a third of the premises in Chester South and Eddisbury that currently lack adequate broadband. I've raised this issue repeatedly, but still without a clear answer. So can the Minister now set out what specific plans exist for the remaining 10,000 homes and businesses, mostly in rural areas, that are not included in this new contract, and when those premises can realistically expect to be connected?
Well, as I said to my honourable friend, we are looking at the moment about how to further enable alternatives to fibre access, for instance through satellites and things like fixed wireless access. I'm sure my friend, the Minister, would be happy to meet with the member to discuss the specific issues in her constituency, as he would with my honourable friend, the member on my side.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I should like to answer questions 5, 6 and 12 together. Mr. Speaker, with groundbreaking steps in the Online Safety Act, we are protecting children from illegal and harmful content online. This Secretary of State's first step was to make sure that self-harm and suicide content were made priority offences. We have legislated to criminalise the depiction of strangulation in pornography. We have legislated to criminalise the creation of non-consensual intimate images. We have made those priority offences. We have now launched a short consultation to protect children's experiences online. Under this government, Mr. Speaker, children's well-being is put right at the heart of our decisions.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer. The Online Safety Act was intended to protect children and teenagers from harmful social media content. The Molly Rose Foundation study found before the Online Safety Act was implemented that over a third of 13 to 17-year-olds were seeing harmful content online, including self-harm, depression or eating or disorder content. Young people in my constituency are telling me that they are still seeing this content. So will the Minister commit to publishing a report examining whether the Online Safety Act is meeting its stated aim of keeping children safe online while we wait for the government's response to their own consultation?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the honourable member for bringing a really important point. I've engaged very deeply and frequently with the Molly Rose Foundation on this and wider concerns. We continue to make sure that the monitoring and evaluation of the Online Safety Act's implementation is in progress. I'm engaging regularly on it. I'd be happy to continue the conversation.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've heard from many parents in Derby who want to know that when their children go online, they're properly protected, not left exposed to harmful content or addictive design features. But I've also spoken to many young people who are also concerned about what they face online. So can the Minister set out how, in addition to listening to the voices of children and organisations representing children and bereaved families, which is vital, we put children and young people at the heart of this national conversation and ensure that their voices are heard too?
Absolutely right. Well, can I firstly pay tribute to my honourable friend for the depth and with young people. I was at a school last week, I'm going to be at a school this week, and I commit to the House with the Secretary of State that we will continue to put young people at the heart of all our decisions.
Andy Mills.
Mr. Speaker, I've been contacted by over 400 of my constituents who are calling for greater regulation of social media and young people's use of it. There is disagreement there about whether this should be a full or a partial ban and exactly which age this should be introduced. Regardless of where the government's consultation leads, there will be a cliff edge and young people will at some point start to engage with the digital world. So with that in mind, I'd like to ask what engagement the Department are having with the Department for Education's curriculum review to give young people the skills, information, support they need to identify online harms and online misinformation.
Well, our honourable friend is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. Regulation is one part of it, but at the heart of it, media literacy education is the fundamental thing that we're focused on as well. We're engaging very closely with the Department for Education on a media literacy aspect of the national curriculum to make sure that our young people are able to spot misinformation, disinformation, and be prepared to make the most of online experiences.
Mr. Speaker, further to the question put to the Secretary of State earlier by the Chairman of the Select Committee, my teenage informant tells me that if you ask it the right question, most US-based search engines will tell you how to access the dark web. That is clearly undesirable. What are we doing to stop it?
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for that point. We are looking very closely, of course, already under the Online Safety Act, platforms have the responsibility to make sure young people are not able to access harmful content, and in particular in relation to wider access methods, whether that be VPNs or beyond. We're looking very closely at the patterns of behaviour. We have been so far pretty successful. After an initial spike in the use of some of those platforms, we've seen a levelling off. I hope very much that continues. We will continue to monitor it.
That's in topicals.
Topical number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a race for the future, and this government is determined to seize the opportunities of AI to win for Britain and the British people. Last week, I announced our Lanarkshire AI growth zone, creating 3,400 jobs. On Monday, I announced Barnsley will be the UK's first tech town, and we've announced free AI skills for all. Because if we want AI to work for Britain, we need Britons who can work with AI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her response. This Labour government is making great strides at deploying digital technologies to provide access to public services and bring them bang up to date. Will my right honourable friend please outline how this will benefit the residents in my constituency of Watford, while also offering some reassurance to those non-digital natives that they will still be able to access the public services they need?
My honourable friend has always been a powerful champion for the good people of Watford. This government is determined to make sure national and local public services are more easily accessible online through things like the NHS app, getting a driving licence online, and information about your benefits. But we are really concerned about those without digital skills. That's why we launched the first digital inclusion plan in a decade, including free digital skills training, which the honourable members' constituents can take advantage of.
Julie Lopez, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amid the utter muckstorm of this week, it's World Cancer Day, when we should be thanking our incredible scientists whose breakthroughs give hope to patients at their lowest ebb. Does the Secretary of State think that her government should charge VAT on medicines being supplied to those patients for free?
I am very proud that this government has today announced its proposals to improve cancer care for people right across the country. It is absolutely essential that we get more people access to faster, better services. And I have always believed that we need to do that in the way that is fairest possible for people, and to back our great scientists to make even more improvements in future, which is why I'm so proud of our Life Sciences Sector Plan alongside the 10-year NHS plan.
Julie Lopez.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't uncover any answer there. Charities and life sciences firms are telling me that this government has begun issuing tax bills on free drugs, such that one company is stopping a compassionate access scheme and withdrawing 2 critical cancer drugs, and more could follow suit. That is a disaster for patients, a disaster for securing clinical trials, and a disaster for this government's cancer strategy. Will she commit, with the Chancellor, to stopping these bills as a matter of urgency for the sake of patients and for the sake of our vital life sciences industry?
I would say to the honourable lady... Thanks very much for that, Chair. I would say to the honourable lady, this government is transforming life sciences in this country with the biggest investment ever into research and development. A 10-year NHS plan that will radically reduce the time for drugs getting to clinical trials, and ensuring that our pharmaceutical sector has a proper deal, including with the NHS. That's how we get better services to patients, and I'm proud of this government's record.
James Assar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The London Design and Engineering UTC in the Royal Docks has just received an outstanding Ofsted, including commendation for the way they prepare students for the next stage of employment. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this offer of industry-level offer of resources and training at this stage in education is vital if we're to have thriving STEM sectors?
Why by this government is expanding high-quality apprenticeships and technical pathways like the ones on offer in the honourable member's constituency. We're investing £725 million to deliver more apprenticeships for young people, rolling out new apprenticeship units in priority areas like engineering, alongside £150 million partnership with mayors to connect young people to local opportunities, giving young people the skills, hope and opportunities they need to build a better life. That's what this Labour government is all about.
John Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite all that President Trump is doing to wreck global stability, our government still spends billions a year on digital technology contracts, including with US tech giants. Will the Secretary of State immediately put together a UK digital sovereignty strategy to build our resilience and security as France and Germany are doing?
Well, we are already investing £500 million in our sovereign AI unit to back our brilliant AI entrepreneurs and start-ups, because we believe more competition in this area is good for Britain and good for the world.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Joanna Baxter.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On World Cancer Day, we're publishing our National Cancer Plan to transform care for patients. It means investment in cutting-edge technology so our exceptional frontline staff can give world-class care. It funds more tests and scans, meaning faster diagnosis and treatment, and tailored treatment in specialist centres. And, Mr. Speaker, we'll cover the cost of every family whose child needs travel for cancer care, because the focus should only be on recovery, not worrying about money. This morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Baxter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Up and down the country, this government is restoring pride in place by investing in our high streets, the beating heart of our communities. Yet in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, the SNP-led Renfrewshire Council has done the opposite, sitting on their hands whilst the owners of the Paisley Centre, who received planning permission to develop the centre some years ago, have sought support to transform our town centre. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that it is only the SNP's lack of ambition and failure of leadership that is letting Paisley down, and will he work with me to restore pride in Paisley's town centre?
She's a superb champion for Paisley. Her constituents deserve a Scottish Government that matches her dedication. Mr. Speaker, for our part, we've delivered record funding settlement. We're investing £280 million in Pride in Place across 14 Scottish communities. We've secured shipbuilding on the Clyde for over a decade and just announced an AI growth zone in Lanarkshire. The choice, Mr. Speaker, is clear. A third decade of failure under the SNP or real change for Scotland under Anna Sarwar.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole House will be disgusted by the latest revelations about Jeffrey Epstein. All of us want to see his victims get justice. But the political decision to appoint Epstein's close associate, Peter Mandelson, as Britain's ambassador to Washington goes to the very heart of this Prime Minister's judgment. When he made that appointment, was he aware that Mandelson had continued his friendship even after Epstein's conviction for child prostitution?
Simple question. Mr. Speaker, let me start where I must, with the victims of Epstein, and all of our thoughts are with them. Can I also say our thoughts are with all those who lost jobs, savings and livelihoods in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crash. To learn that there was a cabinet minister leaking sensitive information at the height of the response to the 2008 crash is beyond infuriating. And I am as angry as the public and any member of this House. Mandelson betrayed our country, our Parliament and my party. Mr. Speaker, he lied repeatedly to my team when asked about his relationship with Epstein before and during his tenure as ambassador. I regret appointing him. If I knew then what I know now, he would never have been anywhere near government. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Cabinet Secretary, with my support, took the decision to refer material to the police. And there is now a criminal investigation. I've instructed my team to draft legislation to strip Mandelson of his title and wider legislation to remove disgraced peers. And this morning, I've agreed with His Majesty the King that Mandelson should be removed from the list of Privy Councillors on grounds that he's brought the reputation of the Privy Council into disrepute.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister a very specific question. Did he know that Mandelson had continued his friendship with Epstein after the conviction? He says if he knew then what he knows now, but he did know. In January 2024, a journalist from the Financial Times informed the Prime Minister that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's house even after that conviction for child prostitution. So did the Prime Minister conveniently forget this fact, or did he decide it was a risk worth taking?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the House will expect, we went through a process. There was a due diligence exercise, and then there was security vetting by the security services. What was not known was the depth, the sheer depth and extent of the relationship. He lied about that to everyone for years. And new information was published in September, showing the relationship was materially different to what we'd been led to believe. When the new information came to light, I sacked him. But we did go through a due diligence exercise. The points that are being put to me were dealt with within that exercise. In response to the humble address this afternoon, I intend to make sure that all of the material is published. Mr. Speaker, the only exemptions are national security, if it prejudice national security. My first duty is obviously to keep this country safe. And when we drafted humble addresses, we always put an exemption for national security. But also anything that will prejudice international relations. Mr. Speaker, you in the House will appreciate that in the course of discussions country to country, there are very sensitive issues of security, intelligence and trade which cannot be disclosed without compromising the relationship between the two countries or a third country. Mr. Speaker, so that I can be totally open with the House, I should also disclose that the Metropolitan Police have been in touch with my office this morning to raise issues about anything that would prejudice their investigations. We're in discussion with them about that, and I hope to be able to update the House, but I do think I should make that clear to the House at this point, because those discussions are ongoing.
I'm going to come to the humble address in a moment, but the Prime Minister cannot blame the process. He did know it was on Google. If the Conservative Research Department could find this information out, why couldn't Number 10? On the 10th of September, when we knew this, I asked him at that dispatch box, he gave Mandelson his full confidence at that dispatch box, not once, but twice. He only sacked him after pressure from us. I am asking the Prime Minister something very specific, not about the generalities of the full extent. Can the Prime Minister tell us, did the official security vetting he received mention Mandelson's ongoing relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein?
So clear. Prime Minister.
Yes, it did. As a result, various questions were put to him. I intend to disclose to this House all of the national security, prejudice to international relations on one side. I want to make sure this House sees the full documentation, so it will see for itself the extent to which time and time again Mandelson completely misrepresented the extent of his relationship with Epstein and lied throughout the process, including in response to the due diligence.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is shocking what the Prime Minister has just said. How can he stand up there saying that he knew, but he just asked Peter Mandelson if the security vetting was true or false? This is a man who had been sacked from cabinet twice already for unethical behaviour. That is absolutely shocking. And that is why later today, my party will call on the government to release all documents relating to Mandelson's appointment, not just the ones the Prime Minister wants us to see. Because this government is trying to sabotage that release with an amendment to let him choose what we see, the man who appointed Mandelson in the first place. Labour MPs now have to decide if they want to be accessories to his cover-up. Can the Prime Minister guarantee that he won't remove the whip if they refuse to vote for his whitewash amendment?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the first exemption is in relation to anything that could compromise national security. That is not a small matter, and many members on the benches opposite will know precisely why that needs to be in the exemption. When we were drafting humble addresses, when we were sitting over there, we always made sure that exemption was in because we knew how important it was to the then government. I don't think I've seen a humble address without that in, because and just to be clear, to vote to release something that would prejudice national security is wrong in principle. The second exemption is in relation to things that would prejudice international relations. There will be discussions about security and intelligence and trade, which are highly sensitive to the two countries involved and to third countries. Well, they have to ask themselves whether they want to vote to prejudice our national security. I don't think they do. I don't think, in fairness, that they do. But can I reassure the House, Mr. Speaker? Let me reassure the House that the process for deciding what falls into those categories will not be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by government legal teams. So they will be looking at the question of prejudice. They will be making that decision. The only additional thing I just want to put before the House, because there was a discussion this morning with the Metropolitan Police, is that we are in discussions with them about any material that they're concerned will prejudice their investigation. We're at an early stage of that discussion, but I didn't want to have the House not know that that discussion is going on.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is talking about national security. The national security issue was appointing Mandelson in the first place. And what he has said about the humble address is a red herring. To those Labour MPs who were not there in the last Parliament, let me tell them, humble addresses already exempt genuine national security. This is not about national security, this is about his job security. His amendment lets him withhold anything to do with international relations. But this whole appointment is to do with international relations. So if they're voting for it, they are voting for the cover-up. If the Prime Minister is serious about national security concerns, then he should ask the Intelligence and Security Committee to decide which documents should be released. Will he commit to doing so here and now?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've set out the process. It won't be a political process. It will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by the government legal teams. But I'm pleased that she, I think, now accepts that at least the first exemption that we've written in to the amendment to the petition is the right amendment in relation to prejudice national security. But she and others behind her will understand that because of the breadth of what's asked for, and we're doing everything we can to make sure this is fully transparent and disclosed, but she and those behind her will understand from their own experience in government the sensitivity of information about security and intelligence and trade relations that are inevitably caught in exchanges of the nature that have been asked for. And it is right that anything that prejudices, not touches on, prejudices international relations is protected within the disclosure.
Kemi Badenoch.
If that was really the case, then he wouldn't mind if the ISC had a look. And let's be clear, he says the Cabinet Secretary makes it non-political, but that doesn't make it independent. What we want is an independent look. The ISC is independent. The Cabinet Secretary works for him. We know that there will be a cover-up because this implicates the Prime Minister and his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, a protege of Peter Mandelson. The Prime Minister chose to inject Mandelson's poison into the heart of his government on the advice of Morgan McSweeney. His catastrophic lack of judgment, telling us now that he did know, has harmed the special relationship. It has endangered national security. It's not the humble address, it's him. It's compromised our diplomacy, and it has embarrassed our nation. After all of this, does he have the same full confidence in Morgan McSweeney that he had in Peter Mandelson?
Prime Minister. Morgan McSweeney is an essential part of my team. He helped me change the Labour Party and win an election. Of course I have confidence in him. But, Mr. Speaker, whatever is slung across this dispatch box, I don't think it's right for the Cabinet Secretary to be denigrated in that way and to suggest that he would be involved in a cover-up. There's the politics that comes over the dispatch boxes, but I honestly don't think it's right to impugn the Cabinet Secretary in that way. And I suspect in their heart of hearts, many on those benches would agree. Mr. Speaker, I'm as angry as anyone about what Mandelson has been up to. The disclosures that have been made this week of him passing sensitive information at the height of the response to the 2008 financial crash is utterly shocking and appalling. He's betrayed our country. He's lied repeatedly. He's responsible for a litany of deceit. But this moment demands not just anger, but action. And that's why we've moved quickly, referring material to the police, publishing legislation so we can remove titles from disgraced politicians, and stripping Mandelson of his Privy Councillorship. That is what the public expect, and that is what we will do.
Limits.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every month, people across our constituencies are injured by illegal e-bikes being ridden at 30, 40 and 50 miles per hour through our town centres and parks. But for every illegal e-bike that the police seize and crush, another 10 hit our streets because they are too freely available to buy. That's why Cumbria's Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner and 28 other police commissioners across the UK are now backing my bill, which would ban the sale of illegal e-bikes. Will the Prime Minister set out what action the government will take to protect the public and ban the sale of these monster bikes?
Prime Minister.
Can I pay tribute to my honourable friend? She's a tireless campaigner to stop these antisocial, dangerous bikes terrorising communities. Our crime and policing bill means police can seize bikes without issuing a warning and destroy them. A product safety law means authorities have the powers to intervene to stop the sale of unsafe e-bikes. But I share her determination to get these bikes off our streets.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank you and the Prime Minister for your responses to my tribute to Jim Wallace on Monday, and urge the whole House to read the wonderful tributes made to Jim in the other place yesterday. Mr. Speaker, I've been thinking how it must feel for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein and their families, hearing more and more stories of how rich, powerful men were currying favour with a paedophile sex trafficker, such as Peter Mandelson, sending government secrets to help Epstein enrich himself further. Seeing Mandelson made ambassador to the United States, even after his links to Epstein had been extensively reported by both the Financial Times and Channel 4 News. So can the Prime Minister tell us, given he now admits he knew about those links, before he gave such an important job to one of Epstein's closest friends, did he think at all about Epstein's victims?
Mr. Speaker, we looked at the material. There was a process. There was then, he will understand there was then a security vetting exercise as well. And that's why I started by saying all of our thoughts are with the victims of Epstein. He is right at the beginning of his question to express anger at the material that has recently come out in relation to sensitive information in the aftermath of the 2008 crash. And that is why yesterday, working with the Cabinet Secretary, we referred a material to the police, which has now led to the criminal investigation that is going to follow.
Mr. Speaker, I think the victims of Jeffrey Epstein deserved far better than that. They deserve Peter Mandelson not being appointed in the first place. We don't even know the full extent of the British establishment's involvement in his appalling crimes, or how many British girls and young women were trafficked by him. So we need a full public inquiry, both to get justice for the victims and to protect our national security. Mr. Speaker, the Polish government think Epstein may have been spying for Vladimir Putin. Is the Prime Minister concerned that Peter Mandelson may have been leaking state secrets, not just to a paedophile American financier, but also a Russian agent?
Well, Mr. Speaker, he talks of a public inquiry. Obviously, the focus now has to be on the criminal investigation which has started. As he knows, that investigation will go wherever the evidence leads it, and I've made it absolutely clear that the government will cooperate, as he would expect, with that criminal investigation wherever it goes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the news that Bristol East will be getting another 3 breakfast clubs. I've seen how these clubs aren't just about making sure that no child starts the school day hungry. They're also about giving staff the extra time to spend with the children and to spot whether there might be trouble at home. And on that note, can I urge the Prime Minister to work with schools on our manifesto commitment to identify children with parents in prison to make sure that those children get all the support that they need?
Can I thank her for raising this and confirm that we're looking at how we can strengthen the support in place for these children so no child falls between the cracks. Free breakfast clubs mean every child is fed and ready to learn, and I'm delighted to see 3 more in her constituency as she references. But I also want to mention Rushbrook Primary Academy, Oasis Academy Aspinall, Longsight Community Primary, St Bernard's Roman Catholic Primary School Manchester, all soon operating free breakfast clubs in Gorton and Denton.
There's Savile Roberts.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Llyfarydd. The victims and survivors of Epstein and his circle of overprivileged elite are at the forefront of my mind here and now. Mandelson, we now know, described Epstein's release from prison after being sentenced for child sex offences as Liberation Day. This man's association with Epstein was known when the Prime Minister personally appointed him as the UK's ambassador to the USA. Yep. How can we trust the Prime Minister's judgment? And in questioning that, how can we trust him to remain as Prime Minister?
Can I join her in the disgust in the comments that she just read out? But to be absolutely clear, the scale and the extent of the relationship between Mandelson and Epstein was not disclosed. On the contrary, it wasn't just not disclosed. Mandelson lied throughout the process and beyond the process. He lied, and he lied again to my team.
Luke Charters.
Speaker, an EU agri-food deal would boost exports and cut supermarket prices. The CBI backs it, and according to Best of Britain's polling, 62% of the public do. But surprise, surprise, Reform oppose it. I thought the member for Ashfield wanted 30p food. Does the Prime Minister agree that while some opposite prefer temper tantrums with Brussels, this Labour government must build closer ties with Europe to cut the price of the weekly shop?
Well, Mr. Speaker, right, the deal that we've struck with the EU means lower prices at the checkout, more choice on the shelf, and more money in people's pockets. It's good for British fishers and farmers who face less red tape, selling our world-class produce into a crucial market. It comes alongside the opportunity for young people to work, travel across Europe, the work we're doing to cut energy bills and closer work on defence. All of this is opposed by Reform and the Tories, who sold the myth, botched Brexit, and left families and businesses paying the price.
Charlie Juhas.
Mr. Speaker, now I'll give the Prime Minister some brief respite from Peter Mandelson. However, he will also be familiar with the name Phil Shiner, the disgraced lawyer who was struck off and convicted for repeatedly inventing vexatious cases against British troops in Iraq. So it is something of a surprise that the Prime Minister authored a chapter in Mr. Shiner's book about pursuing our veterans via the ECHR. So can I ask him specifically, was he ever instructed by Mr. Shiner's law firm, Public Interest Lawyers, to act in any legal case?
Let me be absolutely clear about this. As soon as there were any allegations of wrongdoing by Phil Shiner, I've had absolutely nothing to do with him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Aldershot and Farnborough this year, we are looking forward to hosting the National Celebrations for Armed Forces Day in the home of the British Army. Businesses in my community welcome this government's record investment in defence in the years ahead, but our banks still struggle to lend to defence companies because of international regulations. Will the Prime Minister ensure that the UK works with Canada and our other allies to found the multilateral Defence, Security and Resilience Bank so that we can get money moving to our defence industries, get our armed forces what they need, and stand firm against our adversaries?
Well, I'm delighted that Aldershot will be hosting Armed Forces Day because they've got a hard-working Labour MP and a Labour council. Our historic defence spending uplift must be an engine for growth and jobs here in the United Kingdom. That's why we're committed to spending an extra £2.5 billion with SMEs. I do agree with her. It's vital that we work in lockstep with our allies, particularly in Europe, to enhance and align our defence capabilities. We're therefore working at pace to identify the most effective mechanisms for greater multilateral cooperation.
Dr. Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, for months our communities in Epping have been deeply distressed by the Bell Hotel reopening as an asylum hotel. My thoughts remain with the victims of the sexual assaults, including the 14-year-old Epping schoolgirl. That trauma compounded by the offender's mistaken release from prison. Weekly protests continue, some of which have become violent, with injuries to 10 brave police officers. I am very grateful to the Asylum Minister for meeting with me recently about this untenable situation. But will the Prime Minister please listen, act now, close the Bell Hotel once and for all, and help restore our town of Epping?
As he knows, we are committed to ending the use of all hotels. There are now just under 200 compared to the 400 under the previous government. And where military sites are used, safety and security of local communities is our priority.
Jonathan Blash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hartlepool has now the third highest number of children in care in England, fuelled by Southern Council shipping families to my town, blowing a £6 million hole in our budget, a deficit that my brilliant Labour Council has already halved. But there is nothing left to cut. And when percentage increases in funding mean less in Hartlepool than almost anywhere else in the country, but a child in care costs exactly the same, the fair funding settlement announced in December does not go far enough. I am fighting non-stop for a better deal for my town because I will not accept one of the poorest communities in the country being condemned to higher taxes or devastating austerity. We need support. So will the PM commit his ministers to work across government to fix this for Hartlepool?
Well, it's because of strong local Labour MPs, but like my honourable friend, that towns like Hartlepool, treated as an afterthought by the party opposite, are having their future restored. We're making billions more available so that councils can properly fund social care. And we're driving down the cost of living for parents and their children, including 3 free breakfast clubs in his constituency, over 3,000 children no longer incapacitated by the 2-child limit. That's the difference a Labour government makes.
Mr. Speaker, my residents are sick of being let down by Thames Water. Robert and Patricia were sent a £39,000 bill they didn't actually owe. Len and Jenny were forced to use a portaloo for months as sewage filled their home, and parents still think twice about sending their children to swim in the river. Now, we understand a £16 billion rescue deal is soon to cross the Prime Minister's desk. Will he admit today what everyone already knows, that Thames Water is dead in the water? Any delay is pointless, and it should be allowed to be put out of its misery and rebuilt as a company for public benefit.
Well, can I thank her for raising that, and I know how much and important it is for her constituents. We have taken measures in relation to strengthening oversight and the control that we have. We won't hesitate to go further, and I'll make sure she gets a meeting with the relevant minister to discuss.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a privilege the weekend to join fellow North East MPs on the destroyer HMS Duncan, to meet the crew and also be briefed on the exciting plans for the innovative future of the Royal Navy. A future that should be bright, given the £10 billion frigate deal with Norway, but also a future we absolutely want our region to be part of. So would the Prime Minister agree that given the North East strengths in AI, satellite technology and advanced manufacturing, North East workers and businesses should be at the heart of the future hybrid navy? And will ministers meet us and industry leaders to put the North East at the heart of our future defence?
Mr. Speaker, can I first thank the commanding officer and crew of HMS Duncan for their service and thank my honourable friend. I remember meeting the brilliant workforce in his region, and I know the defence ministers would be delighted to do the same. Our record defence spending is supporting jobs and growth across the North East. We invested £200 million in Optric semiconductors in his constituency last year. As we increase defence spending, the North East will play a major role securing good, skilled jobs for generations to come.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the comments of my party leader about Lord Wallace, a man I feel I was privileged to know. But can I ask the Prime Minister, given the conversations which are taking place in this place today and up and down the country about Peter Mandelson and his involvement with the paedophile who trafficked women, and the millions of women, particularly in this country, who will have been triggered by that, given the establishment's proximity to what happened, will the Prime Minister assure that there will be support set up, helplines, and that as well as the victims, the direct victims, those indirect women who've been triggered now will be supported?
Well, she's right to raise this, and obviously we'll support the police on the one hand with their investigation, but also we will press on with our work to halve violence against women and girls, which is very much about putting the support in place that is needed for all victims of violence. That is a crucial part of our work, and I hope we can work across the House in support of it.
Ellen Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud that Labour MPs voted yesterday to remove the two-child limit and lift 400,000 children out of poverty. But child poverty cannot be eradicated while children are living in overcrowded temporary accommodation without their own bed or anywhere to do their homework. So will the Prime Minister commit to urgent and persistent action to drive down the use of temporary accommodation, ensuring that our councils, including my councils of Lambeth and Southwark, have the funding they need in the final local government finance settlement next week?
Well, can I join her in the pride in voting to remove 500,000 children from poverty and lift them out of poverty after hundreds of thousands were plunged into poverty by the party opposite when they were in government. On the point she raised about temporary accommodation, she's right that every child deserves a safe, warm and secure home. We're investing a record £3.5 billion in homelessness services and £950 million in local authority housing fund to deliver better quality temporary accommodation.
Mr. Speaker, how we answer SEND families' call for justice will measure who we are. Christopher Lascaris was autistic and murdered aged 24. His mother, Fiona, who is here, spent 8 years begging authorities to protect him, but they refused because they presumed he had mental capacity. So will the Prime Minister support Christopher's law, creating a duty to assess mental capacity where it is in doubt, to save the lives of others?
Can I thank him for his question and for his tireless campaigning on behalf of Christopher and Fiona, who, as he points out, is with us today. Christopher's death was a tragedy, and I agree that we owe it to Fiona. I'm glad that she's here to hear it, and other families, of course, to get this right. I can reassure him that work is underway to examine what action is necessary to prevent further tragedies like this. That comes alongside our intention to consult on the liberty protection safeguards this year, and I'll make sure that he is fully updated on as the work progresses across government, and I would ask that he make sure that Fiona and others are updated as well.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. From heat-tolerant rice trials to world-leading science at the Earlham Institute and the John Innes Centre on the Norwich Research Park, South Norfolk is helping feed the world. Will the Prime Minister secure a clear carve-out for precision breeding in any future SPS agreement with the EU so Britain can continue to lead on this field?
Well, can I thank him for raising it? As negotiations are ongoing, we remain committed, he'll be pleased to know, to the Precision Breeding Act and supporting new innovative technologies. And the EU accepts there will need to be areas where we retain our own rules, and we'll always prioritise British interests as we negotiate our SPS agreement.
Caroline Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, I've been campaigning for a Lincoln Dental School for some years, and I'm pleased to be able to tell the House that thanks to the hard work of, amongst others, Professor Juster, Professor Reid and Susie McPherson, Lincoln Medical School are now in a position to take their first cohort from 2027. So can I ask the Prime Minister, will he provide the necessary funding for this cohort of students to start to help improve the oral health of people right across Lincolnshire?
Well, I'm pleased to hear the news about the dental school in her constituency, and we have put in further funding in relation to dentistry. We were left with a dental desert across many parts of the country. We're fixing that problem, but I'm glad to hear the news in her constituency.
Ollie Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister pointed out, today is World Cancer Day. As outlined in our cancer plan, early detection and diagnosis is vital. Will the Prime Minister agree to consider the campaign by my constituent Gemma Reeves, who is a nurse at the Queen Elizabeth Queen Mother Hospital, to ensure breast cancer screening for all women over the age of 40 and meet her to discuss how such a change would save lives?
Well, I'd absolutely support that, and I'll make sure she gets a meeting with the relevant minister, because early diagnosis is so important for all cancers, and we must do everything we can to ensure that our early diagnosis is the absolute norm and never the default.
Final question, Suella Brabham.
She's new. Give her a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met one of the bravest women I know. Elizabeth was 14 when she was raped in Rotherham. She is one of the survivors of the rape gangs, one of the biggest national scandals in our history. Whilst her first rapist was convicted and sentenced, Ashgar Bostan, she was subsequently, shockingly, allegedly abused by police officers serving in South Yorkshire Police. One of those officers remains on active service today. Elizabeth made complaint through Operation Linden. None of them were followed up. She rightly feels betrayed and failed by the very institution designed to protect her. Will the Prime Minister meet with Elizabeth, rape gang survivors and myself to commit that those who committed and covered up these abhorrent offences are put behind bars where they belong?
Well, I'm deeply concerned about the facts she's just outlined, and if she could give us all the details of that, I'll make sure that there is a relevant meeting and follow-up in relation to those concerns.
Point of order, Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's debate will focus on Mandelson and his relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. However, it will not cover his relationship with another alleged paedophile, murderer, gangster, specialist in bribery and corruption, and Putin favourite, Oleg Deripaska, a relationship that may be just as bad as that with Epstein. As European Trade Commissioner, Mandelson made decisions favouring Deripaska's company by $200 million a year. Mandelson avoided proper investigation by lying about the timing of his relationship with Deripaska. Mr Speaker, how can we find out what investigations were carried out before Gordon Brown and his government appointed Mandelson as a minister? Do you agree this House needs to see this information? If so, how can we obtain it?
Yeah. What I would say is, Luke, this is a very experienced member, and I know he'll pursue this through the many avenues, and I know there is a debate later in which he may wish to catch the chair's eye in order to raise these issues. These are very serious issues that he's raised, and this will be taken seriously, and I'm sure that the front bench has heard it as well. I will leave it at that.
Mr. Speaker, please.
Point of order.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said that in each humble address that his party laid in opposition, they mentioned national security. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has left. However, I have checked the two most recent humble addresses laid by the Labour Party when they're in opposition, and all members on those benches should be very aware the words national security do not feature even once, because it is not necessary in a humble address. So, Mr. Speaker, how do we get the Prime Minister to correct the record when he's just chosen to leave the room?
Don't be ridiculous. Can I just say to you, you put it on the record. I don't want to continue the debate, but you put it on the record, so it's there. Right. Point of order, Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister, in response to me just now, appeared to deny ever being instructed by disgraced lawyer Phil Shiner. Yet I have here the 2007 case of Al Jeddah versus the Secretary of State for Defence, where it quite clearly says appellants instructed by public interest lawyers include one Keir Starmer QC. Perhaps the Prime Minister might want to return to the House and clarify his earlier remarks.
I'm not here to continue a debate. You put it on the record, we will leave it at that. Right. We'll let the front benches change over. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Bill Rabira Ade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring a bill to prohibit giving or receiving a reward for the supply of or for offering to supply human remains or any object partially consisting of human remains, to prohibit advertising the sale, exchange or offer consisting of human remains, to make provision for specified exemptions for those prohibitions and for connected purposes. In short, the buying and selling of human remains. To most people, Mr. Speaker, the thought of buying a bag full of human bones, a shrunken skull, or a piece of human leather would be unthinkable. In fact, most people would never have thought that this was something they could purchase, but it is. And there is a growing trade in human remains that takes place through social media, on e-commerce sites, at in-person auctions, in curiosity shops, and at oddities markets. Human bones, hair, teeth, skin, and other organs are frequently sold by private traders to other private individuals entirely without regulation. I want to put on record my thanks to the members of the Trading and Sale of Human Remains Task Force of the British Association of Biological Anthropology and Osteoarchaeology, who brought the scale of the abhorrent trade to my attention. They worked tirelessly to confront, expose, and ultimately bring an end to the private sale of human remains. I also want to thank Afford, who, with the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Reparations, produced the Laying Our Ancestors to Rest report, which addresses the ethical, cultural and historical concerns surrounding African ancestral remains, many of which were taken during colonial rule and continue to be displayed and sold at auction today. Now, Mr. Speaker, I must send apologies to members and give warning to anyone with a weak stomach, because some of what I am about to describe is truly stomach-churning. Members of the task force have documented and shared examples of sales that they have tracked over the years. These include human skulls and skeletal bones, partial or whole, shrunken skulls, elongated skulls, a Papa Golf trophy skull, child's shrunken head and skulls that still have hair and soft tissue attached. They have encountered shops selling lucky dip bags of bones, from small boxes for £50 to larger boxes for £90. They have also come across the sale of wet sample human organs preserved in specimen jars, including fetal hearts and lungs, and even slices of human brain. And for members wondering what on earth someone would want with these remains, there is a substantial market for decorative objects made from human remains. One could purchase a wind chime made from a human skull cap with ribs and clavicles, a candlestick made from stacked human vertebrae, a human finger crucifix pendant, a skull fitted with brass nails for teeth and turned into a lamp, necklaces made of teeth, or even wallets fashioned from human leather. And all of this is entirely legal. I should stress that this is by no means the full extent of the sales that take place. While the Human Remains Task Force does an excellent job tracking what it can, there are undoubtedly hundreds more sales that go unnoticed, and they are, to my knowledge, the only body who actively attempt to police this trade. In 2026, one can sell a piece of human remains or an object partially consisting of human remains with no checks on how those remains were acquired, no verification of how old these remains were, who they belonged to, whether consent was given, or what the buyer intends to do with them. The biggest obstacle sellers face is not the law, but the use of rules of social media platforms and e-commerce sites such as Instagram, Facebook, eBay, Gumtree and Etsy. Even then, sellers routinely circumvent those rules through misspelling words, mislabeling real names as replicas, or advertising collections without explicitly stating an intent to sell before completing transactions through private messages or in person. The most serious repercussion they are likely to face is an account suspension, and we all know how easy it is to simply set up a new one. Ultimately, the only hurdle sellers face is platform moderation. They face no legal barrier at all. In-person sellers face even fewer obstacles with no oversight of the human remains sold in curiosity shops, flea markets or satanic markets. The UK is not wholly devoid of regulation, however. The Human Tissue Act 2004 makes it an offence to hold human remains under 100 years old for certain scheduled purposes without a licence, but it doesn't expressly prohibit commercial sale beyond very, very narrow circumstances. It is silent on the sale of remains as curiosities or private objects once outside regulated contexts. At present, we have stronger licensing rules around animal remains than we do around some human remains. This is what my bill seeks to address. Beyond this being an incredibly disturbing trade, Mr. Speaker, there is a clear moral and ethical case for banning it. There is no reliable way to establish how these remains were acquired, whether they were looted or grave robbed, their age, or whether any consent was given by the individual themselves or by their relatives or descendants. During the colonial era, ancestral remains from communities across the world were stolen from battlefields, looted from graves, taken as trophies or curiosities, or used in a now discredited racist pseudoscience of phrenology, which sought to claim inherent inferiority based on skull shape. Many remains still in circulation are sold as so-called antique medical skeletons, imported in their tens of thousands during the 20th century, until export bans from India in 1985 and China in the 2000s. I have been informed that underground trade continues. Imagine seeing your ancestors' body parts listed at auction as decorative objects. This was the case when the skull of a tribesman from Nagaland was auctioned online in the UK as part of a curious collector's sale, one of thousands of items taken by British colonial administrators. In fact, this has been the case for many African and Asian remains, as outlined by the Laying Our Ancestors to Rest report. Long after colonial rule and our acceptance that racism is wrong, we continue to deny them dignity, even in death. Now, some may argue that remains that are hundreds of years old raise fewer concerns, yet there is good reason to believe that some remains being sold are far more recent than claimed. Labelling them as antiques doesn't make it so, and serious questions remain about provenance. A case currently before the US courts involves a man accused of grave robbing and selling remains online. While we have not seen such a case here, it would be naive to assume that similar practices could not be taking place. I should be clear that there are legitimate circumstances this bill would not prohibit. For example, cost recovery for medical research, teaching and scientific use would remain regulated through existing licensing and ethical frameworks, nor would it outlaw the respectful bereavement practices such as memorial jewellery containing, for example, a lock of hair, where consent is clear. The bill carefully distinguishes between consented memorial items and the commercial sale of unprovenance remains. Mr. Speaker, I believe there is universal agreement right across this House that the sale of human remains, particularly where their origins, age and acquisition are unverified, should not be allowed to continue. And while import and export restrictions exist, a legislative oversight has allowed domestic sale to remain perfectly legal. This bill corrects that oversight, and I commend it to the House.
Okay. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Sian Berry, Carla Denyer, Jeremy Corbyn, Diane Abbott, Oksana Begum, Dawn Butler, Zara Sultana, Clive Lewis and myself, Mr. Speaker.
Silly. Bel Rabira Abbott.
Human Remains Prohibition of Sale, Purchasing and Advertising Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 27th of February.
Friday, the 27th of February. Well done. We now come to the opposition day motion on Lord Mandelson. I inform the House I have selected the amendment tabled in the name of the Prime Minister. I now call the opposition spokesperson to move the motion. Shout Secretary of State Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing time for this Opposition Day debate and this humble address. I think the whole House has been shocked and disturbed by the revelations that have emerged once again over the past few days. Peter Mandelson, it seems, helped Jeffrey Epstein and his associates make money. And that money was used to run his paedophilic prostitution ring. Those who broke the law to give that information helped make him rich, helped make him powerful, and share in some of the responsibility for the crimes that were committed, because they gave him the power that he abused. And no doubt for some of those involved, this was just a heady game of who had the best contacts and who could make the most money, played by a small set of men who took their thrill from existing outside of the rules. It seems that the more this thread is pulled on, the more that network unravels and the more shameful the whole episode appears. I think, generally, Mr. Speaker, there are three main things that must concern this House. The first is the now emerging conduct of Peter Mandelson when he was a member of the last Labour administration between 2009 and 2010. I understand that that is now subject to a police investigation, and it's good to see that the government is cooperating fully with that investigation. And I'm sure that when the police have finished their inquiries, there will be future opportunities for us to discuss that in this House. But the second issue of similar import is the judgment of the Prime Minister in appointing Peter Mandelson to our most senior diplomatic role.
Will he give way?
I'm happy to give way.
I'm grateful to him giving way, and he's making an excellent point. And isn't it a surprise not to see the Prime Minister himself answering these questions? Because at the end of the day, he is the one who made the decision to appoint Mandelson as the EU ambassador. He has to therefore explain his decision-making process, what he knew and when. So why isn't he here?
Well, I think in fairness, it's not a problem for Mr Burkhardt. It is up to the government to put up.
I'm glad it's not my problem, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is right in this regard. It was absolutely the Prime Minister's responsibility that this man was appointed. And one of the things we are trying to dig into today is exactly what he knew and if any information was kept from him, who kept it from him. Happy to give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. This is a serious issue and he's dealing with it appropriately. He would have heard, as I did, the Prime Minister earlier refer to the fact that the extent of the relationship of Mandelson and Epstein wasn't known. Does he not share what was the common view at the time amongst many cross-party? The fact that there was any relationship should have precluded Peter Mandelson from appointment to be His Majesty's ambassador to Washington.
Well, my honourable friend makes an incredibly important point, and one that's obviously central to our considerations today, and one to which I'm going to return. So there was the conduct of Peter Mandelson whilst he was a member of the last Labour government. There was the judgment of the Prime Minister in appointing him. But there was also something I wish to touch on this afternoon, the conduct of Peter Mandelson whilst he was our ambassador in Washington. I will happily give way to my honourable friend.
Can I commend the Shadow Minister and the Conservative Party for bringing this forward for consideration? It's absolutely incredible what we're listening to, what's happening. When it comes to a full investigation, it doesn't have to be the ambassador and all those years. The 5 years that he was the EU Trade Commissioner, can I suggest to the honourable gentleman that that needs to be part of the investigation as well? A full investigation, and every iota, every tape was crossed, every I was dotted for Peter Mandelson, and that's what this House wants. It's what this nation wants.
I think my honourable friend, as ever, is entirely right. I say the more that we pull on this thread, the more we seem to find. And I think that all of Peter Mandelson's dealings as a politician and a businessman should now be laid out for the House and the country to consider. I will give way one more time, then I intend to make a little bit of progress.
I'm very grateful to the Shadow Minister for allowing me to intervene. The Foreign Affairs Committee, myself included, had called for Lord Mandelson to appear before us on multiple occasions to explain the circumstances and process of his unusual appointment. He did not adhere to that request. I wonder, does the Shadow Minister agree with me that his failure to come before the committee sends a signal that the government wanted to hide something, that there were issues in the appointment and vetting process, and that had there been transparency at the early stages of his appointment, we would have avoided sending someone who was wholly unfit to be one of the UK's most senior diplomatic appointments?
Well, I think that's a very significant representation from a member of the committee. And it must be said that a failure of transparency at each stage in this process appears to have compounded the problems that the government is now dealing with. So what do we know now about the Prime Minister's judgment and the process that was going on in Number 10 around this appointment? We now know that the Prime Minister was aware that Peter Mandelson had an ongoing friendship with Jeffrey Epstein that continued beyond the conviction for awful offences against children. Not only was it in the public domain, but the truth is that in January 2024, a Financial Times journalist told the Prime Minister about it. And the Prime Minister admitted it in the House today, that it was part of the briefing note that he received from the Cabinet Office Proprietary and Ethics team. Now, we fully expect that report that was compiled by that team, the due diligence report, to appear for this House to consider. And reports of it appear in the New Statesman this morning. We're told that the report contains warnings of potential conflicts of interest surrounding Global Counsel, the lobbying firm which Peter Mandelson established and in which he retained about a 28% stake. We know that Global Counsel had Russian and Chinese clients, which, according to the reports in the press this morning, the Proprietary and Ethics team had serious concerns about. And we know, or at least we are told in the press, that the diligence report also referred to Mandelson's ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, clearly stating that Mandelson's relationship had gone over the point of conviction, and also drawing attention to the fact that Mandelson had used Epstein's hospitality in both America and also in Paris whilst the latter was in prison. I'll give way to the honourable
gentleman. He's absolutely right in his summary of all the misdoings of Jeffrey Epstein. But we heard some shocking revelations during Prime Minister's questions. In fact, the Prime Minister knew about Mandelson's relationship with Epstein when he was appointed as ambassador. Does he agree that the Prime Minister's position is now becoming increasingly untenable?
I think that there is no doubt that the Prime Minister's judgment is being called into the sharpest question at this moment. That we really, and it is becoming harder to see how any of us can rely on his judgment into the future. I will give one more time, and then I must make some.
Dr. Andrew Morrison. The Prime Minister's judgment is most certainly in the frame. What about his candour? Does he remember on the 16th of September, the Prime Minister himself introduced the Public Office Accountability Bill, which at its heart has a duty of candour. Do we see candour displayed at Prime Minister's questions today?
Alex Burkhardt.
Well, as my right honourable friend knows, the government developed an appetite for candour and then lost its appetite. That bill has disappeared into the ether. I think too much candour would do this government harm. And so. I'm not going to give way anymore. I will give way in a moment, but I would like to make a little bit of progress. It was also reported this morning in the press that in September, following Peter Mandelson's sacking, that there was a Cabinet Office investigation into any further wrongdoing. And I wonder if the Paymaster General could confirm whether he's aware of such a report, but at least assure the House that if such a report comes to light during his investigations, that will be published in response to this humble address. Now, I fully understand, on this side of the House, we fully understand that the government has a duty to protect national security and our international relationships. Of course it does. But it must also understand that security and our international affairs are completely entwined with this issue. And the Paymaster General will have seen this morning that the Prime Minister of Poland, Donald Tusk, has announced that Poland, one of our strongest allies in Europe, will examine the paedophiles' links with the Russian intelligence services. As he said, more and more leads, more and more information, more and more commentary all relate to the suspicion that this unprecedented paedophilia scandal was co-organised by the Russian intelligence services. Thousands of the documents released over the weekend refer to Putin, thousands more to Moscow. We know that Epstein recruited young Russian women. We know that he held parties in Russia. In some emails, I understand, Epstein said he could offer, and I quote, insight on Donald Trump to Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. This is all of the ingredients of classic compromat. And it cannot, consideration of these issues, cannot be deprived of this House in the case of the Mandelson papers. And I will happily give way to my right honourable.
Julian Lewis.
It has been for years a matter of mystery and speculation where Epstein acquired his vast wealth. Does my right honourable friend think that the Russian connection may provide the definitive answer to that mystery?
Very good. My right honourable friend is quite right that this is exactly one of the issues that must now be investigated, and investigated very seriously, not just by this government, but by our allies in other jurisdictions. Because whilst we don't yet know for certain where the money came, how the money came to Epstein, we do now know where some of it went. And understanding its ultimate source will help us construct a picture of this very complex and devious web.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way to my right honourable friend.
Oliver Dowden.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I think at the heart of what we're talking about here is, do we accept this amendment from the government opposite about national security and international relations? And he and I have both served in the Cabinet Office, and I'm sure he shares my sympathy with the need to protect national security. But there is a vast difference between protecting national security, for example, in direct intelligence reports from agents on the ground or intercept, and subjective judgments made about things that may embarrass national security or may embarrass international relations. And that's why the Leader of the Opposition was precisely correct to say we need some independent mechanism. So why on earth can't we agree that the ISC should look at each of these exemptions, and if they feel it passes that threshold, fine, we'll accept it because we need to protect national security, but it can't be to spare the party opposite's blushes.
Well, my right honourable friend, who was Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster and who knows more about national security than almost anyone in this House, is absolutely right. Because what is happening here is that the government's judgment and its behaviour is what is under investigation. It cannot be the case that the government can then decide what is disclosed. Fortunately for the House, there are mechanisms available to us, not least the ISC, which would do a very good job on behalf of the government of working with them to decide what information could and couldn't be released. But I must say, on the issue of humble address, built into the humble address mechanism itself is an understanding that national security is protected. There is no need for this amendment. I promise to give way to my old adversary from Islington North first, and then I will happily give way to the Honourable
Jeremy Corbett. I thank the right honourable member for giving way, and I compliment him on the content of the speech he's made so far. This inquiry will have massive ramifications. It's an inquiry into the gilded circle surrounding Mandelson, which extends very broadly around this House and the civil service, business community, media and internationally. Isn't it time we had a novel form of inquiry which is not undertaken solely by Parliament or the civil service, but a much broader, more public inquiry which can look into the whole issue, because this is a basic corruption of our political system that we're looking at in the behaviour of Peter Mandelson.
Alex Barker.
Well, the right honourable gentleman appears to be correct in that there is certainly an indication that serious corruption may have taken place. And in the light of that, the House must consider very closely what the best means of getting to the bottom of all of these relationships and all of these influences will be. I promise to give way to the honourable lady.
Member for giving away, and I think the House is getting a lesson that many families in Northern Ireland have had for decades, families like that of Sean Brown and the victims of steak knife, that national security is routinely deployed to cover the blushes of the UK government. I appreciate that the member is now arriving at this point, and would he support a wider review of his party and the government's application of national security to all sorts of disclosure cases?
Alex Barker.
Well, I think, without wishing to be distracted from the motion at play, I've actually seen Secretaries of State for Northern Ireland of all parties of successive governments try very hard to ensure that there is maximum disclosure for the people of Northern Ireland, whilst ensuring that national security is not compromised. So I'm afraid I see things through a slightly different prism to her. I will give way one more time, and then I intend to make some progress.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, Mr. Speaker. There is a well-worn route for dealing with these matters through humble addresses and otherwise, but previous humble addresses, when this the party of government was in opposition, would name sometimes a select committee, and I was on the receiving end of that as then chair of the Public Accounts Committee. I just genuinely want to ask the honourable gentleman why the government, the opposition, did not put in the humble address that this should go to a select committee, because I still think there are ways to use the select committee corridor in order to scrutinise anything that may be more sensitive than can go into the main public domain.
Alex Barker.
I'm very glad that the honourable lady agrees with us that the ISC should be used in this context. I'm very glad that there is agreement between her and me that the front bench should be using the ISC in order to act in this way. And I hope that other members opposite will take the same view as this extremely experienced parliamentarian. I will give way one more time.
Jeremy Wright.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend. Since he mentions the Intelligence and Security Committee, of which I'm a member, can I put to him this? The purpose of the ISC is not to act as some filter to decide what should go to the rest of Parliament. It's to act on behalf of Parliament, to consider material that Parliament, for good reason, cannot see. This is a motion about whether or not the government should disclose all the relevant material to Parliament. In this context, isn't it a perfectly usable and familiar mechanism for Parliament to use in circumstances such as this, for the government to disclose anything it does not believe the whole chamber can see to the Intelligence and Security Committee?
My right honourable friend speaks from a position of experience, and he's entirely right. This is the House is very fortunate to have the ISC, and this is one of the functions that it can perform. The government can have reassurance on national security, and the House can have reassurance that no material is being kept from it that the government might find embarrassing. And so I ask, in his remarks, I asked the Paymaster General, who I know will have had nothing to do with this, and I know is a man of integrity, to think very seriously about the options of gisting, the role that ISC can play in that, and make sure that the government is not marking its own homework, because it's very important that our constituents and this House have confidence in what the government provides us. And now move on briefly, Mr. Speaker, before I hand over to other members of the House, to the conduct of Lord Mandelson whilst he was our ambassador in Washington. And I think that this is very relevant for our debate today, because it exposes again the Prime Minister's lack of judgment in appointing Peter Mandelson as our ambassador. There is obviously now very strong evidence to suggest that Mandelson behaved entirely inappropriately when he was a Secretary of State in the last Labour government. But there are now equally big questions outstanding about what was happening in 2025 in Washington. And this, as I say, is relevant now. On the 27th of February 2025, the Prime Minister, whilst in Washington, visited the American data and AI company Palantir at its headquarters. The meeting did not appear in the Prime Minister's register of visits. It only came to light later. Now, Palantir, we should remember or remind ourselves, was a client of Global Counsel, the company in which Peter Mandelson had a commanding share. Later that year, Palantir received from this government a £240 million deal.
British companies couldn't compete.
That deal was granted by direct award. Given the allegations now coming to light about Mandelson's conduct, can the Minister assure the House that the Cabinet Secretary will review the circumstances around the award of that contract and assure himself that there are no other such contracts, no other undisclosed meetings, that the government is going to go through all of the communications that Mandelson sent out whilst he was ambassador, messages we must assume, some of which were sent to old business contacts, potential few business contacts, and so on. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister knew that Peter Mandelson had maintained an unhealthy relationship with a man who was a convicted paedophile, and he appointed him to the role of ambassador anyway. Everybody in this House should be shocked by it. It must be concluded that had the Prime Minister been pressed on that point at the time, the appointment would not have been made. But the Prime Minister knew, his aides knew, and the appointment was made anyway. What else did he know? Only after this humble address, only if the government treats with it in good faith, will we know that. I very much hope that it is not the case that we find that there are gaps in our security and vetting process. If there are, the government will be able to fix them. But I think it's also likely that we'll see that there were reports that consistently raised concerns that were swept away. And it will then be the duty of the government to disclose who swept them away and why. Ultimate responsibility must rest with the Prime Minister. It is time for him to take responsibility.
I call the Minister to move the amendment. Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I beg to move the amended motion in the name of the Prime Minister, my name, and indeed the names of right honourable friends. Now, Mr. Speaker, members will be aware that the government came to the House Monday for an update following the release of 3 million pages of documents by the US Department of Justice regarding Jeffrey Epstein. As the government said Monday, and I reiterate now, Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted paedophile and a despicable individual who revelled in abusing the vulnerable and destroyed the lives of countless women and girls. I will give way. I'll complete my introductory remarks, then I will give way to the honourable gentleman. What he did was unforgivable. Every time his crimes are in the public eye, victims must relive their trauma. And his victims are at the forefront of my mind, and I'm sure they're at the forefront of all honourable and right honourable gentlemen and ladies' minds in this debate. And as the Prime Minister has said, anyone with relevant information must come forward and cooperate with investigations so Jeffrey Epstein's victims can get the justice they've been denied for so long. As for Peter Mandelson, his decision to maintain a close relationship with a convicted paedophile, including discussing private government business, isn't just wrong, it is abhorrent. I did promise to do.
Stephen Flynn.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I am, however, curious. Earlier we heard the Prime Minister state that he knew that Peter Mandelson had maintained a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Did the Minister also know? And if so, did he express any concerns to the Prime Minister at that time about his decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States of America?
So, Mr. Speaker, on the second point, I played no personal role in the appointment process, but as the Prime Minister said, the depth and extent of Peter Mandelson's relationship was not known at the time of his appointment. As soon as that came to light, the Prime Minister acted decisively and sacked Peter Mandelson. I'll give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And given the public disgust and the sickening behaviour of Peter Mandelson and the importance of transparency, in 2022 I proposed a humble address seeking information about PPE, which the party opposite resisted, and my honourable friend, the member for Hackney South, mentioned just before. Should we not have the ISC not have the same role now in keeping public confidence in the process?
Minister.
I'll pick up this point, Mr. Speaker, because I know a number of honourable and right honourable members have raised this. I think, in the first instance, let me say that this process now is going to be conducted and led by the Cabinet Secretary, unimpeachable integrity. And I mean, the honourable gentleman shouts cover up at the Cabinet Secretary. We really should consider that remark, I think. But secondly, it will be conducted by Cabinet Office lawyers. Now, the House is asking, quite fairly, a broader question, as is my right honourable friend, about scrutiny. There's a role as the chair of the Public Accounts Committee around how Select Committee scrutinise this. There's existing powers for the ISC in terms of scrutinising this. I am hearing what the House is saying, and I will take that point away. I'll take one more intervention, and I'll come to the right, and then I have to make some progress.
Well, friend, can I say it's disappointing that neither the opposition or the government had a reference to the important role that the ISC could have in this basis. Can I say to him, as a member of the Intelligence Security Committee, I've also spoken to the Chair, the Lord Beamish, and we've heard from the Deputy Chair before, that we feel the Intelligence Security Committee should be involved in this and help this process, not on behalf of Parliament. So I would urge my right honourable friend to speak to Number 10 to ensure that we get that and that happens quickly.
Minister. I think I've already said I'll take the point away. I think he knows from our personal dealings on a different matter my respect to the Intelligence and Security Committee and its work. I'll give way to the former Deputy Prime Minister, then I'll have to make some progress.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for giving way. The point here is not about impugning the integrity of the Cabinet Secretary. The point here is about confidence in this House. And I think the temperature in the House seems to be that most people feel that involving the ISC will give both this House and, more importantly, the public confidence about this process. Now, it sounds as if the Minister is sympathetic to this point. Can he just confirm that he is sympathetic at that point and he will be making the case to Downing Street for this tweak?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't accusing the right honourable gentleman of impugning the Cabinet Secretary. The point I was making was that the process is being official-led and indeed then being decided upon by Cabinet Office lawyers. The broader point that the House is making, I can do no more than say I hear what he's saying and I will take that point away. But can I just come back? I'll give way once more to the chair packet, but I really must make some progress.
I'm grateful to the Minister, and he knows that this House knows that he's a honourable gentleman in every sense of that term. Right. But the mood of the House is very clear, and my right honourable and learned friend has set out, as have others, the role of the ISC and the expectation that it discharges these serious and sensitive matters on behalf of the House, and that the government has confidence. During the course of this debate, can I invite him to go back to number 10 and to take advice and to not move his amendment this afternoon? I think that would reflect the will of the House and would allow people to start moving these issues forward. To move it today would, I would suggest, be a retrograde step for the government and its reputation.
Minister. On the first point, as I said to the former Deputy Prime Minister, I'll take the point away. But where I disagree with the right honourable gentleman, and I'll come back to it in a moment, is the importance of the amendment, because there are really important public policy issues I want to deal with in respect of that. But let me just return to the thrust of my... I will give way in a moment. No government minister, let's be clear, of any political party should have behaved in the way Peter Mandelson did, and it was absolutely disgraceful. The alleged leaking of crucial documents to help millionaires profit in the middle of the global crash. Lying to contemporaries, lying to the Prime Minister, lying to the public is both shameful and shameless. So let me just finish this point before I will take some more interventions in a moment. Peter Mandelson will now account for his actions and conduct. That is why the Cabinet Office has referred this matter to the police. And Mr. Speaker, the Metropolitan Police have released a statement confirming, and I quote, that they have received a number of reports into alleged misconduct in public office, including a referral from the UK government. And the statement also confirmed that the Metropolitan Police have started a criminal investigation in relation to potential misconduct in public office offences, and that the police will, I quote, continue to assess all relevant information brought to our attention as part of this investigation and won't be commenting any further at this time. Now, the House will understand that on that particular development, it would not be appropriate for me to comment further, but I'll take one intervention.
Order. We're getting very carried away about the way the Metropolitan Police has been thrown around. I meant to have been contacted. I have not been contacted, neither the House. The House will understand that I am not responsible for the Minister, for the ministerial answers. Let's just put that on the record and let's see if we can tie this up a little bit. For the avoidance of doubt, I understand there is an ongoing police investigation into this case. However, no charges have been brought. The House sub judice resolution does not apply. In the context, it is up to the ministers how they reply, but the House rules do not prevent them from answering fully. So please, let's not hide behind that something's not factual. So let's get this on the record, and I still haven't had the phone call.
Could I just say, in respect of that, Mr. Speaker, I hear precisely what you say, and I entirely accept that interpretation of the sub judice rules. I'm certainly not hiding behind it, and indeed I will come to some remarks about this in a moment.
Order. Maybe I can help a little bit. But I think the answer was that we can't do this because there's a police investigation. And I think we've got to recognise that is not a reason. So please, let's not play off each other. I've made my point from the chair.
Completely accept that, Mr. Speaker. I'll take one intervention here, then I'll take one over here.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I made this point on Monday, but I think it's really, really important to make again. The vast majority of members in this House and the other House come here to represent our constituencies, and I think people across the House would recognise I do my best to represent Harlow as much as I possibly can. Harlow, Mr. Speaker, would the Secretary of State agree with me that the reason the case of Peter Mandelson is so damning and upsets so many people across this House is clearly this individual, when he was in this place, and potentially when he was in this place, but certainly when he was in the other place, was not representing the people he was supposed to be representing, but representing instead a vile paedophile. So would he agree with me that the reason strength is so strong across the House is because actually he's letting down all of us?
Minister.
Yes, and the public rightly demands the highest standards from those in office. They demand the highest standards from ministers. We should be held to the highest standards, and my honourable friend's absolutely right. Peter Mandelson fell far, far short of those standards. His behaviour has been revealed to be appalling, and as the Prime Minister has said, we will not...
Order. Please. The Minister is giving way, he will give way, but you can't stay on your feet all shouting, give way, give way. Please, let's give the Minister some time, and he will take you when he feels in the mood to take you. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'll take the honourable member for Bromsgrove, and then I will take an intervention.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Given that at the point immediately prior to Peter Mandelson's appointment as ambassador, the UK had a respected ambassador already in the United States, and Dame Karen Pierce, why it was that the government decided, given the known abhorrence of both Jeffrey Epstein and the appalling previous judgment of Peter Mandelson, the government still decided that on balance it was a risk worth taking to appoint paedophile adjacent Peter Mandelson to the post of ambassador.
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, can I pay tribute to Dame Karen Pierce, who I think represents the finest of our foreign service. Secondly, governments do make political appointments to these posts. That's happened. That is long-standing practice to a small number of posts. And the Prime Minister has already said if he knew then what he knew now, Peter Mandelson wouldn't have been anywhere near the government. I will give way to the Chair Packer, then I will give way to my own friend.
Dame Ben-Hillier.
I'm no longer chair of the Public Accounts Committee, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, it seems that we are in something of a muddle here. Had the opposition named the ISC in the humble address, as in the past committees, then there would have been no debate in this House. But would the Minister agree that to put all information openly in the public domain could have risks, but there are well-worn filters through Parliament, through the Select Committee corridor, and there are various committees that could have locus in this space, to properly and sensitively handle information which has in my time never leaked from a committee, in order to make sure that we on the committee corridor on behalf of Parliament are holding the government to account, because I think there is consensus, Mr Speaker, that everybody wants as much information as possible in the public domain so that we can get to the bottom of what has happened in this egregious situation.
My honourable friend's absolutely right about those existing mechanisms of scrutiny, and I give her great credit for the work she does. I've always said on the point that's been raised opposite, I will take it away. I'll give way to my own friend.
Sarah Owen.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And on the point of Peter Mandelson letting people down, the people that have been let down most by this are the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And does he agree that we wouldn't be discussing this disgraceful situation if it hadn't been that people didn't listen to the women that came forward in the first place, didn't listen to victims in the first place, and instead listened to men in power, men with deep pockets and men advising those in power? So don't we need to put the victims at the heart of this and not just ourselves?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and it is the victims, the women and girls who were victims of the trafficking and appalling, abhorrent behaviour of Jeffrey Epstein, who should be at the forefront of our minds. I'll make a bit of progress, then I will give way a few times again. And let me just say, Mr Speaker, not only has the Cabinet Office referred the evidence about Peter Mandelson's time as a minister to the police, but we are also taking action going forward in the Hillsborough law that is before this House to introduce a duty of candour for all public servants that is going to make it an offence to lie to the public, making it a criminal offence to do anything but act with openness and integrity when things go wrong. And that is the action this government is taking to prevent future cover-ups and injustices. A statement of intention that we want to enshrine that capacity to speak truth to power. As my honourable friend said, the voice of victims being at the forefront, not as in this case a group of powerful men, putting an end to the situation where powerful people are able to avoid justice. Now, the government should rightly be tested and questioned by this House. One moment, I will give way to the honourable gentleman. But the action that is taken by this government is what is crucial now. And earlier this week, the Prime Minister asked the Cabinet Secretary to review all available information regarding Peter Mandelson's contacts with Jeffrey Epstein during his period as a government minister and to report back as a matter of urgency. After an initial review of some documents, the Cabinet Secretary made the decision to refer the matter to the police with the Prime Minister's support. And I should say, the government stands ready to provide any support the police require as part of their investigation. On that note, I will give way to the Father of the House.
Edward Lee, Father of the House.
We're all agreed on the character of Lord Mandelson, but I'm not sure we're going to make much progress if we're just repeating ourselves on that, because we all agree. The reputation of the House is at stake. And what the opposition has to do is hold the Prime Minister to account.
Absolutely.
Now, I've listened very carefully to the Prime Minister today, the Leader of the Opposition. I listened to the Minister. He's been asked, the Prime Minister has been asked on repeated occasions whether, when this appointment was known, the Prime Minister knew that Mandelson had continued his relationship with Epstein after the first conviction. It's a very direct question. The reputation of the House is at stake. Will the Minister now answer that question?
Prime Minister answered this to Prime Minister's questions. He was lied to about the depth and extent of the relationship.
Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here acutely aware that I am the Member of Parliament for Hartlepool. And I think today I speak for Hartlepodlians when I look at the evidence before us and say undoubtedly that Peter Mandelson is a traitor. And on that basis, it is important that the public have confidence in this process. Would he agree?
Yes, I absolutely agree, and I think the honourable gentleman expresses the anger felt by many across the House in that remark. I'll make some more progress, then I will give way a few times again. No, I will make some more progress, then I will give way again. Now, members will recall, back in September, in light of the additional information in emails written by Peter Mandelson released at the time, the Prime Minister then asked the then Foreign Secretary to withdraw him as ambassador with immediate effect. And the emails released showed that the nature and extent of Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was materially different to that was known at the time of his appointment. The issue over which Peter Mandelson was withdrawn from Washington was information not available at the time when the due diligence was done. And a due diligence process was conducted by the Cabinet Office and a security vetting process, they are different, were carried out. Since entering government, we've already taken action to strengthen the process for making direct appointments for ambassadors specifically and making direct ministerial appointments more generally. I will give way to my honourable friend. Now I'll come.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. There's clearly concern about the government amendment and that it doesn't go far enough in terms of scrutiny of those documents that might be withheld. Across the House, there is a consensus growing that the Intelligence and Security Committee could provide a way forward for scrutiny of those independent scrutiny of those documents. Is there a possibility that we could have a manuscript amendment to that effect that we can all join together and vote for, so that we can take this serious matter forward?
The manuscript amendment will be a matter for the Chair, and the Chair will be sympathetic to what the House will need to ensure that we get the best. Yes.
Well, I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the House always takes me at my word when I say that I will take these matters away. So, the Cabinet Secretary will be taking independent advice on the decisions he is taking through this process. The Cabinet Secretary intends this to take two forms. Firstly, having the advice of an independent KC throughout the process, and secondly, scrutiny of the approach he is taking by the ISC. I hope that will give the House the reassurance that it needs. Now, let me come to. I will in a moment. Let me just make a bit more progress. I will give way again. Let me just take the opposition motion. And I have some experience in the past of drafting humble addresses on different matters in this House myself. Of course, there is an extensive nature to it. I think the House recognises that. It's imperative that the government protects sensitive information that could damage national security or relations with our international partners. I will give way to
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I remember the humble addresses that were tabled in this place during those Brexit years. He will know that in opposition we never felt the need to put national security or international relations on the face of the motion itself, because that was an implied protection. So can I ask the Minister two things? One, he's just said quite helpfully that the ISC will be involved in scrutinising the process. Does he mean the process that the Cabinet Secretary looks at documents, or will they themselves be able to see documents? And I think we all understand what he means by national security, but could he give a definition by what he means by international relations? Because that's quite a broad term. Having some clarity around that would be welcome.
Minister.
Yeah, I think my honourable friend has similar memories of that particular Parliament. But for example, on the motion on Lebedeff, for example, we included in the motion in a form which may contain redactions, but such redactions may be solely for the purposes of national security. So we did do that. And in terms of the humble addresses that I was involved in drafting, I was very, very precise about it. Before I come to the scope of the motion, I've got two. Yes.
I'm extremely grateful to him for giving way. And I know the Minister takes the role of the ISC very seriously, and I appreciate that he is trying to help the House with what he has just said. However, he will appreciate the difficulty the House has is it needs to decide what to do in relation to the motion before it today. Yeah. Members on both sides will have to decide how they should cast their vote. Yeah. So although there is some reassurance in the Intelligence and Security Committee being involved with the Cabinet Secretary's process, that will not be possible before we have to reach a decision on this motion. Yeah. The principle here is surely this, that the whole House cannot see everything. I have sympathy with the Minister on this, both in relation to national security material and, rather more sympathy, I'm bound to say, than my colleague on the front bench in relation to material which may be sensitive relating to international relations. But following on from the comments that have been made on his own side, including from the Right Honourable Lady for Hackney and Shoreditch, isn't the answer here that the opposition front bench will accept that its motion will include the concept that if material is sensitive, it is supplied to the ISC only and not to the whole House, but that everything should be disclosed to the House either via that route or via a route to the whole House.
Absolutely. Exactly. Beyond the deadline to amend the motion, which is a familiar situation he and I have found himself in before, but what I just want to say very clearly, and I hope the House takes my previous answer on this as good faith, that I have...
Just in respect to the remarks the Minister made, saying the deadline has passed for an amendment, can the Speaker just confirm what you've just said to the House, that you would be sympathetic to a manuscript motion that wouldn't be subject to that deadline?
The Chair is able to select a manuscript amendment, and that will be a high bar, but there is a lot that we need to clear up, and I recognise that I think things can move forward, and I'm sure, just to let you know, the answer is yes, in a nutshell, Minister.
But I hope that the House takes in good faith what I have sought to do in the course of my speech, let alone the course of the debate. And I think that scrutiny of the process is very important. No. The scope of the motion could also include thousands of documents. It is obviously both in the national interest to protect national security, but also in the national interest to be transparent and act with urgency. I completely accept that. And it is important now we do take time and care balancing those elements. And look, to the government amendment, let me make some progress, I might come back. Look, that's why the government has tabled the amendment it has. For publication of documents unless they prejudice national security. I know I've been asked a specific question about international relations. Because, of course, such documents might contain information about our relationship with our international allies, how we have approached them. That is obviously important for governments to keep, of course, confidential because it's in the national interest. There's also the issue that I am very conscious of not at all hiding behind the cloak of the Met Police investigation. I'm definitely not seeking to do that.
But of course, we will also have to bear in mind documents that might prejudice that investigation, and that's something we will continue to speak to the Met about. Now, Mr. Speaker, we will, of course, do all we can to comply with the motion as amended, and we will also update the House accordingly. And indeed, on this moment, I also want to say to the House that whilst that process of going through a significant amount of documents might take a little time, it is also important that the government starts that process of disclosure to the extent it can do today. And that is what the government will do in response to the debate and the very reasonable questions that are being put across. I am someone who rewards effort, and as the honourable gentleman has put in such effort, we'll allow.
Can I return the compliment by just saying to the Minister how much I admire his ability and generosity in giving way. I think he's doing an exceptional job. In relation to the government amendment, Amendment A, I understand where he is coming from, and can I just describe perhaps a thing which he may wish to see pass through the ISC but can't be made publicly available, and that is which of our foreign allies had something to say about the appointment of Peter Mandelson to Washington. I appreciate the Minister is never going to say precisely who that ally might be, but the nature of that correspondence surely is a matter of public interest and therefore of interest to this House, but is not something that can be bruited abroad. So the ISC provides the very obvious solution to discovering what representations were made and what material was passed between our allies and the Cabinet Office before this appointment was made. Can he make that commitment?
Minister. Well, I hope the House has seen, even in the course of this debate, Mr. Speaker, how the constructive approach I've tried to take on the role of the ISC and its role in this process. That's precisely what I've done. I want to turn now to another issue of this matter, which is the peerage. Because another action the government is determined to take is to strip Peter Mandelson of his title, as the Prime Minister has set out. And frankly, I think people watching this will be bemused, because there is no other walk of life where you are unsackable unless a law is passed. So we will introduce primary legislation. The government has written to the chair of the Lords Conduct Committee to ask the Lords to consider what changes are required to modernise the House processes to remove Lords quickly when they brought either House into disrepute. And the Government stands ready to support the House in whatever way it is necessary to put any changes in effect. Now, Mr. Speaker, being in office is a privilege. It is a privilege. Every day is a privilege. And that is why there is anger across this House about Peter Mandelson and his actions. The test for the government in these circumstances is the action we take to respond. And as I think has also come through this debate, our utmost thoughts are with the victims, the women and girls who suffered at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Behind the emails, the photographs and the documents are many victims who are exposed to this network of abuse. They should be our priority in this matter, and I'm sure they will be for the rest of this debate. Thank you.
The original question was as on the order paper, since when the amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Lisa Smart, Liberal.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. We are having this debate today solely because of the women and girls who found the courage to come forward about the abuse they had endured over years at the hands of rich and powerful men. Without these women's bravery in speaking up about their experiences at the hands of a paedophile sex trafficker and his friends, none of these shocking revelations would have come out. We owe these women justice, and we owe it to them to make changes to create a system that works.
On that point, would you give way?
I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Victims, she is right, should be at the heart of this process. The allegations against someone the Prime Minister and ministers put full trust in is absolutely shocking. Jeffrey Epstein was a sick child predator and a sex offender. He visited Hillsborough Castle on at least one occasion. Does she agree that this House and the government should have a full review of his activities whilst there and an audit of visitors to him during this time? The victims deserve answers.
So I agree with the Honourable Lady's characterisation of some of the individuals we're talking about today. I think we will be supporting the Leader of the Opposition's motion to request the amount of information that is sought, and we would go further. We would look to a public inquiry to look at the detail that I think the victims deserve. The revelations about Peter Mandelson's conduct raise profoundly serious questions about judgment, about national security and about accountability. The leaked emails suggest that while serving as a cabinet minister, he shared sensitive government information, sharing details about the 2008 financial crisis, market-sensitive bailout measures and potential asset sales. These allegations point to potential misconduct in public office aimed at helping those involved enrich themselves. They certainly warrant the police investigation that was announced yesterday, but also reveal catastrophic failures in the systems meant to protect our national interest. The emails highlight a fundamental lack of accountability that exists within our current system. The Prime Minister has rightly called Peter Mandelson's conduct a betrayal. He submitted material to the police, requested draft legislation on removing peerages. These responses are necessary, but it has taken the government far too long to get to this position. Mandelson was appointed ambassador to the United States by this government and this Prime Minister, even after his links to Epstein had been extensively reported by the Financial Times and Channel 4 News. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. The Cabinet Secretary, in evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee after Mandelson had been withdrawn from Washington, said that a summary of the developed vetting and conflict of interest report was given to the Prime Minister prior to Mandelson's appointment, something which the Prime Minister appeared to confirm at the dispatch box earlier. The government and the Prime Minister has repeatedly said that it was the extent of the relationship that changed and somehow altered the appropriateness of his appointment. I wonder what message she thinks it sends to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, to the many victims of rape, of paedophilia, of sexual assault, of sex trafficking, that anyone with a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein should be deemed appropriate to be our representative in Washington.
I completely, Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with my honourable friend. I am not sure what extent of friendship is appropriate with a known convicted sex trafficker to put somebody in our most senior diplomatic position. I will in a minute. I'll make a tiny bit more progress if I may. Channel 4 Dispatches in 2019 interviewed a witness who saw Epstein take a phone call from Mandelson while he was in prison for child sex trafficking. Mandelson asked for a favour to meet the then JP Morgan CEO. All of this information was in the public domain.
I'm grateful that she's made the exact point about it being in the public domain, often from the US. And one of the questions we haven't heard from the government was a request put in to the US to ask whether there are any concerns in the first place, because we know that this relationship was public. We know that it existed. So did the US get asked for any information or any concerns they have? I haven't heard the government explain this point. Has she?
I've been listening as intently as the honourable gentleman has, I'm sure. I think there are so many questions that are right for the government to answer. We believe a public inquiry is the way to get to the bottom of that after any police investigation has concluded. There are questions that swirl around which advisers said what and when. But the decision to hire Mandelson was ultimately the Prime Minister's, and he must be held responsible for that choice.
On that point, will she give way?
Happily.
I thank you for giving way. Earlier, the Minister said that Jeffrey Epstein's crimes were unforgivable. Does she think that the Prime Minister appointing said known paedophile, was that forgivable? Is that forgivable?
I think my honourable friend is referring to the friend of a known paedophile rather than the appointment of a paedophile.
Thank you very much.
Which is an important clarification to make. I think that there are rightly questions surrounding the judgment displayed by the Prime Minister in appointing Peter Mandelson to the position of UK Ambassador to the US. And the questions around that judgment, Mr. Speaker, are wholly valid, as are questions being asked around current cabinet ministers who also chose to maintain friendships with Mandelson, with rumours of him popping in and out of some offices at will. And I must say I noted the facial expressions of some on the government front bench during PMQs earlier today. Many questions were raised about Mandelson before his appointment, of course. There were questions raised about him during the 2009 expenses scandal. He was forced to resign from Cabinet twice for unethical behaviour, and we understand the security services raised serious concerns about his appointment last year. Yet he was still appointed to one of our most sensitive diplomatic positions. This is not a case of one unforeseen problem. This is a pattern of warning signs that were ignored. This Labour government promised to break with Conservative chaos, and instead we see the same failures, inadequate checks, reactive crisis management, and an inability, I will in a moment, and an inability to prevent obvious problems. You do not restore public trust with heartfelt apologies after things go wrong. You do it by having proper systems that stop scandals before they happen. Labour has failed to maintain public confidence, and they must do better. I will give it.
I thank honourable for giving way. Obviously, people here want to get to the bottom of accountability in terms of the Prime Minister, other elements within number 10, and of course what Peter Mandelson himself has done. But there is something out there, I think, which is more systemic, and the public understand that this isn't just about a number of rotten apples in the system. It is systemic. It is about wealth and power and access and how they treat young girls and women and us, the public. They take us for mugs. So does she believe that this is wider than just a few bad apples? It is systemic, and that's what needs to be addressed here, and that's what the public wants.
So I wholeheartedly agree with the honourable gentleman. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if he's seen ahead in my notes for my remarks about some of the systemic changes we as Liberal Democrats would like to see. I agree with him. This goes far beyond a few bad apples. There are systemic failures in our country that we need to seize this opportunity to address. There are fundamental weaknesses in our system of government, weaknesses that successive administrations have failed to address, and which now further threaten public confidence. I'm going to take the urging of the Father of the House to focus on how we make progress from here. We must make reforms to the ministerial code, as it is clearly not functioning as it is. The code exists as a set of rules and principles, acting as guidance for ministers rather than having legal basis. Therefore, ministers who breach it face no legal consequences. When the ministerial code is investigated, even when this is done by independent advisers, the Prime Minister can decide whether to listen to the adviser or not, which means that accountability becomes almost meaningless. And I wonder if, in his winding up remarks, the Minister might consider this and using this troubling episode in our national story as a catalyst for bringing about the much-needed change by enshrining the ministerial code in law. Liberal Democrats believe that to go some way to restore vital public trust in our democracy, we also need to make fundamental reforms to this House and the other place. Members of the government clearly share this sentiment, as we've heard various ministers on the airwaves over the last couple of days saying that the government recognises the urgency of reforming the laws and may bring forward proposals at pace. I'd be grateful if the Minister could lay out further detail of their plans to legislate, especially given growing concern about public trust in our democratic institutions and the integrity of this Parliament. The government holds a substantial majority in this House, and we've seen that they're able to push through legislation rapidly. We saw this only last week with the Medical Training Prioritisation Bill, and the same process could be used to make urgent changes to the other place. Ministers need to set out the legal mechanisms available to suspend or remove a peer, the timetable for any planned legislation, the progress of cross-party discussions that have been mentioned in the press, and how confidence in the upper chamber will be restored. Because without clarification, uncertainty risks further eroding public confidence in Parliament and in our democratic institutions. To the specifics of the motion we're discussing today and the government amendment to it, we Liberal Democrats believe firmly that transparency is vital, and it is the very least the government can do to release the information requested, so we will be supporting the main motion. We would go further. We don't even know the full extent of the British establishment's involvement in Epstein's appalling crimes, or how many British girls and young women were trafficked by him. We are calling for a full public inquiry with the power to compel witnesses, both to get justice for the victims and to protect our national security.
On that point,
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and specifically on the information that's available. Does she share my discomfort with the fact that this information has only become clear for us, but this mass release of information from the Department of Justice in the United States? And whilst I understand the government's reluctance to release information that may well harm international affairs, that doesn't seem to be a concern of the US government.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I think the best disinfectant is often daylight. I am strongly in favour of transparency and welcome it, including the information that's being requested today.
Lady for giving way. I think her point about the wider establishment is important. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Individuals like Sir Richard Branson, who were clearly offering to help Steve Epstein to launder his identity and his reputation by suggesting PR advice on how he might recover from his prosecution, and gentlemen like Bill Gates, whose wife has very bravely spoken out against one of the reasons why she left him due to his links to Epstein. How do we make sure that men like this, who continue to have extreme power, can face some sort of justice on this?
Lisa Smart.
She's entirely right to talk about some of the very well-known men, and it is men, wealthy, powerful, greedy men who we are talking about today, who should be held accountable for their actions. The transparency that is sought today is something I think we should all welcome and have in our minds the victims and survivors, and preventing future young girls and women from being victims and survivors of similar crimes. We should do all we can and take that responsibility that we have very seriously indeed. My right honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, mentioned earlier in questions to the Prime Minister, and indeed the Shadow Minister mentioned from the dispatch box today, that the Polish government thinks Epstein may have been spying for Putin. The British public and Epstein's victims deserve to know if a UK Cabinet Minister was leaking secrets not only to a convicted paedophile and sex trafficker, but also a Russian agent. We Liberal Democrats recognise the vital importance of safeguarding national security and genuinely welcome the openness displayed by the Minister in looking at the ISC as a way of getting to the bottom of some of this that he expressed earlier. However, safeguards are already in place to protect national security. These include the National Security Act, which restricts the disclosure of information where this would harm the safety or interests of the UK. And in tabling the amendment they have, including international relations, as a reason to keep secret the information they have, the government is trying to wriggle out of their obligation to the truth, and we will not support it. Willingly.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. I think the transparency point is really important. Peter Mandelson was a Labour politician. This is a Labour government. It may be that Peter Mandelson was an isolated bad apple and really no one knew anything about anything that he was doing until this release of these documents last week. But public will wonder and they will question, and if a Labour government covers up by being anything less than fully transparent, they will wonder who they're covering up for and why.
Lisa Smart.
I think there have been a series of administrations who have not been as open as they might be, who've made poor choices about the behaviour of some of their members that have ended up in scandal and disgrace. And I completely agree if she's making a point that public trust in our institutions, public trust in our government is vital, and we must all take that very seriously. There is a sorry legacy of recent governments who have behaved less than impeccably in a number of ways. And I think using this whole sorry episode as a catalyst to bring about much needed change is something we would strongly support.
Would you give way on this point?
I will give way and then I will.
For Andrew Minister.
Now, the Prime Minister has said it's OK because the Cabinet Secretary is going to command this process. Does she agree with me that the Cabinet Secretary is a person of impeccable repute, but whatever he is, he can't be objective because he's been involved in this process. It is almost unfair to put this on him. So what mechanism can she devise that will deal with that, other than give the great bulk of this, because international relations is going to cover the great bulk of this, to the ISC?
Well, he's clearly been reading Liberal Democrat press releases, Mr Speaker, because we believe a public inquiry is a far more effective way of getting to the bottom of this, and I'm delighted that he made that point. I said I'd go to the back and then I'll...
Corbyn.
I thank the member for giving way, and she's making some excellent points. Would she agree with me that all of the inquiry systems that have been discussed so far in this debate are actually influenced or participants in of people who've been within the golden circle of Peter Mandelson in the past? Don't we need something very novel and very different, such as an independent judge-led inquiry or judicially-led inquiry that examines the whole thing in the round in the way that perhaps the Chilcot inquiry looked into the Iraq War?
Lisa Smart.
I'm always delighted to get agreement from across the political spectrum, Mr Speaker, and I very much agree with the right honourable gentleman that an independent judge-led inquiry would be the right way to go.
I'm grateful. And in terms of the shortcomings of what the Prime Minister proposed from the dispatch box at 12:30, the Cabinet Secretary told the Foreign Affairs Committee back in November on this very subject. The only information which was not already in the public domain at the time is a reference to official records which have since been disclosed. We've learned, obviously, this week that was not the case. Yeah. And so the Cabinet Secretary is plainly not the right person to be leading this government investigation. Wouldn't she agree?
So I think you made the point extremely well. I believe that a public inquiry, a judge-led, an inquiry in the public, which could take evidence in camera as appropriate for national security would be the right way forwards, and I think I'd encourage the Minister to consider when he's winding up where we go from here, because transparency must be prioritised over the potential embarrassment any of these documents could cause, and surely those on the government benches must see that. The intentionally broad wording of the government amendment would permit the government to keep any correspondence hidden that they think might embarrass our government, our allies. This means Trump and his cronies. Or that might paint the Prime Minister somehow as weak. Surely a relevant factor when considering international relations. It must not be allowed to do so, and we will be voting against the pretty shameless government amendment. Finally, Mr Speaker, there are rumours that Peter Mandelson is still receiving a salary or payments from the UK government, potentially including his ambassador's salary, severance pay and or a pension from his time as a minister. And I'd be very grateful when winding up if the Minister could confirm if any of this is the case. I will one last time.
I really thank the Honourable Lady for raising this, because I wrote to the Cabinet Secretary on the 5th of December asking when Peter Mandelson's pay stopped, how much the severance payment was, and whether taxpayers had to foot the bill for it. Despite that being well over 2 months ago, I have had no response. So how can we have any confidence, does the Honourable Lady think, that this investigation will be done properly when the Cabinet Secretary won't even answer basic questions on how Mandelson was paid and how much it cost us all?
Lisa Smart.
I agree strongly with the Honourable Lady, and I think that transparency is what the public deserves, and it's what we in this House demand. This whole sorry tale is about more than the failures, greed and corruption of one man, or even whole swathes of rich, powerful men who conspired to abuse their wealth and power over many years. It is about judgment, and it's also about a system that has long been not fit for purpose, and an establishment that wants to keep things just the way they are because that suits their needs. We should use this shocking situation to bring about the changes our country needs, that trust in politics demands, and that those brave women who spoke out deserve.
Here we are. Dame Emily Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging the victims of Epstein and the powerful men around him, vulnerable, abused women and girls who were sold and traded. And since the publication of Epstein's papers, we have learnt so much more. I just, Mr Speaker, want to read one email. from Jeffrey Epstein to Peter Mandelson, dated the 28th of October 2009. And it says this: New York, Brown, Cuban American, have you made any decisions? Peter Mandelson answers a few minutes later, why are you awake? These questions are all related. DESP for QAM, but can only get to New York at a time when people feel G, this may be Gordon Brown, won't have some sort of breakdown. Still working on it, therefore. There are so many questions about that. One of the suggested answers might be that it's not just young women. Yes, I can.
Chair of the Foreign Affairs Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee regret describing the appointment of Peter Mandelson as inspired? And did she know his ongoing relationship with Epstein prior to his appointment?
I will come to that because it's important, and it's important to put it in the context. So let me just move on. So since then, we've seen not just that, but we've also seen treachery of the worst kind. And the question is, how did we get here that a man like that became ambassador to the United States from Britain? And I think that we have to begin by bringing ourselves back to when Donald Trump was elected and how challenging that was and how difficult it was to know what the best choice was when it came to who the ambassador to the United States ought to be. There was a choice. We could have continued with the ambassador who was already there, a woman called Karen Pierce. She'd been invited to Mar-a-Lago many times. She had connections in with Donald Trump's circle. She was an older woman, a powerhouse. She's great at making friends. She wears mad shoes. And she's one of a generation of senior, older women who, too many of whom are no longer in the Foreign Office and have been replaced by boys. At the time when Labour was elected, of the 6 other members of the G7 countries, all of them were Britain in all of those countries were represented by women, including the United Nations as well. And now there is only one. We had a choice between deciding to continue to ask Karen Pierce to be the ambassador or to go in another direction. And the question was, what was the right way to do it? We went for Mandelson because it was seen as an imaginative response, and I welcomed it as an imaginative response. Personally, I would have continued with Karen Pierce, who's a woman I know, and I trust and I admire. But if a choice has to be, if a different direction was to be made, it was a choice that was imaginative and was one that made some sense in the context of Donald Trump becoming Prime Minister. I will give way in a moment, but let me just finish this point. So on the 3rd of November, when we discovered more information about Mandelson's relationship with Epstein, we asked for Chris Wormald, the Cabinet Secretary, and Oliver Robbins, the Permanent Undersecretary at the FCDO, to come before the committee to give evidence, because we were concerned as to how this had happened, that there was clearly so much background information about Peter Mandelson that simply was out there but didn't seem to have been considered properly before a decision was made. And so we asked how it had happened, and we were told that the first thing that happened was that there is due diligence. And due diligence means that fast-stream civil servants are given the opportunity of going to open sources, so they go onto Google and they look, and that's how they do the due diligence, and that threw up reference to Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I asked Sir Chris Wormald, and it's question 313, it's really important to be clear about this. I'm sorry to keep banging on about it, but was the Prime Minister told that Peter Mandelson had stayed at Epstein's Manhattan townhouse in 2009 when Epstein was in prison for soliciting an underage girl? Because it does seem to me to be different, and perhaps it's my background as a lawyer. But to be friends with someone who's accused of something and to stand by them shows one sort of character and shows a certain strength. But once someone has been convicted, to continue to be friends with them, to stay at their house, actually shows a completely different type of character. And for me, that was a nub point and something that I wanted to know whether the Prime Minister had been given that information, which was publicly available, which I have to say had passed me by, but I knew the friendship, but to know that the friendship had continued post-conviction, I think is really important to establish the difference. And that was something that we asked, and the answer was, I'm not going to tell you the contents of the due diligence report. I will give way, of course.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way at that point. I understand that she's saying that the information that Peter Mandelson had maintained a relationship with a then convicted paedophile passed her by. However, she does have an entire committee of clerks who will have advised her. And I'm afraid she also says that she said it was an imaginative appointment. I'm afraid her words were it was an inspired appointment, because I spoke out against the appointment. So can she please explain to me whether her clerks at any point shared with her concerns about the background of Epstein and his relationship with Mandelson, and whether she therefore will now say that she regrets calling it an inspired appointment?
I mean, anyone who either made the decision or who said it was a good thing must regret that, of course. But I mean, you must remember that the appointment was made on the 18th, and I made those comments 2 days later. So, I mean, during those 2 days, it would be right to say it was the run-up to Christmas. The clerks were not people that I referred to first. There was work done thereafter, and the reason there was work done thereafter was because what we wanted was, once he had been appointed, well, once the announcement of the appointment had been made, we wanted him to come before the committee and we wanted to ask him questions. And it was very important, we felt, that he was asked questions in an open committee hearing where there would be a record made and where we could ask him questions such as the ones which I put to... May I just finish this? I said this. I said, if he had come before us, we would have looked on the internet, we would have Googled, we would have found that Channel 4 had done a documentary, The Prince and the Paedophile, that clearly highlighted Mandelson's links with Epstein. We would have given consideration to the Financial Times and the Guardian reports in June 2023 that referenced the JP Morgan internal investigation. In those reports, what was most damaging of all was that Epstein was sentenced in 2008 to 18 months imprisonment for soliciting an underage girl, and Peter Mandelson goes to stay in his townhouse in Manhattan in 2009. At that time, Peter Mandelson was the business secretary, so we had the business secretary staying in the townhouse in Manhattan of someone convicted of paedophilia. We would have asked those questions, and whatever answers would have been given, whether they were honest or not, would have been out there in the public. But the problem was, I think, was that a decision was made in the haste of Donald Trump's election to go for an imaginative, inspiring, alternative person to go to the United States, and there was not enough time spent on it. And so the decision was made to appoint, subject to... No, please, let me finish. Let me just finish what I'm saying. So, the decision is made to appoint. There is supposed to be some due diligence before that happens, and I can help the House with what the due diligence meant. I've already explained that it's given to these people from Fast Stream, they look, and again we were asking, when you did the due diligence, what detail was given to the Prime Minister about what the results of that due diligence was? Because, I said, it was very important that we were given the information as to what the Prime Minister at that point was told. Because a friendship with Epstein was one that was generally known, but the specific point about the ongoing friendship and the staying as a member of the Cabinet in Epstein's New York townhouse, to me, was a very different matter, and what I wanted to know was had the Prime Minister been let down by not being told that particular point? Because in the end, we can't expect the Prime Minister to do all the due diligence himself. He does have a country to run, and he relies on those who are around him to give him proper advice and to then work on that advice and to be able to make decisions on that basis. I have 7 people wanting to intervene. If I may, perhaps I will take 2. I will take this now.
I'm most grateful to the Honourable Lady giving way. This whole debate is centred around the judgment and the trust in the judgment of our Prime Minister of this United Kingdom when he decided to appoint the monster, when he decided to appoint Mandelson as US ambassador. And yet the Honourable Lady has just confirmed that the Cabinet Secretary refused to answer questions about vetting when the Prime Minister is asking us to trust the Cabinet Secretary to make decisions about the release of documents and information. So does the Honourable Lady agree with me that it must be right that the Intelligence and Security Committee makes those decisions as opposed to a Cabinet Secretary within whom we no longer can have trust?
Dame Emily Solbury.
Again, for the record, I asked the Cabinet Secretary why he wasn't prepared to give this to us, and he said two reasons. First of all, because he felt that he had a duty of care to the candidate, and the second was because he was not going to give information of the advice that he was giving to Number 10 and put that into the public realm. So they were the two reasons that he gave. I think that the proposed amendment is one which has a great deal of sense, and I hope that we can see a lot of bustling around going on in the background of the chamber at the moment, and let's see what comes from that. I will take one other intervention. I'll take.
Right, Honourable Lady for giving way. She's making strong and clear points about the relationship between Epstein and Mandelson. The Prime Minister was clear at Prime Minister's questions that he knew that the relationship was ongoing, and he knew that at the time he appointed him. What sort of ongoing relationship with an unrelated convicted paedophile is acceptable to the Honourable Lady for someone who is out to represent our country on the world stage?
I think I've made clear that for me, there is a difference between being a friend of someone who is accused of something and then having putting distance between yourself and that person if they are then convicted. I think that a decision should be made at that point and that goes to, I think, a matter of conscience and the right way to proceed. That's my view. If I may make some progress, and I won't take any more interventions. So I've got to the point of I've explained what we were told about due diligence and how that happened. And then normally what would happen is that there is then an interview, and it's done with a panel. And so questions that would have arisen during due diligence would be put to the candidate during that interview. And that didn't happen in this case because it was a political appointment. And so if anyone had any concerns about Peter Mandelson and his background and any of the things that people are now concerned about, it would not have been formally put to him during any form of interview process where there were minutes taken and where we could now look at what the conversations were. And that, I think, is a really important piece of information to put before the chamber so that people understand how this happened. So we have due diligence, fast stream looking at the internet, nothing being put to Peter Mandelson, and then the decision is announced, and the decision is announced in the middle of December, as we've heard, and then the question is, they want to do it really quickly because they want him, presumably, to be in the swearing in of the President, and once he's been announced as being the ambassador, Karen Pierce loses power and influence because she's now known not to continue in that post. And so it's important to move as soon as possible. The question, therefore, is, the next stage has to be vetting, and that is done by the Foreign Office. And the question I would want to ask the front bench is this. Given that the announcement has been made, given that there is speed needed, was there pressure put on the Foreign Office to get through the vetting quickly? Was there, to coin a phrase that I've heard, a need to, quote, get on with it? And that, I think, is an important question to ask, and one that we would need to have an answer to, because the vetting is an. But we also have to be realistic, which is once it is known that Peter Mandelson is going to be the ambassador for Britain, could it really be at that point that people would seriously? There would need to be a huge amount of bravery and potential risk. So at that point, once the vetting has happened, to withdraw him from being ambassador if anything was to come up at that stage. I will.
As the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, does she know what the then Foreign Secretary now the Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Tottenham, does she know what he knew at that time? And does she think that that should also be brought to the attention of the House in this release of documents?
I think the point is that the due diligence and the vetting is done by civil servants and is not supposed to involve politicians. And the decision was made at number 10. And that is how it works, as I understand it. And so the views of the Foreign Secretary may not be as directly relevant in this sense.
I think she's been very generous, and thank you for giving way once again. But what's the point in civil servants doing due diligence if that information is not given to politicians to make decisions?
It's given to those who are making the decisions, as I understand it. As I understand it, the due diligence is done by the Cabinet Office, and then the decision is made as to which candidate. They did due diligence on a number of candidates, and then the decision is made as to which candidate is going to be put forward. Then it is announced, and then there's the vetting done by the Foreign Office. And then that information is then handed back. And I believe that's the process. I think it's important, just for clarity, that people know that is what the process is. Because if we are about to get a large amount of information, it's important to have an understanding of how it worked. I'll give... Wait, yes.
I'm very grateful to the Chairman of the Committee. She's right in that respect. If I could just quote from a letter to my committee from the Cabinet Secretary, due diligence is generally carried out by the appointing Minister's Department. In this case, it was carried out by the Cabinet Office on behalf of number 10. So it is not usually shared with other departments. This is an answer to a question, was the FCDO involved, and was not in this case. So the FCDO, this was purely Cabinet Office at number 10. Right Honourable Lady's right. Just thought that quote may help her in her argument.
Thank you very much. Yes, I've read the letter. I'm afraid I didn't have it at my fingertips, but it's important, I think, to put all of this information before the House so that we're able to make... And then the question is, what does vetting mean? I appreciate there are other processes that we can't go into here, and it wouldn't be appropriate to do it. But again, if I can just, I hope, be of help to the House by an answer that I got. It's question 269, where I said, the foundation of it seems to be that they fill in a form, you have to take in good faith that they're filling it in correctly, and then you check what it is that they've said. So if they have admitted anything, no one is looking outside what is on the form. And Sir Oliver Robbins said, that is broadly correct, yes. So that is vetting. That is vetting. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
Bolton. Grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I will touch on vetting in my contribution later. As someone who was vetted by the Foreign Office many, many years ago, I'd like to actually seek some clarity as to whether Peter Mandelson went through the full vetting process that a normal member of the diplomatic service would do ahead of taking up such a post, or did he simply undergo what is known more in political terms and Chief Whip terms as the PET process, which is undertaken by the Cabinet Office? Because full vetting, Madam Deputy Speaker, takes a long time.
I understand what the Honourable Lady is saying. Obviously, I don't know. All I can do to help the House is point out when the announcement was made of Lord Mandelson to be the ambassador, which was in mid-December, and when it was that he began to take the post up, and the pressure that was being put on in order to make sure that we were all clear that that's what he was going to be the ambassador in time for the swearing in of the president a month later. And the committee did everything that we could to try to get to the bottom of how many questions were asked, what the questions were, and we did our utmost, all of us, to try to get to the truth of this. But I think to say, if you read the transcript, that we were mandarined would be I'll give way.
I appreciate the explanation this is given to the process, because I think for many people outside of it, we do wonder what information is shared and what process has gone through. But it would be hard to believe that the information held by the Department for Justice in the US wasn't shared with our security services, and that wouldn't have been disclosed in a process for a post of this nature with the security clearance that would be required. On that basis, and to eliminate any accusation of cover-up or conspiracy, isn't the right path to have the Intelligence and Security Committee look at this and fin the evidence that is then coming forward?
Before the member responds, we've got a very healthy number of members wishing to contribute. So can we make sure interventions are short? And I assume, Dame Emily Thorby, you'll be coming to your conclusion shortly. Mark.
So I hope that, I've throughout my contribution, what I've tried to do is explain the attempts that the Foreign Affairs Committee have made. And I think the most important thing is that we asked several times. We asked straight away in January, we asked in February, we asked many times to have Lord Mandelson in front of the committee, because we would have been able to ask those questions. And I do think that we perhaps would not be in the mess that we are in now if the Foreign Affairs Committee had been able to do its job properly. And we expect that the next political appointment, if there is one, will be put before the committee so that we are able to ask questions in a way that is not necessary for appointments for people within the Foreign Office. But if you want to put an additional person in who is a politician, politicians should be asking questions on the record so that we know what it is that we're getting and what contribution they can make and the risks that are being taken. We would have asked about Epstein, we would have asked about loans, and the answers, truthful or not, would have been on the record.
Sir Julian Smith.
Speaker, humble addresses are very difficult for the government of the day and for chief whips, and the cabinet minister just leaving presented many humble addresses that I dealt with. They're difficult from a legal point of view, they're difficult from the position of protecting the rights of the executive to have independent advice. And as the Right Honourable Member for Ashton-under-Lyme said, sometimes those judgments are handled in a way that retrospectively might have been different. The national security element is obviously extremely important, and I pay tribute to all of our intelligence services and the protection that they bring to our country. But this, Madam Deputy Speaker, this humble address is quite different from any other humble address I believe that has been presented to this Parliament, because this humble address is about corruption at the very heart of our democracy. It's not corruption, in my view, relating to the current government. There's obviously differing views on the judgment, etc. But for me, this humble address is the route that we will start to get to the bottom of what looks like a corruption that we have not seen in this Parliament probably in recent times. And how we handle that and how we move forward now is critical to all of us, and it's absolutely vital for the issue of public trust. I'm not going to go away. Public trust. We've heard a discussion earlier between members of the ISC, the government, and I know there are conversations taking place amongst usual channels, but I just want to say to the front bench, what I heard from the House today was that the House wants the government to cede control of those documents, either to the House or to the ISC, whether those documents relate to national security or whether they relate to foreign policy. I also heard that the House is very cognizant of the fact that this place will not see all of those documents. The ISC may see many of those documents and we will not see them. But the issue for the government is, can it make the next step to cede control of these documents to this House and to the ISC?
Would my honourable friend give way on
I will
point?
give way.
Can I thank him for the point he is making? And from my perspective, and I wonder if he agrees with me, if the amendment said that anything that was secret or top secret need to be withheld, that for me would be a very different argument. But the use of this very vague terminology around national security, which has never been used in a previous humble address by the opposition, as I made clear in point of order after PMQs, is a nonsense, not least the idea of international relations, which is completely vague.
I agree with her on that point. I am aware that one of our Five Eyes allies gave a warning about Peter Mandelson. I don't know whether that's true, but I know that as a humble backbencher. The House now needs to know, because this is a House matter. If we don't deal with this satisfactorily, we are all going to be condemned with what has gone on. So I would urge the front bench to ensure that in the next hour or so, the discussions focus on not just ISC involvement, but ISC oversight for all sensitive diplomatic or security-related documents. Second brief point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the nature of the address itself. It's very tempting for the government of the day to take a narrow view of what the opposition has asked it. But as we heard from the front bench, opposition front bench, there is evidence, or at least allegations, about Peter Mandelson's time in Washington. That relates to who attended embassy parties. That relates to how UK government contracts last year came about. And in my view, we should address now all of these issues, get them out, so we can fully understand not just what happened, not just the judgment of the government, but also what is behind the threats and what were our allies worrying about. China, Russia, many more things than just the Corrupt Act itself. Madam Deputy Speaker, this humble address is and should be regarded by the House and by the government particularly as a vehicle. It is a vehicle for protecting our democracy, and it's a vehicle for beginning to unpick exactly what happened on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein's victims.
Pat Bishop.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to start
to begin by saying I remain extremely supportive of the government. I'm proud of what we've achieved together in a short space of time, and we've delivered massive investment into NHS and schools. These are all positive steps, and we're taking meaningful steps to reduce inequality, lift people out of poverty, support families through a cost of living crisis in an increasingly uncertain world. We've also committed ourselves to tackling violence against women and girls with a seriousness and ambition that was very long overdue. Just yesterday, members across the House came together to vote to lift hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty, including members from Reform, Lib Dems and other parties. I was proud to walk through the eye lobby, and I was proud of this House overall. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, that moment, that real tangible progress, has been almost entirely overshadowed by the growing scandal surrounding Mandelson. That should concern every one of us in this House, because we stood on a promise to do politics differently this time. We said that we would turn the page on the scandals, the secrecy, and the sense that there was one rule for the powerful and one for everyone else. We said that we would restore trust in public life, and trust once lost is extraordinarily hard to rebuild.
Will the member give way?
I will give way.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for giving way. The member will be aware that earlier on today the Prime Minister made a concession in that spot that he knew. And on that question, is this not a question about trust in the Prime Minister because of the decisions that he knew about, and that's what makes it so serious for this government?
I thank the member for his intervention. I think we're talking about trust across the House, as I've said, so that includes every member of this House and across both Houses. The government's violence against women and girls strategy is one of the proudest achievements of this Parliament. It's the product of years of tireless campaigning by survivors, by advocates, by frontline organisations who have fought to have their voices heard. But that work and that trust is fragile, and it risks being profoundly undermined when we appear unwilling to apply the same standards of transparency and accountability to those closest to power as we demand elsewhere. How can we stand in this chamber and say to victims that we believe them, that we will stand with them, while refusing to release full documents relating to serious concerns about one of our own? How can we ask victims to trust the system if the system appears unwilling to scrutinise itself? The files released last weekend further highlighted what many already fear. There exists a despicable elite network operating with proximity to power, entangled in international criminality and shielded for far too long by status and influence.
I thank you for, my honourable friend, for giving way. My understanding is that there's information coming out daily, new information, and that other members of this House currently may or may not be directly linked to the Epstein and Mandelson scandal. Do you agree with me that they should be fully investigated as well?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. Anybody linked should be investigated. Simple.
If we are not fully transparent about how we vetted the ex-US ambassador in the face of such scandal, how on earth can we expect victims to come forward in future? How can we expect them to trust institutions that seem designed to protect the powerful rather than the vulnerable? I think of the survivors I've met in my constituency and since being elected. I think of the advocacy groups who have worked alongside all of us across the House. Organisations like the Holly Gazard Trust, Sarah Taylor from PEEPSA, and campaigners who have poured their lived experience into shaping the Vogue strategy. How can I go back to them, look them in the eye, having voted for an amendment that has the potential to conceal the behaviour of powerful people and their potentially criminal relationships? I will give way.
Just on that point, there's been quite a lot in disclosures that obviously raise naturally questions about probity. But the issue about power and control and having information that could compromise is once you are compromised, you are compromised. And every decision there can be compromised. And in that basis, it does really bring into question the importance of an independent oversight on the evidence that's coming forward. And so I hope when the Minister returns to his batch box later, he does reflect that in the response.
I thank my honourable friend for the intervention. Yes, I completely agree. The ISC, I'll get onto that in a second. What would I say to those victims, though? That transparency matters, except when it's inconvenient. Accountability applies, except when it's uncomfortable. As a party, we have promised to halve violence against women and girls, and we promise to put victims at the heart of everything we do. And yet today we're being asked to accept an internal review into how the close friend of a known paedophile was vetted, an internal review carried out by the very structures that failed to prevent this in the first place. I will give way.
Thank him for giving way at that point, and I actually wish to credit him for the speech he's giving today. Very early in my career, I voted for something where I could not sleep that night. And never since have I voted for something that has made me feel ashamed of myself, and I will never do it again. But the bravery it takes so early in your time in this current term to do that is really important. And I hope that your colleagues on your benches, particularly the new intake, stand behind you and supporting you for the decision you've made and do not criticise you, because you are doing what you believe to be right. And I just have to say all credit to you, because we know how difficult that is from having governed for so long. So thank you to the gentleman for what he's saying and what he's doing today.
I thank the member for her words. Madam Deputy Speaker, how can we mark our own homework on matters of this gravity? And I want to be clear that I understand the position the government finds itself in. I understand that concerns have been raised about embarrassment, about reputational damage, about national and international security. These are serious considerations and they should not be dismissed lightly. But if vetting decisions were influenced by compromising relationships, then we have a far bigger problem. One that demands scrutiny and not silence. One that requires us to re-evaluate how this country operates on the international stage and whether transparency and accountability are truly guiding principles or merely slogans. An independent review by the ISC, coupled with a commitment to release documents subject to independent legal advice, is not an unreasonable request. If such a process is deemed unfavourable by the government, the public are not naive. They will draw their own conclusions. I'm not making any accusations today. I'm asking reasonable questions on behalf of my constituents and victims who are watching this debate closely. Will number 10 be candid? Will it show humility? Will it choose transparency over defensiveness? And let me be equally clear about something else. I don't believe the opposition tabled this motion with victims at heart, and we can all see the political point scoring at play here. But the motivations of the opposition do not absolve us of our responsibility. Given the strength of feeling among victim and survivor groups, and frankly given my own conscience, I cannot in good faith support a position that risks further eroding trust in our commitment to justice. Power and trust go hand in hand. The responsibility that comes with holding public office must never be understated. We are entrusted, all of us, with shaping national policy, representing our communities, safeguarding the most vulnerable, and that trust must be earned every single day. And so today, Madam Deputy Speaker, not because it's politically convenient to me, but because it's morally necessary, I am voting with the victims, I'm voting with the survivors, and I'm voting with the principle that no one, however powerful, should ever be beyond scrutiny.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for the Forest of Dean, and I will return in a moment to a point that he was just making. I have the great privilege, Madam Deputy Speaker, of being the father of 3 wonderful teenage daughters, and any parent or relative will feel their stomach turn and churn at the thought of vulnerable young women being trafficked and used as playthings for the sexual gratification of warped and twisted minds who thought they were above the law, to whom the rules did not apply, and who thought that they could get away with it because of who they were. And I suppose, Madam Deputy Speaker, the surprise as it relates to Peter Mandelson is that we are surprised. He was a man who seemed magnetised to money like a moth to a flame, who had caused considerable and significant embarrassment and discomfort to previous leaders of his party, and where the current Prime Minister decided that in some way or another it was only the extent of a relationship that should be the determining factor, whereas in actual fact it was the existence of the relationship at all that should have precluded Peter Mandelson from an appointment to be our ambassador in Washington. Now, I want to pick up a point which the honourable gentleman from the Forest of Dean raised, and which I believe my honourable friend from Stamford and Grantham was also referring to. And my conscience, I don't say this in particularly smugly, my conscience is a little bit clearer than my honourable friend's if she's referring to the same vote. There was a vote in this place, and government, the Treasury bench needs to just remember this, because there are certain votes and motions in Parliament that become a thing with a capital T, that become an event, that set the scene, that make the atmosphere for the coming months and weeks of a government. And I think that this issue, and how the Treasury bench respond later, is one such one. Owen Paterson was and is a friend of mine, as well as being a former parliamentary colleague. We were asked to vote for something which effectively would have got him off a very painful hook. And I, along with 12 other Conservative MPs, against a lot of whipping, voted against the then government amendment to effectively, de facto, exonerate him. It was the most difficult vote I ever made, because he was a friend both political and personal. But it was a vote that I never have ever regretted, because it was the right thing to do. And when all the party allegiance and the toing and froing and everything else and the whipping and so on and so on, when all of that is over, at the end of the day, and I hope it doesn't sound too folksy to say this, Mr. Speaker, we all need to be able to look in the mirror and say to our families, to our friends, our constituents, whoever, I always tried, I didn't always, but I always tried to do the right thing. Now, I think the right thing for the government to do is to withdraw its amendment. I think the mood of the House is incredibly clear. The wise advice, he's a former Attorney General, he's a member of the Intelligence and Security Committee. I don't think anybody could refer to my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Kenilworth and Southam, as being a partial politician in this place. I just don't. I think his integrity speaks for itself, as does the integrity of the right honourable member, the member for Torvine. But anybody with a partial hearing of political interpretation will have gleaned the mood of the House, which is that the vehicle here, whilst respecting the national security and other issues, which is a perfectly legitimate concern of the government, is that this House vests within the Intelligence and Security Committee to discharge by senior members of this House and the other place, Privy Councillors all, those duties which those of us who are not Privy Councillors or on that committee cannot do for potential security issues. We vest our faith and trust in that committee, and it has never leaked. So the government can follow that path in good faith and with trust. I will in just a moment. I just want to finish this point, if I may. So I hope that either a manuscript amendment will be both forthcoming and, Mr. Speaker, accepted by you. But I pray in the interests of this place, because the Honourable Gentleman for the Forest of Dean mentioned party politics in this, and I'm afraid I disagree with him. I don't think there has been. I agree far more with my right honourable friend, the member for Skipton and Ripon. Because take away the party tags and the labels and the rosettes, etc. This is something that the vast majority of our fellow citizens speaks to the operation of the state. It speaks to the effectiveness of this place. It speaks to the reliance that the citizen can put upon it for us in difficult times to do the right thing, even when it is difficult to do. So I say to members opposite, talk to your whips, talk to the usual channels, ask the government not to press its amendment and or to withdraw it. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way. I wonder, would he agree with me, given what he said, that the amendment as drawn would in effect just throw a cloak over the very issues that many people in this House, many members, right honourable members, want to see dealt with? And the way to resolve those sensitive issues is simple: to engage the Intelligence and Security Committee. Isn't that the best way forward?
Is absolutely right in that respect, because why else would we have an Intelligence and Security Committee with that remit? It's not as if we're retrospectively trying to establish a committee of this House to do a specific job. It exists to do this sort of job amongst other things. So I hope that the Treasury bench has listened. On Monday, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster told this House, in response to a question from me on his statement, that it was much better to deal with the removal of the title of Lord Mandelson by the procedures and standing orders of the House of Lords than it was by legislation. And he told the House, I'm sure in complete and utter sincerity at the time, that it would require a complex hybrid bill, Mr. Speaker. That was not an analysis that I shared. My understanding is that a simple bill to amend section 1 brackets 2 close bracket of the 1958 Act, which would effectively apply a cessation date to the honour of a life peerage, is all that is required. We have passed legislation, important legislation, for Northern Ireland and other issues in a day's sitting. The mood of the House was very clear. So in his summing up, I'd ask the Minister, because I think the Prime Minister indicated today at Prime Minister's question that he tasked his team, his officials, to drafting legislation. There is an appetite for urgency in this place. Allowing it to suppurate and drip is not going to be the answer. So if the Minister, in his summing up, or if he wishes to intervene on me, could give us a timetable as to when this House will see the bill and the government time will be found to take it through in one single day, that would be very helpful. Of course, I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to the honourable member for giving way, and there are many questions that are unanswered and need to be answered on the behaviour of Mandelson, but it is right, and I welcome that the government have promised to remove the peerages from Mandelson. But would he also agree with me that a bill should come before this House to remove Andrew Mountbatten Windsor from the line of succession?
Here. I think, Mr. Speaker, we usually prefer that matters relating to those sort of things are not dealt with on the floor of the House.
On this, because it is now a person, not a member of the royal family, it's completely different. For the help of the House, Sam Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hospital pass.
My hospital pass has just gone through the shredder. So let me say to the honourable gentleman in all candour, yes. The likelihood
of Mr Mountbatten-Windsor ever putting a crown on his head is so remote as to be unimaginable. But for clarity and probity, I agree with him. But I think we should deal with this matter in hand today. Now, my committee, the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee, Mr Speaker, has written to Sir Chris Wilmot, the Cabinet Secretary, asking him to appear before us. And this follows a letter that we wrote last October and received a reply from him on the 30th. The way of vetting a political appointment to be an ambassador was woefully inadequate. Now, I welcome the fact that Number 10 have put in place new procedures, but that is shutting the stable door after the horse is bolted. And it's either naivety or, worse, some form of complicity that the legitimate and obvious questions that should have arisen from any political appointee, but particularly Peter Mandelson, were not asked. I think it is extraordinary that the views of the Foreign Secretary were not invited on this appointment. I also find it very strange that vetting is only undertaken after the announcement of an appointment is made. That is a most bizarre way of dealing with things. So I'm pleased that the government has realised that things need to be changed.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Of course I give way to my honourable.
Grateful to my honourable friend, and he's right to look at the process, but I don't think the process provides any cover for the decision by the Prime Minister. If the New Statesman story today is true, that the Prime Minister was directly sent a report that, and I quote, clearly stated that Mandelson's relationship with the paedophile continued after his conviction for soliciting a minor for prostitution, and it contained links to photographs of Mandelson with a paedophile and drew particular attention to evidence that Mandelson had stayed at Epstein's apartment while he was in prison. If that is true, and in the candour has been talked about a lot today, does my honourable friend agree with me we should hear from the Minister today? Is that report in the New Statesman true? Did the Prime Minister receive that report? Because that takes away any idea of the extent of the relationship. The extent of the relationship is as laid out in that report.
Well, my right honourable friend is right. But if this motion is passed unamended this afternoon, all of those papers will be available either to this place or to the ISC. And then we will know. Because we're all aware on these sorts of things, somebody will set a hair running at some point and will say, oh, well, I think this, that and the other. So I've heard, for example, Peter Mandelson was in Labour Party headquarters each and every day in the run-up to the general election. He was intimately involved with the selection of candidates. I can see a couple of Labour members nodding as if to say, yes, I know exactly what was going to happen. And in essence, the ambassadorial position was a thank you present. Thank you for getting us back into number 10. Here's your sort of, final gift from the public purse to go and be our ambassador to Washington. Now, in the general scheme of things, that's perfectly fine. But I think we deserve to see the paperwork that shows the paper trail. And it is not unusual for political appointments to be made in that way, for thanks. But, and that is in the abstract. In this specific case, it is unconscionable, and it does speak. It does speak, and this is, I think, the surprising thing, given the fact that the Prime Minister flaunts with some degree of credibility his previous role as a senior lawyer, his ability to tell right from wrong, and by God, didn't we hear that when he was leader of the opposition? Any minor misdemeanour made by a Conservative, they put, the plastic thing in the paper recycling box. By God, that was a hanging offence. They should all be taken outside, hung, drawn and quartered, etc. Now, being in government is obviously different. But why the appointment of Mandelson befuddles everybody is that the argument that the Prime Minister has deployed is the full extent of the relationship and friendship with Epstein wasn't known. The fact that there was any relationship post-conviction of Epstein should have precluded him. Why? Because an ambassador is not a representative of the government. It's His Majesty's ambassador to the United States of America. So it brings in the impartiality of the Crown as well. So there are serious questions to ask about the operation of number 10, the operation of number 10, and how the Prime Minister exercises his judgment. I'll give way, and then I do.
Can I thank my right friend for giving way on that point? It does seem that there seems to be an amnesia happening about this, because this is the point. When he was made ambassador, it was well known that he continued the relationship with the convicted paedophile post his conviction, and there were simpering emails already in the public domain saying, "Oh, darling one, you know, you should be, all should be forgiven." And so the suggestion that it's only recently that it became unacceptable for him to be ambassador is wrong. Yeah. And if colleagues want to suggest on the other benches that it was not well known, colleagues like me raised it the day he was appointed in this chamber, and I was greeted with cheers and boos from that side. No one saying, absolutely, maybe there are concerns. So should that amnesia perhaps be reconsidered?
Just one sec. I'm bothered about time, and it's not me that's going to say it's 4 o'clock. All I would gently say is, it's the opposition day. The opposition may want to extend the time available. So I'm very bothered not many people are going to get in at the rate we are. So I just leave it with members to take care of time. Simon Hall.
Conscious of that, I agree with my honourable friend. Let me conclude with my two asks of the government to confirm when a bill will be introduced and that it will be passed speedily in both houses, preferably before the Easter, it has to be before the Easter recess. And the second is, I think on behalf of, if I may, it's not my job to speak on behalf of the backbenches of the government benches, read the room, read the chamber, I say to the Minister. Let the government chief whip and others to move this amendment send such a bad message, as the honourable gentleman for the Forest of Dean said, to our constituents, to victims not just of Epstein and Mandelson, but to the wider victim community, that when push comes to shove, officialdom somehow or another circles the wagons and finds a vehicle to filter and to protect. As the Honourable Lady for Hazel Grove said, the best thing that we can have here is transparency. The best disinfectant is sunlight. We need as much sunlight on these papers as possible. We can start to make some progress this afternoon. Don't move the amendment and publish the bill.
Polly Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me take a moment for us to remember those women and girls. Silenced, marginalised, degraded, objectified, discarded. Collateral damage in the pursuit of pleasure for a network of men who thought the rules don't apply to them. The correspondence between these men from across the political spectrum, from Steve Bannon to Noam Chomsky, is soaked in misogyny. The misogyny we as women don't actually hear on a day-to-day basis, the casual, relentless women hatred shared between men. We know well the misogyny directed directly at us. There are many of us here in this House who work hard to expose this misogyny as we are witness to it. But the misogyny hidden from us needs exposing. That is why the transparency the government says it is committed to is so important. If we say we believe in tackling power imbalances, if we believe in ensuring the law works for everyone, we cannot stay silent, and the hatred and the offences must be seen so that they can be tackled. Now, one man in particular is apparently guilty by association rather than actually involved in these particular acts, and he is the one who is the focus of the debate today. But it is also true that what has been revealed from these documents is that there appears to have been, over a number of years, horrendous breaches of trust and potential criminal activity amounting to misconduct in public office. Now, I would like this government, this House, and our political class to take this moment to acknowledge that while this is an extreme and egregious example of an individual believing that the rules do not apply to them, such behaviour cannot continue without the consent, active or passive, of others. And that is the moment we will agree that, then this is the moment that we will agree that passive or active consent to allow such behaviour in public life will end. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful to the honourable lady for giving way, and I've raised the point to the Prime Minister. There's a broader point here, which is Lord Mandelson was appointed to the Lords. Labour for 115 years have been promising to get rid of the Lords. Now, the Conservatives appointed members who have been we should be getting rid of from the Lords, as have other parties. Please, is now not the time to scrap the Lords. Take the opportunity.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point, and I accept that there are wider constitutional implications for what we are talking about right now, and I will come to some of those as I speak. We also know, I will take interventions in a moment, we also know, however, that there is a long track record across politics, not just across the political spectrum, but across decades, where people's talent, predominantly, might I say, men's talent, has been seen as a justification for appointment, regardless of their behaviour or their character. And we do need to consider behaviour and character. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Mandelson refusing to believe the victims over Jeffrey Epstein was an example of misogyny. Absolutely. And I think the Prime Minister deciding to appoint someone who remained friends with him is an example of passive consent. Would the member agree with me?
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, and I will continue to explain in my remarks why I think this is a moment where we need to draw a line under that passive and active consent that we have seen for far too long across all political spectrums and across the decades, where people have turned a blind eye to bad behaviour. We need to know and to apply our judgment to whether somebody is suitable for public life, not just because of their talent, but because of their probity. We have many, many systems in place, in this place, and in our government, and in our wider political environment, which are supposed to protect the public and our institutions from people who do not have the appropriate probity for public life. My concern, and the concern of many of my constituents and people across the country, and indeed my colleagues in this House, is that in some ways individual people's apparent talent for politics is seen as something that justifies turning a blind eye to their character, their associations and their own judgment. I know and understand the importance of acting to ensure national security is not put at risk. I only wish we could all be so sure that the former ambassador to the United States had similar concerns. I am less convinced by the language of international relations in the government's amendment. I would seek clarity from the Minister for the justification for such a broad term, especially when, by very virtue of the nature of the relationships that should be under scrutiny via the transparency that the government says it is committed to, the relationship between our country and others may well have been exposed to risk. Will the Minister explain how the government will distinguish between material that is prejudicial to national security and international relations and that which is not? It is deeply concerning that there are reports in the media that this drafting is a convenient catch-all to prevent material being published. It is for that reason that I seek assurances from the Minister that the Government has a plan to facilitate maximum transparency by handing over relevant and sensitive documents and communications to the relevant select committees. I know the Honourable Gentleman for Torfaen mentioned that there should be scrutiny of the Cabinet Secretary's approach that he has taken by the ISC. However, that is not the same as being given the material and having full oversight itself. I am sympathetic to the expressions of concern by my honourable friend, the member for the Forest of Dean. People voted Labour for change. People are convinced we are all the same. This is the moment where the probity of public life is on the line. The actions of this government can go one of two ways. A decision to draw a line under the culture of certain people being worth the risk, or an agreement that there will no longer be situations where particular individuals, because of connections or talent, are exempt from the rules that apply to the rest of us.
Right, let us come to Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, in this chamber just under 3 hours ago, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom made a long overdue and welcome admission, because for months the Prime Minister and various members of the Labour Party, various ministers, members of the Cabinet, have told us all to ignore our eyes and our ears, that he did not know, that he was not aware of the relationship that existed between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. And today he admitted at that dispatch box that he did. A disgusting.
Just for the benefit of the House, the debate will now go through to 7 o'clock, so that will allow more people to speak with a longer length time. Sorry for the interruption, Stephen.
4 hours is plenty of time, Mr. Speaker. A disgusting and dark day for this chamber and for each and every person living on these isles, because their Prime Minister admitted he knew. And of course he knew. Of course he knew. In The Guardian, in 2023, Rowena Masson wrote about the court documents that had been released in the United States of America, which referenced the fact that Jeffrey Epstein had maintained a relationship with 2 individuals prominent in British public life. You'll know them. Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor and Peter Mandelson. The Prime Minister knew. Just as he knew when Jim Picard of the Financial Times asked him in January 2024 about the relationship. The Prime Minister knew then. He's seen the photos that each and every one of us in this chamber seen of Peter Mandelson in the luxury accommodation in New York alongside Jeffrey Epstein. He knew, I'm not going to give way, I'm afraid, he knew that they had a relationship, and yet he ignored it. He ignored each and every victim of Jeffrey Epstein when he chose to appoint him as the ambassador to the United States of America. And this debate, I will not give way. And this debate today is important. It's important because we get to the bottom of what Peter Mandelson did, and I will come to that. But we cannot in this chamber forgive nor forget the judgment of the Prime Minister when he chose to make that political choice. A choice that members opposite have told us repeatedly was a political risk. It was not a political risk. It was a betrayal of the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, because Peter Mandelson, when he continued that relationship, knew that that man was a convicted sex offender. I said I will not give way. The member can sit down and listen to my speech today, as his colleagues should have done on many occasions in months gone past. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this Prime Minister has not only let himself down, he has let his office down, and he has let the public down, a public who he promised change to. He said that he would tread lightly on their lives. Do any of them believe that today? Do any of them have confidence in his judgment? And the Labour Party seriously saying to the public that they still have confidence in his judgment, that we can trust him to make the big decisions when he can't even accept that a relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein should have stopped him becoming the ambassador to the United States of America.
He's going to answer it.
I thank you for giving way. I really do think he's misreading the mood of the House. We're trying to find consensus on what's being debated. Yeah. But he talks about articles in The Guardian and what was in the public domain. But he will know that John Swinney stayed in Peter Mandelson's house last year in Washington. He doesn't always stay with ambassadors, but he chose to. So if he knew this was in the public domain, why did he stay with Peter Mandelson? And why did he not answer the questions on this yesterday when he was asked 5 times?
And foolish intervention from the member opposite. I should have let him in, Mr. Speaker, earlier, had I known that that was going to come, because he knows fine well
that the First Minister of Scotland does not appoint the Ambassador to the United States of America. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom does. Yes. And I've thought for once that we did have consensus in this House that the Prime Minister lacked judgment by appointing him in the first place, unless he disagrees that the Prime Minister should have appointed him.
This is thank you, sir. This is what this debate is about. We're trying to find an agreement on how the information can be released into the public domain. It's not. We're not grandstanding for social media or the front page of the National. We're trying to take the country forward. Thank you.
Yet another one, Mr. Speaker. He excels himself. And on Monday, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber, the Prime Minister was sat at the dispatch box. No, please. And I asked him a question. I asked him two questions. I asked him, firstly, to make an unreserved apology to each and every victim of Epstein for his decision to appoint Peter Mandelson. He chose not to do so. I then asked him if he agreed with me at that moment in time that Peter Mandelson should be subject to a police investigation, because I, of course, had just reported him to the police. He chose not to. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, what he said was only the SNP would go about this in this way. Here we are, 2 days later. Peter Mandelson is being investigated, but importantly, the Prime Minister has still not said sorry. Yeah. An abdication of his responsibility. And he has had numerous occasions to do so. Another betrayal of those victims. And Mr. Speaker, we must move this motion here today and support this motion to ensure that the treachery of Peter Mandelson is not ignored, to ensure that we properly understand why the Prime Minister took the decision that he took. But let none of us be in any doubt that any of this, any of the discussions about manuscript amendments or motions, or how we decide on anything, will matter as much to the public as the Prime Minister's lack of judgment in the first place. And that for him will lead to his departure from Number 10.
Where's the list gone? Let's have a look. Natalie Fleet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being a Member of Parliament is a huge privilege that brings with it a huge responsibility. Responsibility that Peter Mandelson made an absolute mockery of, letting down our benches, this entire House and the country more widely. His arrogance, sense of entitlement and abuse of power is disgusting to see. But what I'm really worried about now is this story that is the story of women and how they are let down, is being watched by women across the world. And they're seeing their story of abuse being told through the lenses of powerful men, prime ministers, former princes, politicians. Women victims must be at the centre of whatever happens next. I am so glad that we are seeing paedophile Epstein files released. And I'm glad that I'm hearing cross-party consensus that more information should absolutely be public, and anyone who knows anything should declare it. However, I will not lie, I am angry that victims and survivors have had their anonymity ripped away because of careless way their information was handled. I am angry that men trafficked, exploited, raped women, at best turned a blind eye, and at worst covered it up. However, I am also unbelievably, incredibly grateful. We are here today because women use their voice. They were brave. They are not alone, and they were never alone in their abuse. At the time they were being trafficked in the most horrendous way. My community had the highest teenage pregnancy rates in Europe, often by older men, who thought that young, vulnerable women were absolutely fair game. I feel a huge responsibility to use my voice, and I encourage others to use theirs too. But what stays with me is while speaking up is so important, sometimes it is so difficult that the cost is life itself. I therefore want to use my platform to share the words of Virginia Giuffre. I am sorry to say that for all that's happened, more action is needed, much more, because some people still think that Epstein was an anomaly, an outlier, and those people are wrong. While the sheer number of victims Epstein preyed upon may put him in a class by himself, he was no outlier. The way he viewed women and girls as playthings to be used and discarded is not uncommon amongst certain powerful men who believe they are above the law. Many of those men still go about their daily lives enjoying the benefit of their power. Do you know why the world is as bad as it is? It's because people can only think about their own business and won't trouble themselves to stand up for the oppressed, nor bring the wrongdoers to light. My doctrine is this: that if we only see cruelty or wrong that we have the power to stop and do nothing, then we make ourselves share the guilt. I hope for a world in which predators are punished, not protected. Victims are treated with compassion, not shamed. And powerful people face the same consequence as everyone else. I yearn too for a world in which perpetrators face more shame than their victims. Yeah. And when anyone who's been trafficked can confront their abusers when they are ready, no matter how much time has passed. We don't live in this world yet. I thank you, I thank her, and I know that we will use the power that we collectively have in this House to make sure that we can right historic wrongs, but we can start talking about what is happening to women and girls across the world and challenge it together, because shame must change sides. Thank you.
Yeah. Dr. Keir Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the speech by the member for Bolsover. And actually, in writing this speech, I had people like her in mind, the Labour MPs on the other side of the benches who I know are genuinely passionate about the issue of violence against women and girls. And they use that passion to criticise us and what we did or didn't do in government, and I respect that. And they sometimes use that passion to criticise their own government. And it's those MPs the Prime Minister is trying to throw under the bus today. Absolutely. It is those MPs who I think would never have agreed to the judgment the Prime Minister made that it was worth the risk. This isn't some hidden or secret position that the government took. Ministers on the record, and Minister on the record in an interview, that they decided that appointing Peter Mandelson was worth the risk. What does that mean? What are we talking about here? What is it worth? It's worth disrespecting, denigrating, betraying the victims of Jeffrey Epstein by appointing someone who chose to associate with a convicted paedophile. That is the risk that the Prime Minister chose to make, and I don't think it's the risk that the member for Bolsover would have made, or perhaps the former Deputy Prime Minister would have made, or many of those members. I think you would have made different judgments. And there's a pattern here, and those of us, not yet, those of us on these side of the benches know what it's like. When Prime Ministers are weak, when Prime Ministers are struggling to maintain their authority, they go further and further in doing things that members opposite don't want them to do to save their own skins, and you can come to regret supporting that.
On that point,
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. When he talks about it being worth the risk, it's not just about denigrating those victims. It's also talking about those backbenchers that he's marching up the hill. It is worth the risk for him to march them up the hill and then do a U-turn later, or finally admit after so many months that he knew all along.
Absolutely, and I think that I pay tribute to the member of the Forest of Dean, and I say this as a backbencher who stood up to my government, who realised this was happening and wasn't willing to be dragged into these situations. So I don't speak from a position of self-righteousness. I've been in that position. I did what I think was the right thing at the time, and I suggest to Labour members opposite that you think very, very carefully about this. Because we had an admission today, after months of trying to get that out of him, drawn out of him by the Leader of the Opposition, that the Prime Minister knew that Peter Mandelson had continued his association with a convicted paedophile when he appointed him as ambassador. Oh well.
Given way, and also to reflect his interventions during the course of the debate as well, which I think has added to it. The honourable member for Ashton-under-Lyne earlier on suggested a manuscript amendment for the ISC. If that was to come forward, would he support it?
I'd like to see the detail of it, but I think that was a helpful intervention from the former Deputy Prime Minister, and I think there's a way forward for us potentially. But I also want to just highlight that it wasn't just this one issue of whether or not he knew he was in touch with a paedophile. We also know what was publicly reported before he was appointed. He was discussing government business from jail. Epstein was, with, as if we can believe the reporting. So it wasn't just that. And what more could we have known? We are Five Eyes partners with the United States. We share the most secret and confidential information with the United States. What was stopping the government from approaching the Department of Justice in America prior to the public release of these emails and saying to them, is there anything in these emails that we need to know before we appoint Peter Mandelson as ambassador? We could have asked them, and I'd like the Minister to say in his summing up whether we did ask them and any response we might have had, because we're talking about what's been in the public domain. We could have had that information, as the government at least, before that.
To the honourable gentleman giving way. I just wonder if he shares my opinion that they don't seem to get it at all. There's rising anger right across the country, and it's directed at Jeffrey Epstein and all the things that have been going on, but it's primarily becoming focused on the Prime Minister. His position is becoming increasingly untenable, and they're not seeing what's happening in the commentary and in the press. This is happening in real time. I wonder if the honourable gentleman agrees.
I would say it's actually, I think some of them do know. I think some of them do get it, and that's why we're seeing furious activity with the usual channels at the moment, because they actually, I think there's a whole movement of those members that were not going to be willing to support the government in voting for their own amendment today. So I think some of them get it, and I think the rest of them need to catch up quickly, because those that were first movers who spoke out and were clear that they weren't going to support it, they'll be able to hold their heads up high. And let's also be clear about Mandelson's disrespect to this House after he was appointed. We heard from the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, who I have to say, who has left the chamber, was here earlier, I'll refer to her remarks, gave a pretty poor account of why she wholeheartedly endorsed his appointment. The chair of the Select Committee, who's supposed to be independent and act on behalf of the House, was happy to come and explain all the reasons why she felt vetting wasn't complete, the processes weren't up to scratch. But why then did you not say this person should not have been appointed at the time? We know other members of the committee said the same thing, and actually they were similarly thrown under the bus by a chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee who endorsed his appointment. And I think that is also a disrespect to this House.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that this boils down to judgment? And whether it's the Prime Minister or others on those benches, there was so much known about Peter Mandelson even before he was appointed. Surely someone should have got their head out of the sand and said, hang on folks, this isn't right.
Dr Keir Starmer.
And as I've said, they decided it was worth the risk. Both the Prime Minister and, as we understand it, his Chief of Staff. And there was lots of distraction today at PMQs from a Prime Minister who didn't want to accept it was his judgment on the line. A lot of distraction around further police investigations, other things that Mandelson had done, things that we didn't know about. What we all knew and what the Prime Minister knew is that Peter Mandelson continued a friendship with a convicted paedophile when he made him the ambassador to the United States of America.
Grateful to my honourable friend giving way. Does he agree with me that the Minister needs to tell us at the dispatch box whether the New Statesman report today is true, that the Prime Minister was directly told that Mandelson stayed in Epstein's flat while he was in prison, and therefore the extent of that relationship was absolutely clear to the Prime Minister when he made the decision to make that appointment. And I know so many members opposite, because I spoke to some of them at the time, were uncomfortable with it but felt obliged to go along.
Dr. Kiramana.
My right friend is absolutely right, and there are many other questions that we want from the government, and that's why we're passing this motion today, a humble address rather, Madam Deputy Speaker, so that we have access to all the information. And we've heard from the members of the ISC and from other select committee chairs previously about how we can do that in a way that protects national security. So the idea that we can't do that without breaching national security is complete nonsense. And again, I would just say to members opposite, what will the public think? How will this look to ordinary members of the public? They may well put forward technical arguments, and the government might brief various reasons on the technicalities of why they can't pass this motion, how it's all too difficult. What the public will come away from this thinking is that Labour MPs, some of them, I think not all of them, Labour MPs were willing to collude and support a Prime Minister who exercised catastrophic, poor judgment at the expense of victims of violence against women and girls, something that's the stated aim of this government to have as its key tenet that it tackles. I think that will reflect very poorly on them, and the public will know exactly what's gone on here. A rescue operation for a flailing Prime Minister who I think is on his way out, and that's the final point I make. Prime Ministers are on the way out, and they fight and kick and they drag other people along with them, and if you allow them to do that, you will come to regret it, because once he's gone, he'll move on, he'll be doing new things, you'll still be MPs seeking re-election at the next election, having been tarnished and damaged by the things he did to save his own skin.
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And of course, the thoughts of everyone in this House are with the victims and survivors of Epstein's appalling, horrific abuse. But the motion today that we're discussing focuses on something very particular. Not just what is known now, not just what has been revealed in the last few days, conduct for which Peter Mandelson needs to face the toughest consequences, but what we are discussing today is also what was known. What was known at the time of the appointment of Peter Mandelson to the hugely important role of this country's Ambassador to the United States of America. In 2023, the Financial Times reported that, and I quote, in June 2009, when he was the UK Business Secretary, Mandelson stayed at Epstein's lavish townhouse in Manhattan while the financier was in prison for soliciting prostitution from a minor. That was 18 months before the Prime Minister decided to appoint Peter Mandelson to the role of Ambassador to the United States of America. And at Prime Minister's questions today, the Prime Minister said that he knew before appointing Peter Mandelson that Peter Mandelson had maintained a relationship with Epstein. So people, not just in this chamber, but people out there are asking how on earth, given what was known and what is admitted was known, how on earth did Peter Mandelson end up being appointed by the Prime Minister as the Ambassador to the United States of America? I will give way.
Dr. Ellis.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he agree with me that it appears that the Prime Minister turned a blind eye to what was already known about Peter Mandelson's association with the appalling sex offender Jeffrey Epstein because he wanted essentially to cosy up to Donald Trump? Does he not agree that it looks very much like the wording of the government's amendment today, accepting papers prejudicial to international relations, effectively say the government doesn't want to release anything that might affect the Prime Minister's ability to cosy up to Donald Trump? Does he therefore agree that the government must withdraw this amendment to the motion today? And furthermore, does he agree that we need to do more than just deal with this, but to address the lack of public trust in politics and in this House? We need to deal with things like political donations, the pollution of misinformation, and the urgent need for reform of the other place, and indeed of electoral mechanisms in this chamber.
I thank the honourable member for her intervention, and I agree, and if the government is foolish enough to push its amendments, which I don't think they will, I will of course vote against it, because what it does, it would operate to stop us getting the full and complete truth about this matter. But I want to come on to some other points and make some progress. I know that other colleagues want to speak in this debate. So the public are asking, how on earth did Peter Mandelson end up being appointed by the Prime Minister to the role of Ambassador to the United States of America, given what was known, given what was in the public domain, and given what the Prime Minister said at the dispatch box today that he did know? And I think that something that must come into that, and it's not a distraction, is political culture. And by that I mean the political culture that has developed within the Labour Party. Now that might seem tangential, but how we ended up in a situation where a nasty factionalism has operated to such an extent that the Prime Minister and his advisers have promoted and protected Peter Mandelson when so many honest, decent Labour people around the country have been unreasonably punished and prevented from standing for office. We've all heard of Labour councillors who weren't allowed to stand for council, perhaps because they'd liked a tweet from a member of the Green Party or some such. We all saw how Andy Burnham was prevented, pushed by the Prime Minister, from even standing for Parliament, yet at the same time, Peter Mandelson was promoted. Ways were found around other people standing for fairly minor positions, but a way was found by the Prime Minister and his advisers to push Peter Mandelson over the line into the office of of the Ambassador to the USA. And I think the reason for that was quite simple, or one of the reasons was a nasty political factionalism. The reason that Peter Mandelson is looked upon so favourably by the Prime Minister and people around him is because he made his name kicking the left in the Labour Party, and he boasted about that. So I believe that clouded their judgment at the very least and meant that they could find ways around what was known in the public domain, find excuses to push him over the line. When this was discussed some time ago in this place, I asked in this chamber many months ago how it was that, given what was known, Lord Mandelson at the time retained the Labour whip, while honourable friends from this side were still suspended from the whip for voting to add scrapping the two-child benefit cap to the government's programme in the King's speech. And I will give way to my honourable friend.
To my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that if the government is serious about its commitments around transparency, that internal materials, internal communications in the Labour Party that involve Peter Mandelson in any shape or form need to be preserved and be released and be included in any upcoming or ongoing investigations?
Richard Bergen.
I do agree with what my honourable friend says, and I want to put on the record that my honourable friend who just made that very important intervention was treated terribly by this party, by people around the Prime Minister, by people in the party bureaucracy, whilst at the same time these people had found reasons to turn a blind eye or make excuses for what was known. And I will give way.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. Would you agree with me that really what's at stake here is at a time whenever trust in the country across the UK is at a low, what the public will see, and victims and survivors out there, is the wagons being circled, no matter the party. And that is a very real casualty of this today. Would you agree?
Richard Bergen.
I totally agree with what the honourable member has said, and she's made that point very powerfully indeed. And it's no wonder that trust is at an all-time low in politicians in general, because what this affair also shines a light upon is the role of the rich and powerful, and the relationship between some at the top of politics and some of those richest and most powerful men in the world. Now, Peter Mandelson has always, I would say, had an unhealthy fascination for the super-rich and the powerful. It's, after all, he that said he was intensely relaxed about people becoming filthy rich. But I would contend as well, because I do think that with this serious debate we need full honesty, as I alluded to before, one of the main reasons that Peter Mandelson was let off the hook and eased into one of the most important offices he could be given by the Prime Minister was because of his role in internal Labour Party factional affairs. And that is just completely wrong. I mean, I'll quote Peter Mandelson, who said, "I work every single day in some small way to bring forward the end of his term in office," referring, of course, to the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, and that comment was made whilst he was leader of the Labour Party, and Lord Mandelson was a Labour Party member. And I would say that that is a reason he was so grateful for the job that Peter Mandelson did, kicking the left again and again in the Labour Party, that they turned... I will give way shortly. I think the Prime Minister would be really delighted if I did give way, because I'm trying to come to an important point. The point I'm making is that the reward for that factional role that he boasted about, that he revelled in, the reward for that was that a blind eye was turned to the fact that the Prime Minister knew of the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein. The reality is, and I will give way in a second, the reality is that Peter Mandelson wouldn't have made it onto a panel of local election candidates in the Labour Party. Yet he wouldn't have made it into the Parliamentary Labour Party as a candidate for the general election. Yet, because of his factional role and his relationship with the super rich that, quite frankly, stinks, he was eased into the position of Ambassador to the United States of America. And that's the truth, whether or not people choose to admit it, and I will give way.
Mike Martin.
I thank him for giving way, and this is an important debate that deals with corruption on an international scale. It deals with victims, women and girls who've been victimised over years. And could I just ask the honourable gentleman to lift his eyes above factional Labour politics and focus on the issues at hand?
Point I'm making. He may not have understood. Maybe that's the Liberal position to these things, I don't know. What I'm talking about is the fact that victims of sexual abuse were put second to factional politics. The point I'm making is that this dirty, grubby, internal factional behaviour overrode these considerations. So, in fact, I don't disagree with him. That's the point I'm making, that these things, the lives of survivors, should have been put first. The risk that Peter Mandelson posed to national security and his deep inappropriateness for the role of USA ambassador should have been put first. So it may be that he misunderstood me, but that's the very point I'm making. And the public deserve the truth. They need to know the full truth. They need to know who argued for Peter Mandelson, despite what is known about his relationship with Epstein, who argued for him to be pushed over the line and put into the role of Ambassador to the United States of America, who warned against it, and what was the role of the advisers around the Prime Minister. And I think that is fundamentally important. We can't have a situation that the public quite rightly view as totally unacceptable, because we need to know, and nothing should prevent it, exactly how this happened, because the public are completely baffled and completely disgusted. And the point has been made that we need to clean up our politics. And of course, that means no jobs for the boys when they're completely, deeply inappropriate and deeply unsuitable for it. Of course, that means looking at the role of big money in politics. Mandelson was infatuated by the rich and powerful in the same way that he was infatuated by the factional politics within the Labour Party. And these things resulted in him being appointed to that position despite what was known. And so I'll finish on this. A manuscript amendment may be brought, I don't know. It may satisfy members on this side of the House and on the other side of the House, I don't know. But no manuscript amendment will rub away this crisis. No manuscript amendment, nothing that can be said in this House will remove the fact that the appointment of Peter Mandelson as an ambassador to the United States of America, despite what was admitted was known at the time, is literally indefensible. Literally indefensible. And I think it is really, really telling that not a single member on any side of the House has tried to defend that today, although they have defended it previously. And so I'll just end on that. And I just want to come back to the point that my honourable friend tried to make. We can't have appointments in this country suborned to people's friendships or the role that they have played in the factions in an internal party. That puts a national interest at risk. It can put national security at risk. The Prime Minister said, country first, party second. What we can't have is faction first, country second. And I think that's what happened with the indefensible decision to appoint Peter Mandelson to this important role, despite the fact it was in the public domain that he'd continued his relations with Epstein when Epstein was in prison for soliciting child prostitution.
John Lamont.
Thank you very much. No matter which party we represent, no matter what deeply held differences we have, no matter how different our beliefs are, everyone in this chamber, and indeed anyone who serves the public, does so in the interests of this nation. We all signed up to serve our country, to do the best by Britain. Peter Mandelson has broken that vow. From politicians to civil servants, we all commit to the Nolan principles of public life. We promise to serve the public with integrity, objectivity, selflessness, accountability, openness, honesty. These principles state without qualifications that holders of public office should act solely in the terms of public interest. They state that holders of public office must avoid placing themselves under any obligation to people or organisations that might try inappropriately to influence them in their work. They state that holders of public office should act and take decisions in an open and transparent manner. Peter Mandelson has broken every one of these principles. And we are here, every single member of this House and the other place, swears an oath of allegiance to the Crown. Before we take our seats, we stand here in this very chamber and swear to be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God. In years gone by, that oath was, of course, to Her late Majesty the Queen. It is an oath to the Crown, but it is also an oath to this country. It is a solemn pledge of loyalty to this nation and to its people. Peter Mandelson has betrayed that oath and betrayed Britain. The evidence is there for us all to see in the Epstein files. Peter Mandelson distributed critical, sensitive material about this country and its affairs. He conspired to work with foreign elites against this country's interests and against the policy of the government which he served. He gave some of the most privileged information to some very privileged people with the means and power to wield it. His actions could be classed as disloyal and duplicitous, even if the recipient of the information was of good standing. But in this case, the recipient of Peter Mandelson's leaks was a convicted paedophile. Privileged information was passed not only to a very privileged individual, but to a disgraced criminal, a grooming gang master, a grooming gang for the powerful and elite. Perhaps in the fullness of time, Epstein will be viewed as one of the worst grooming gang masters this planet has ever seen. And in doing so, Peter Mandelson has disgraced himself. His actions and his lack of candour are shameful in the extreme. But it's not his actions we should be concerned about. Earlier, I omitted one Nolan principle, the final one, and it is leadership. That is precisely what has been lacking from this government since its formation. This Nolan principle requires public servants to challenge poor behaviour whenever it occurs. Why was Peter Mandelson's behaviour not challenged by the Prime Minister before his appointment? Why was Peter Mandelson allowed to assume a key role when his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein was known? Absolutely.
Grateful to my honourable friend, and he's making a very powerful speech, grounded as it is in the Nolan principles. Does he agree with me that if the Prime Minister appointed someone who went on to breach all the Nolan principles in somewhere in a position as serious as that as the Ambassador to the United States, that would be a serious issue to deal with? The fact that he appointed that person who had already broken all the Nolan principles before his appointment, as well as after it, I think it makes the Prime Minister's position untenable.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I mean, the position of the Prime Minister, particularly after his remarks during Prime Minister's questions earlier, does raise very serious questions about what he knew and when, and why on earth he made that appointment. I've been doing this job as a Member of Parliament since 2017, and previously to that as a Member of the Scottish Parliament for 10 years, so almost 20 years. Throughout that time, I've been aware of the rumours and the speculation about Mandelson. Indeed, he was sacked from Cabinet on 2 occasions for misconduct. Throughout his political life, there have been question marks raised about his credibility, his conduct and his scruples. So why was Peter Mandelson able to get away with distributing sensitive, privileged information while in office? Questions over Peter Mandelson's character and his loyalty to this country have to be answered. I'll give way to the honourable member who, yes.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Like him, I have been a member in this place for longer than I care to remember, and throughout that time, I have seen powerful men go unchallenged and cause havoc with our country as a result. He and I will want to change that for good, because this is well beyond any partisan concern. Does he agree with me that now is therefore the time to revisit the role of this House and this place in appointments, in scrutinising, particularly with select committees, and their capacity to object? Too many people have known for too long about a number of controversial characters that they are not fit for public office. It's time to bring back the disinfectants of democracy into that process. Does he agree?
I think the obvious question from the honourable lady's point is why on earth did the Prime Minister make that appointment when there was so much information about the toxic nature around Peter Mandelson? What on earth was the Prime Minister doing? And when you have honourable member, the honourable member for Hove, the Secretary, honourable member for Hove, the Secretary of State doing the rounds, a cabinet member doing the rounds, saying it was worth the risk. So clearly, even within the higher echelons of the Cabinet, not least the Prime Minister, there were concerns about this appointment, yet nobody did anything about it. This individual who had this association with this predator, with this grooming gang master, who was sharing information, who subsequently was caught sharing information with him, sensitive information, should never have been anywhere near that important office of our ambassador to the United States. So there are so many questions from the government that need to be answered, but there's crucial questions that the Prime Minister has to answer. And for me, the Prime Minister's conduct on this is completely unforgivable.
Paula Barker. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I want to place on record that my thoughts are with the women and girls who were victims of Epstein and his cronies. I'm also deeply concerned with those who suffered incredible loss through the financial crisis in 2008. Madam Deputy Speaker, this House is at its best when we can find common ground and put aside party politics for the good of our country. And I believe that we are seeing that today. And as the Deputy Chair of both the Standards and Privileges Committees, I take that responsibility seriously. And I believe colleagues would say, I always act without fear or favour. Standards in public life and the Nolan principles are not optional to me, and they guide my work every day. As politicians, every single one of us in this place must be guided by them every single day. Our national security is of paramount importance, and I know that nobody in this House would want to undermine that. During the Hillsborough Law debate, it was made clear that there are existing legal protections for national security. At moments like this, we are reminded of the importance of the desperate need for the Hillsborough Law and a duty of candour. And during this debate today, it has been clear that allowing the ICS to have oversight is unquestionably the way forward. And at a time when public trust and confidence is at an all-time low with politicians and politics, we must individually and collectively lead the way and assure the public there is no hiding place for those who seek to betray our country for their own individual greed. Mandelson has a checkered history within my party. Some might say he has been a cat with 9 lives, being sacked from numerous positions. I cannot think of a more self-serving and self-absorbed politician than Peter Mandelson. A man who, whilst leaking market-sensitive information to a convicted paedophile and sex offender, whilst the country queued outside banks and building societies, wondering if their life savings had gone. A man who has benefited so much from being in this nauseous, disgusting web, he can't even remember his account being credited with $75,000. A man who had no respect for our national security and international relations because his nose was firmly in the trough. And I also think as a party, we must investigate the culture and those that have enabled Peter Mandelson to thrive for decades, constantly putting his own needs above those of our country and party. Leadership is about integrity, principle and vision. These are the values of my Labour Party, and we must embody them now more than ever. And I'm really sad to say that I am ashamed of the amendment that was laid today. And I think that we have to do much, much better, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I implore my government to withdraw their amendment and let the ICS deal with the issues, because that is the right thing to do. Therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, if it is not withdrawn, it is with a heavy heart that I must vote against my government amendment today. And I have written to the Chief Whip earlier today to let him know of my intentions. I will give way.
There are rumours about that there may be some kind of manuscript amendment that brings something forward that members opposite do feel they can vote for. But does she agree with me that the fact that the government were willing to try and make Labour members opposite vote for the original amendment is something they should not forget?
Paula Barker. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and I think I've made it clear what I think of the government amendment. I will end by saying, as my honourable friend did, the Prime Minister said consistently during the general election campaign that we must always put country before party. He promised the country that this Labour government will put country before party. I implore my government to ensure that that is what they do today.
Well said. Well said.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this debate is crucial, it's seminal, but first of all, it's got to be first and foremost about the victims of the horrible web that Epstein created, the abuse of women, the abduction of women, the raping of women, the secret imprisonment of women, and them apparently flown in and out of major cities around the world for the convenience of rich and powerful men. Utterly disgusting, depraved and abominable behaviour at every single level. And every member that's called that out is absolutely right to do so. Epstein wasn't revealed yesterday, he wasn't convicted last week, he wasn't convicted last year, he was first convicted 18 years ago. It's not as if his record wasn't extremely well known. And it seems that we're now only debating it because of the inclusion of Peter Mandelson in all of this ghastly, nasty, vile, horrible web that was created by them. And so I think we do have a duty to do something important today, and I, for one, support the opposition motion that's been put forward, and I hope it is voted on, and we don't come to some crabby deal between the government and the opposition today to get a manuscript motion that kicks the whole thing into the long grass, long way away, on the pretence that we cannot discuss it because it might affect security or might affect international relations. Almost anything can affect international relations, and that to me sounds like a way in which the government would simply try and get out of it. The question is fundamentally one for the Prime Minister, and it's a bit odd that he's not here for the debate. It's a bit odd that he hasn't spoken in the debate. It's a bit odd that all he's done is said what he did today at Prime Minister's question time. I cannot believe that when he was about to appoint Peter Mandelson as the ambassador to Washington, he wasn't made fully aware of all of Peter Mandelson's record. He would have known the number of times Peter Mandelson was forced to resign, even from the Tony Blair government, because of his behaviour. He would have known all of that. He would have known Mandelson's record as an EU commissioner. He would have known Mandelson's record of an interesting relationship with global dealers in minerals and many other things. He would have known all of that, and yet he still went ahead, apparently despite Foreign Office and other advice, to appoint Mandelson as the ambassador to Washington. What a shame, what a disgrace, and what an appalling appointment to make. And we still don't even know if Mandelson is still being paid by the Foreign Office for that. And so I think today we've got to be very stern and very clear about this. There needs to be the fullest possible inquiry into all of this. Parliament is not competent to undertake this inquiry. The Cabinet Secretary is not competent. The civil service machine is not competent, because they've all been ensnared into this gilded, friendly web of Mandelson, the business contacts, the political contacts, the social contacts, under which favours were done, contracts apparently awarded, this ghastly company Palantir trying to get hold of our National Health Service, apparently at the behest of Mandelson and others. None of us here are competent to have that inquiry. That's why I intervened, and I thank those members that did give way earlier on how the inquiry should be conducted. I think it has to be on the basis of something judicially led, independent, and for the most part in the public eye, rather like eventually the government was forced to undertake the Chilcot inquiry into the Iraq War. That's the nearest parallel I can find, because it needs to expose the whole web that Mandelson created and the power play that he operated on within the civil service, within the political establishment, within the media, and so much else. The member for Leeds East made a wonderful and very, very powerful speech, and I thank him for the reference he made to what Mandelson said and did about me when I was leader of the opposition and leader of the Labour Party. I can just confirm to the House, under my leadership, Mandelson had no role, no influence and no part to play, because I do not trust the man, I do not believe the man, and we need to make that very, very clear, because his role in British politics has been basically malign, undermining, and essentially a very corrupting influence altogether. And so when we look at our politics, we need to look at the role that big money plays, the role that patronage plays, the role that turning a blind eye to crime plays, because that is what we end up with, the national embarrassment of Mandelson being the ambassador to Washington, apparently on the basis that it was a risk worth taking in order to please Donald Trump, which I don't know if that succeeded in pleasing Donald Trump, but I did notice that at one of Donald Trump's endless press conferences, he couldn't remember who Mandelson was. So I'm not quite sure how big the impact had been on the president. And so today is a day of shame for our politics. It's a day of shame that we've got to this situation where it's now been exposed. Epstein was very, very powerful and very, very wealthy. Obviously, there needs to be more and more examination into that. They've uncovered more files than even Julian Assange managed to uncover in WikiLeaks. And these are going to be read and studied for a long time to come. And there are lots of people all around the world that were dragged into this ghastly web based on dishonesty, based on lies, based on corruption, and based on patronage. It's up to us as MPs, to fess up to what's happened and make sure there is a genuinely open, independent inquiry into all of this, and we look ourselves in the mirror about the standards of democracy we have in our society, the standards of patronage that continue within our society. Yes, of course.
I'm extremely grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman who's making a powerful speech, and he referred to his colleague opposite's speech on factionalism, and he made the point that we need an independent inquiry. One of the reasons for that will be the number of staff from Labour Together, a factional group within the Labour Party, who were appointed to civil service posts directly after the general election, including one, I believe, Jess Sargent, to the Cabinet Office's Propriety and Constitution Group. So we shouldn't have anyone opposite on the front bench trying to suggest, oh, don't question the impartiality of the civil service. They undermine the impartiality of the civil service, and we need an independent inquiry. If the public are to know, we're going to get to the truth.
I think that's a very fair point that the member makes, and of course the role of factions within parties is enormous. We've seen the role that Mandelson played, that Morgan McSweeney has played, and others have played in sidelining, silencing and getting rid of very good active people within the Labour Party, and ultimately it's the Labour Party that loses as a result of it. And I was extremely grateful for the role that Peter Mandelson played in the last election in Islington North. He came along and canvassed and we won with 50% of the vote. And so that's the only useful thing he's done for a very long time that I can remember. But the point the member makes is actually a very fair one, that it is right that ministers and governments should be able to bring political advisers in with them into government. And I remember discussing all this with Tony Benn in the 1970s about his view that the civil service was intrinsically conservative, intrinsically reactionary, and you did need voices in there that were prepared to speak up for an alternative policy. And I think I understand that point. But there has to be a limit somewhere about the role of the political advisor in running the civil service. That's the Rubicon they must not cross. They can advise the minister, that's reasonable, and they may have a very strong view, they may have a very different view to the civil service, that's fair enough. But they should not be there running the civil service, because if we believe in an independent civil service, then we must practice it, even though it's probably quite uncomfortable for ministers at various times. And so I conclude my contribution with this. I say to the government, don't come to some deal today to get past today. Don't just get through today and think, wow, we got through that mess, and they'll put it in their diaries and say, horrible day in the Commons, but tomorrow's another day, we'll move on. No. Let's have the open public inquiry that's necessary. Let's have the understanding that we are going to turn the page on the era of patronage, of the close relationship between commercial pressure groups and lobbying in the Lords and here and all around the media in our society, and really strive to build that open, fair, democratic society that we should all believe in. Those that suffered in order to gain universal suffrage and democracy didn't do that so we could develop a corrupt political system. They did it because they wanted an open, democratic, accountable system that worked for the benefit of the poorest in our society as well as everybody else. So let's pass that motion today. No deals. Pass the motion. Inquire with real seriousness into the horror show that we've heard about.
Order. I must inform the House the manuscript amendment to the Amendment A has been tabled by the Prime Minister and I have selected that amendment. For the convenience of the House, the manuscript amendment adds the following words to the end of the current amendment, which shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. Copies of the manuscript amendment are now available in the Vote Office. I will call the Minister to move that amendment formally when winding up the debate. The debate now continues with Dr Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've been waiting for 3 hours to speak in this debate, and I was wanting to talk about consensus, but it seems that my speech is just one place too late. And I want to start by following on from the member from Islington North and the point he made about recovering Mandelson's pay, or at least stopping the pay being awarded to him. I have to say, constituents in Edinburgh South West want to go further and recover his pension as well. But I do want to start by thanking the opposition front bench for bringing this debate today. I think it's right that we do debate these issues, and I think certainly people in my constituency expect that to happen. In terms of consensus, though, I think where we're at is that the SNP, Greens and Lib Dems back the original humble address. I'm not sure if your party backs it or not, or perhaps the gentleman was just speaking on his own behalf. The Conservatives seem to accept that their humble address was a little bit reckless, and they want to support the involvement of the ISC. And now the government has shown leadership and brought that in. I think that's where we're at. I mean, feel free to correct me. Do you want to correct me? Sorry. They may want to correct me. I'm happy to take an intervention. But I did expect to come here today, Mr. Speaker, and hear a little bit more about what Mandelson may or may not have been getting up to during the era of Alistair Darling and Gordon Brown trying to save our economy. Gordon Brown's a man I have huge respect for, a man of real integrity, and Alistair Darling is a predecessor in my seat. Again, he was a man of great integrity and someone who I really respected. I think Mandelson, I think we can all agree, was the complete opposite of these two great men, these two political leaders of my era. And I don't doubt that once that criminal investigation is completed, there will be a public inquiry that some people are talking about. But I think it's right that we have focused on Mandelson's links with Epstein today, and I think the member for Bolsover made that absolutely clear about why that is so important. Very happy to.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's just said that he thinks it's absolutely right that this House focuses on Peter Mandelson's links with Jeffrey Epstein, and I welcome him for suddenly coming to that conclusion. Can I ask him why, then, the Prime Minister felt it necessary to appoint him as the US ambassador when he, after this afternoon's revelation, knew that he still had a relationship with him?
Dr. Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, that's why I'm here in this debate this afternoon, because I want to see these documents released so we can understand what decisions were made. You might not guess it, but you might not guess it. Go for it.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for giving way. We know the decision that was making. He was appointed ambassador whilst knowing that there was a relationship with a convicted paedophile, and it was worth the risk. So what is worth the risk? What is the level of relationship that is acceptable with a paedophile? Is it coffee in the morning or dinner at night? What is that level? There should be none with a convicted paedophile.
Scott Arthur.
Hopefully the documents will explain what has happened. Hopefully. I mean, can I just expand on one point? You know, so I know I don't look at it, but I've been around for a long time. I can remember Mandelson's first lap, then his second lap, then I'm going to the Lords, and now this third lap. So my general perception of him is not someone I would trust. I wouldn't buy a second-hand car from him. But that's based on my perception of the media. No, I've not seen the vetting they went through. When the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee went through what the selection procedure was, and I accept that's a procedure that this government's inherited, I thought it was an absolute shambles the way the steps they went through. Nothing what I would expect. I expected much more detail. So hopefully these documents will give us a bit more detail. Happy to give way.
I'm grateful for the honourable member for giving way. He's just said that he wouldn't have bought a second-hand car from Mandelson. So would he have made him ambassador to the United States?
Based on my knowledge of him, absolutely not. But I've not seen the vetting documents as insubstantial as they appear. I've not seen them.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Given the fact that he would not have appointed, rightly I think, he would not have appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States of America, does he have any confidence that the Prime Minister, one, made the right decision at that point, or can make the right decision on any other national security issue ever again?
Take care. Dr. Scott Arthur.
We heard from the Prime Minister at lunchtime at length today, at the Prime Minister's questions time. We're going to release this information. That's a chance for people to look at this. I think we can speculate, but what this debate is about today is about releasing this information into the public domain so people can be reassured that the right decision has been made. And if it's not, we can question it. Do you want to?
Still at Creasy.
For giving way. He was here earlier when I raised the possibility of how we learn not just to deal with this situation, and I am with colleagues who are not happy about the amendments that were originally proposed, but also what we can do fundamentally, because the truth is this is not the first time that we have seen controversial people appointed to positions. Does he, as a relatively new MP, share my interest in learning from other jurisdictions around the world where you have pre-appointment hearings by, say, for example, select committees that can object to a shortlist, that we toughen up the role of this place in being the eyes and ears about what good democracy practice looks like?
Dr. Scott Arthur.
I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I really thank the Honourable for that point, but the description of the vetting procedure described by the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee just seems so insubstantial to me. So absolutely right, we have to do much better. I'm in the process of recruiting a community engagement officer, and it felt like we had more rigour in appointing that person in terms of checking the background than the process that was described. I mean, I do have to accept perhaps I might have understood the process that was described. So it's right that we have focused on Mandelson's links with Epstein, absolutely. But I'm also reflecting on the fact that if Mandelson wasn't included in this data release at the weekend, perhaps we would have been speaking about Andrew Windsor and Sarah Ferguson today as well. And I think they are perhaps the winners in this. Another point, earlier I was guilty of saying the member for Edinburgh South had misread the room in terms of how he was presenting these arguments. But he was right in one point. He was right when he said that Mandelson is a traitor. And I think hopefully meant not just a traitor to the UK, but also a traitor to the survivors of sexual abuse from Epstein and survivors of sexual abuse everywhere, actually. So I really do think that residents in Edinburgh South West and everywhere expect us to work together on this today and reach consensus. And hopefully we can do that. I'm still not sure that the Lib Dems, the SNP and the Greens are on board yet, but I think we're coming much closer together. And I think... So, because it seemed that, apologies, it seems that the SNP Greens and Lib Dems perhaps were wanting to back the original humble address rather than including the ISC being involved in the process. That was my understanding.
Lisa Smart.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for him letting me intervene. I said explicitly in my remarks from the Lib Dem front bench that I welcomed the Minister's openness to the ISC being part of this. So I'm glad he gave me the opportunity to clarify.
Really grateful for the correction. As ever, perhaps I wasn't listening quite as carefully as I should have been. So I really do thank you. So just end by thanking our front bench for, I think, listening to the arguments from this side and from right across the chamber, showing a bit of leadership, and hopefully bringing us together with some consensus. Oh, go for it, go for it.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. His speech is coming across to me as quite miraculous, and not in a good way, in that he is claiming that his front bench have shown leadership this afternoon. Let's say to the House exactly what's happened. His leadership and his front bench have changed and amended this legislation today, or the motion today, because they knew that the people over there wouldn't have voted for the original one.
No, can we just reflect for a second? I think the original humble address was reckless. It was going to put information which would have damaged our country into the public domain. And what the minister, and you could argue that the minister's original amendment perhaps was an overreaction to that. But we're getting to a good place now. We're reaching consensus. Very happy to try.
Specific point of our amendment then, had all things been equal, would he have gone through the I lobby or the no lobby when that division was called?
Lord Scott Arthur.
I had complete confidence in the minister reaching consensus within the House today. But I would, but seriously, look, would members opposite voted for their own motion today, which would have put that sensitive information in the public domain? I really doubt it. I think better of them. Thank you.
Very quickly, I think our motion was very clear, and we do know when it comes to the IEC and how evidence and information is brought forward. My point, Mr. Speaker, was very clear. Would he have come with us on that motion, or would he have gone against it?
Scott Arthur.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to sit down. I'll do so.
Marvellous. Sir John Whittingdale.
Come on, Whitto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had some very powerful speeches in this debate, and actually I think it's a credit to this House that we are discussing this issue and the appalling behaviour of Jeffrey Epstein in a way that is not being discussed in Washington. However, what we have heard in the last few days has been truly shocking. The photos, the emails, the revelations of the very close nature that Peter Mandelson had with Jeffrey Epstein, which actually now raises questions potentially of criminality and even treason. But beyond that, actually what the House is asking is how was it that somebody who was already established to have had to resign twice from government in disgrace, who had questions over his performance in the European Commission, and then was known to have maintained a very close friendship with a convicted paedophile. How did that man ever come to be regarded as an appropriate appointee as our ambassador in Washington? That was one of the issues, and that was the critical issue which the Foreign Affairs Committee was anxious to examine. We did repeatedly ask that Peter Mandelson come before the committee. He did not. We were told eventually that we had had an opportunity to speak to him briefly over breakfast when we were in Washington, and therefore that was sufficient. It was not sufficient. We were not able to ask him any of the questions. We did subsequently have the opportunity to ask those questions of the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office and the Cabinet Secretary. And the chair of the committee has already set out some of the issues that were raised. But I think it is worth repeating. We were told that in the appointment of Lord Mandelson, there were 3 parts, that the process consisted of 3 stages. The first stage, because this was a political appointment at the direct instruction of the Prime Minister, therefore there was no interview panel, there was no fireside chat, which would normally take place between the appointing minister and the candidate. Instead, well, Foreign Office was told that this was the wish of the Prime Minister. And instead, he was asked to fill in a conflict of interest form in order to understand his private interests that might have some conflict with his position. I give way.
I'm very grateful for the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way. The Prime Minister made a huge deal about a process having gone through when he was answering questions from the Leader of the Opposition earlier today. if I understand him correctly, is it that the process was the Prime Minister wanted Peter Mandelson?
That was made absolutely clear right from the start. Indeed, the Permanent Under-Secretary described this as a political appointment, which was the direct instruction of the Prime Minister. But I do want to just go through the 3 stages. So this first stage, the conflict of interest form, as the chair of the Select Committee actually brought out, essentially what this consisted of was Peter Mandelson being asked to fill in a form and to choose what to put down on it. And there was no subsequent questioning about anything that did not appear on his form. The form, of course, is something that we have not seen, and I hope that as part, indeed, I believe that as part of the motion which we are likely to pass today, that form should now be made public. Also, as a part of the potential conflict of interest, I did raise with the Permanent Under-Secretary the question of Lord Mandelson's continuing shareholding in Global Counsel. The Permanent Under-Secretary replied to me, "This was honestly the hardest bit of the process for both of us. Lord Mandelson was a founder of the company. While he was confident that he could conduct his role as ambassador without giving rise to a conflict, we wanted to make sure we mitigated that possibility in some ways." So the conclusion was not that Lord Mandelson should dispose of his shareholding. Instead, there were some Chinese walls put in place which would ensure that he wasn't aware of who the clients of Global Counsel were, or indeed the work being undertaken. And I listened with concern to the speech from my honourable friend on the front bench about the meeting that took place with Palantir. I think that that raises real questions about the effectiveness, just one second, the effectiveness of the so-called undertakings that were put in place by the Foreign Office, and we need to understand that. Of course I get it.
I thank you for allowing me, but I rise with incredulity to learn that the interest was there was not a requirement to dispose of the interest. I recall going through ethics and propriety when being made a minister that it would be entirely inappropriate to hold things. I know of colleagues who had to dispose of interest. Would you agree with me that if the noble Baroness Grey was perhaps still running propriety and ethics, something like this would not have happened?
Sir John Whittingham.
I completely share the view of my right friend. Like her, I too went through a process in which I was required to get rid of rather smaller shareholding interests than the one held by Lord Mandelson. But this is just one of a huge range of questions to which we need to know the answer. The second stage of the process.
Moves on from that stage. Thank you.
Alicia Kearns.
One other appointment we've had, and some might argue he is the de facto Foreign Secretary, is the National Security Advisor, Jonathan Powell. How can we have confidence that he went through the appropriate vetting, not least when he's running around having secret meetings with Wang Yi and other Chinese senior officials, when we cannot have confidence that it was done in the American ambassador, our ambassador to America?
John Whittingham.
Well, I mean, I think once we get the revelations of the documents as to precisely what occurred in the case of Lord Mandelson, that is bound to raise questions about what procedures were followed in the case of other appointees, and particularly the one that she raises, Jonathan Powell, who in many ways is the Foreign Secretary of this country. The second stage of the process, we were told, was the due diligence carried out by the Cabinet Office. The due diligence consisted of identification of information and a second part of it, which was judgment about it. However, all of the information that was obtained in the due diligence was actually in the public domain already. There was no additional investigation take place. It was simply, essentially, an internet trawl. That report, the due diligence report, was presented to the Cabinet Secretary for onward transmission to the Prime Minister. However, even at that time, actually, due diligence through an internet trawl would have already shown up the fact that Peter Mandelson had been to stay in the townhouse belonging to Jeffrey Epstein after his conviction. So the continuing association after his conviction had already been reported in the press and therefore was bound to form a part of the due diligence process. And the question which has been raised several times in this debate already, which is when the appointment was made, did the Prime Minister know? And we understand that potentially he did, which I assume was contained in the due diligence report. That was put directly to the Cabinet Secretary. Did you tell the Prime Minister about Mandelson staying in the Manhattan townhouse when Epstein was in jail? And all that the Cabinet Secretary said to us was, I will consider whether there is further information that can be shared and write to the committee. We have never had a full answer to that question. And then the third part of the process was the developed vetting, which we're told is a usual process for very senior appointments. It consists of a wide range of different investigations. We're told it's staff files, company records checks, check of spent and unspent criminal records, credit history, a check of security service records, and an interview not just of the candidate but also of the referees that have been supplied by a trained investigating officer. I think we will need to see the outcome of that report, even if it can only be provided, as the government has now conceded, to the Intelligence and Security Committee. But taken together with those three processes, the Prime Minister still decided there was no obstacle to the appointment of Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States. We then come to the question put to him, Prime Minister's questions, following the Bloomberg report of the large number of emails. The Foreign Office learnt of those emails the night before Prime Minister's questions, and I pressed the Permanent Under-Secretary as to whether or not Number 10 had been told that these emails contained material evidence which could potentially change the whole perception of Lord Mandelson's relationship. He said that he had a duty of care to Lord Mandelson and therefore he needed to make checks. He essentially told us that Number 10 had not been informed. I find that very hard to believe. As somebody who used to prepare the Prime Minister for answering questions, the idea that something was not told to the Prime Minister of that order seems absolutely extraordinary. But there is another question which I think needs to be asked. The British government say that they discovered of all these emails which prove that the relationship was very long-standing and much closer than had ever been admitted by Lord Mandelson. They discovered them because Bloomberg obtained copies in a leak. They were held by the US government in the Department of Justice for months. The US government knew all about them, but it was only when we're told Bloomberg obtained them that the British government found out.
Will you give way on that point?
Of course I can.
Do you believe it's conceivable then that the government did not ask, is there any compromat on the US ambassador, the British ambassador, to become the US ambassador on that basis? Because it seems incredulous that this has been known about, as he rightly pointed out in his speech, for years.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think there are two possible questions. The first is, why didn't the British government ever ask the US government, who they knew had all this material from Jeffrey Epstein, whether it contained any additional information that might be relevant to the appointment of Peter Mandelson? Or equally, our relationship, we are told, with the United States is so close. We share intelligence. Is it really the case that they didn't feel it necessary to tell us? Either way, it is an appalling breakdown of communication, and I have to say I find it very difficult to believe. These are all questions which we pressed the Permanent Under-Secretary on, that we pressed the Cabinet Secretary on, and we failed to obtain any answers. And I have to say that my confidence in a further investigation by the Cabinet Secretary is actually influenced by his failure, really, to answer any of these questions when he came before the Select Committee the first time.
Would my right honourable friend give way?
Of course I can.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Once the Bloomberg leak had been done, I'm sure my right honourable friend remembers that many of us asked the government, surely now that these things have turned out to be true, surely we should now turn Lord Mandelson, Peter Mandelson, inside out, as if he had become outed as a spy. And surely the things which have now been released over the weekend would have come out. Is he surprised, like I am, that the government did not seem to do the investigation into Peter Mandelson subsequent to him being fired?
I completely share the astonishment expressed by my honourable friend. And as further revelations come out about the behaviour of Jeffrey Epstein, particularly in relation to his links with Russia and other hostile powers, you'd have thought then again the government would say, please, if there is anything involving Peter Mandelson, we wish to know about this. The potential damage to our national interests that may have occurred as a result of Lord Mandelson's continuing to feed information to Jeffrey Epstein is huge, and that is something which has not yet even begun to be properly exposed.
With my honourable friend, I'm grateful to my honourable friend. In his interrogation of the Permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office and the Cabinet Secretary, was he able to shed any light on another part of our motion about whether there was any severance payments made to Lord Mandelson, how much they were? Because if there were payments made, we should be seeking to get them back for the taxpayer.
My honourable friend is absolutely right and actually anticipates my exact next point in that I asked the question. I asked the question to the Permanent Under-Secretary whether or not he was still on the civil service payroll. I was told he was not. I was asked whether or not a settlement payment had been made, and I was told that he had resigned, but that his contract would be honoured. And when I asked whether or not that included a payment, I was told it was a confidential matter between him and the civil service, but that I will see if I can actually find it, because the exact wording is worth my just quoting again. So I said, so the Foreign Office is not going to give any information as to whether the payment was made to him, to which the Permanent Under-Secretary said, any implications of his termination will be reported in our annual report and accounts, but termination payments below a particular threshold, which I think is £300,000, do not get itemised. So I think the quick answer is no. However, I hope that, again, that is something which the government has now indicated will be made public. I want to conclude my remarks by saying, of course, I recognise that...
Would you give way just before you conclude?
Just before I do, yeah.
I'm really grateful for the right honourable...
Before I do, yeah.
I'm really grateful for the right honourable gentleman for giving way. And I'm just thinking about the response that he got from the Permanent Under-Secretary. Do you think that was a Permanent Under-Secretary trying to be helpful to his committee? Or do you think that was obfuscation and telling elected members of Parliament to get their nose out of his business?
I say to my old friend, I regarded the whole session as a sort of masterpiece in Sir Humphrey's speak. It was an awful lot of words conveying very little substance. But I just want to come back to this point. I absolutely understand the necessity of not revealing information may be damaging to national security. But I think, as one or two members have already said, actually transparency is really important here. And therefore, I hope that the government will make public as much as is possible. And certainly as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I will be pressing that the committee look at this, all the information that is published, and follow up on the rather unsatisfactory session that we already had. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to conclude with my overall impression, having looked at this process in some depth. It was clear that the Prime Minister wanted Peter Mandelson to be our ambassador in the United States. The Foreign Office had to conduct the usual procedures, and we heard about the three parts of the process. But I believe that the message was very clearly sent to the Foreign Office: go through your motions, but make sure that it ends up with his approval being granted. And that has been the overriding impression, that to some extent boxes were ticked but the Foreign Office were told very clearly he is to be the next ambassador. And that was a direct instruction of the Prime Minister.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must start by putting on record my horror at the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, as so many honourable members have done today. This man was a paedophile and a perpetrator of evil acts. The pain of the victims and their families must be unimaginable. And I want to pay tribute to the speech made by my honourable friend, the member for Bolsover, earlier today, which was incredibly brave and powerful, and my words cannot match hers, but if you were not in the chamber, I urge all colleagues to watch that speech. I think it's clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the House is united in disdain at the actions of Lord Mandelson. And it was always my intention to speak briefly this afternoon, and it was always my intention to talk about this being an opportunity for the House to come together. Because I think it's unmistakably the case that when we talk to our constituents, so often people will say, why don't you talk to each other like human beings? Why don't you respect to each other? Why don't you respect each other? Why is this place a pantomime so often? But it isn't always the case, and today it absolutely has not been the case. We do respect each other. I've been here for 18 months. I have the humility to say I have much to learn about this place, but there are many people on all sides of this chamber who I admire greatly. And this afternoon, just to call out a few of them, the member for North Dorset's speech, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the very important intervention of the former Deputy Prime Minister, which we'll come to a little bit later, the interventions from the member for Rutland and Stamford. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not just today that we listen to each other and should listen to each other. One example, members who know me will know I'm a passionate pro-European. I define as a social democrat and internationalist. Some will cheer that, others will not. One who probably would not, and is not in this place today, is the member for Chingford and Woodford Green. There isn't a huge amount that we would agree on, but whenever he speaks on international affairs, I do my utmost to come and listen to him because of the experience that he has in this House. And I'm very surprised to see he's not in his place today, but the member for Strangford, the only thing that matches his number of interventions, in Westminster Hall, is his decency as a man and as a parliamentarian. So I wanted to put all of that on the record. The focus today, of course, though, rightly has been on Mandelson. There is unity in contempt for his actions, the scandalous and the brazen way in which government information was leaked, how we undermined the government and his colleagues seemingly at every turn. His actions will offend every British citizen, every public servant and every member of this House. It's why decisive action was needed, and it's why this debate this afternoon was so important. I do wholeheartedly welcome the decision that has been made and proposed by the government that the Intelligence and Security Committee will determine which documents are released. And I want to commend the courage of those who made that argument earlier today, not knowing if they would be successful in making their case, but also the courage of the government to accept those recommendations. I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way on that point, and he has articulated very eloquently how we have come together in this House, both to roundly condemn the role that Mandelson has played in the corrupt web around Jeffrey Epstein, but also that we have come out to say together we must have all the full facts laid bare, and I hope that he will join me in congratulating the government on conceding and putting forward the amendment for independent scrutiny by the ISC so that they will oversee the disclosure of the appropriate documents.
Thank you. I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, and that's why I began my remarks by saying this has been an important day for this House, because I sincerely believe that we are collectively in a much better place now than we were when we started the debate. I will.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way and for the tone of the speech that he is giving. He talks about us being having moderate language and being representatives of our constituents, and I agree with him. But in addition to that, we are elected to this place, hopefully because of our judgment and the trust of our electorate. Now, whatever the outcome of this debate and whatever the outcome of those documents, we already know that the public knew, the media knew, our constituents knew, we all knew, and we discovered at about 12 o'clock today, the Prime Minister knew that Lord Mandelson had a close personal relationship with a convicted paedophile. Does he think the Prime Minister can still command the trust of this House and the public?
Very well. I think there are unquestionably things that we did not know. And I listened incredibly carefully to the Prime Minister in PMQs today, and he was clear, and it was a personal statement for him, that he has felt lied to at every single stage of the process. And the precise reason why I think everybody in this House wants to see every single document published that we possibly can is to get to the bottom of that. But I believe the Prime Minister. I'll make some progress. All of us in this House deserve the truth. Everyone in the country deserves the truth. And most importantly of all, so does every victim. Mandelson's time in public life was a very dark chapter. It is the duty of this House to shine a light on it and give the public the answers that they absolutely deserve.
Deputy Speaker, this situation stinks. Peter Mandelson maintained a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after he had been convicted. This wasn't before anyone knew about his grotesque crimes, not when it was being whispered about, but after his conviction, when the world knew exactly who and what Jeffrey Epstein was. Yet before his appointment as ambassador to the United States, senior Labour MPs went on television and social media to praise him, members sitting opposite today. They knew the facts, because by that point, it was already public knowledge that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's New York home while Epstein was serving time as a convicted paedophile. When asked about this last September, the Prime Minister told this House he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson, despite knowing about his close relationship with Epstein. That's right, the leader of the Labour Party and the Prime Minister had full confidence in a man that was besties with a convicted nonce. What a disgrace. And what we are witnessing is not accountability, it is the Westminster Club protecting its own. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about this Labour government. Large sections of the media also play their part. Mandelson didn't simply drift back into public life, he was rehabilitated, rebranded, presented as respectable. He was welcomed on the BBC's flagship programme as a wiser, elder statesman, given differential treatment by The Spectator, The Guardian and The Sunday Times. These are the same outlets that lecture relentlessly about standards and morality when it is a trade unionist, a protester, a working class person who puts a foot wrong. But when it's one of their own, the tone changes. Suddenly it's about experience, pragmatism, it's about getting things done. This is how power protects itself. And what about the victims, the girls and the young women abused by Epstein? They received an apology by Mandelson only after sustained pressure. It was not freely given, not offered because it was the right thing to do. And until recently, he still enjoyed the Zone 2 dinner party treatment, with magazine-style PR photos of Mandelson being published only this week. Then, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is the money. At least $75,000 was transferred from Epstein to Mandelson. He says he can't remember the transactions. If £75,000 landed in the bank account of almost anyone else in the country, they definitely would remember. To claim otherwise is contemptuous and goes to the heart of why trust in politics is collapsing. If those in power can't remember vast sums of money flowing into their accounts, then why should the public believe that they are acting in their public interest? Madam Deputy Speaker, this has only come to light because American authorities released the Epstein files. We are told that the UK has no record of Mandelson's emails. If those files hadn't been released, he would have sailed back into public life, shielded by friendly journalists and wealthy backers. That's how broken our political culture has become. And now further emails have emerged, raising serious questions about whether market-sensitive information was leaked while he was at the heart of government. When ordinary people make mistakes, they pay the price. Nurses are disciplined, teachers are suspended, care workers lose their jobs. But if you belong to the Westminster Club, you can be linked to one of the most notorious predators of our time and still reach the top.
Would the honourable member give way?
Yes.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I wonder if she agrees with me that potentially every single working person, retired person and child in this country has paid the price for some of these comments. Because if Mandelson did indeed share information relating to the financial crash, it has cost everybody a fortune, and he owes every member of this country an apology.
I absolutely agree. This is a systemic issue, and that's why I support the calls for an independent, judge-led public inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, yes, Peter Mandelson was eventually removed as US Ambassador, but he remained in the House of Lords and as a Labour Party member until 3 days ago. So the Labour Party cannot pretend that this was some distant mistake quietly corrected a long time ago. This was a decision they defended until they were forced to abandon it, and he should never have been appointed in the first place. If this Labour government believes that the appointment was proper, then it should stop stonewalling and prove it. Publish all the documents, the vetting, the advice, the risk assessments, the correspondence and the contracts, including Palantir. Instead, the Prime Minister tabled an amendment to withhold any papers deemed prejudicial to national security or international relations. We know that when governments fear scrutiny, they wrap themselves up in the flag and hope that the public will look away. If there's nothing to hide, why carve out broad exemptions in advance? And the government's last-minute manuscript amendment is a desperate attempt to control dissent on the Labour backbenches. This is not accountability, it is not transparency, it's delay and it's damage control. They are kicking the can down the road in the hope that the outrage will fade and the questions will go away. Well, they won't. And that's why I'm supporting calls for an independent, judge-led public inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not just about Peter Mandelson. It is about a system that protects the powerful and disregards the public. The victims deserved better, the British public deserve better. So the government must publish all the documents and the corruption and the cover-up and stop insulting the public with empty words when what we need is transparency. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister said he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson. While the public has no confidence in him, he should do the honourable thing and resign.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is an old proverb. It may indeed be of Russian extraction, which maybe would be fitting enough. And it says this: tell me who your friend is, and I will tell you who you are. Yeah. And doesn't that sum up Peter Mandelson? Yeah. The friend of the child abuser, the friend of Jeffrey Epstein. He is the living personification of that proverb. He is a man apparently so corrupted in his own morals that he thinks what he did was okay, and perhaps corrupted financially. And that corruption, of course, is the product of his intoxication as a freeloader on the rich and the powerful. Yeah. And he has brought us to a very sorry pass indeed. But the abiding two words that will live from today relate to the Prime Minister, and they are, he knew. Yeah. Yeah. That is what will long outlive this debate. Yeah. He knew when he appointed him that he had this ongoing relationship with Epstein. He told us today, but he didn't know the depth of the relationship. Sorry, it's not about depth. It's not a question of scale. It's a question of, was there a relationship? Yeah. And the very fact there was should have been enough for any Prime Minister. Yeah. And that calls fundamentally into question the judgment of our Prime Minister. None. Our Prime Minister, and he is our Prime Minister, is a man who has to, on the world stage, make fine judgments. day and daily, he has to make judgments that affect us all. And if on a matter so glaring as this, his judgment is patently and fatally flawed, then it does raise a fundamental question of how we can trust the Prime Minister's judgment. Even those who knew Peter Mandelson tangentially would have had enough suspicions to question his appointment. We in Northern Ireland know something of him. He was our Secretary of State at the turn of the century for 2 years, until he had to resign over the passport application scandal. I then next encountered him when I was a member of the European Parliament, when he was the United Kingdom's Commissioner in the EU Commission, appointed then as the Trade Commissioner from 2004 to 2008. And that was not uncontroversial. 2006, I well remember in the European Parliament, controversy about the fact that he had been holidaying on a yacht with an Italian tycoon whose business had benefited from his imposition of EU anti-dumping tariffs on Chinese shoes. And the Italian manufacturer of shoes was a beneficiary of those anti-dumping tariffs. And there he was, months later, on his yacht. Wow. 2 years later, he was on another yacht. Must be something about yachts. In Corfu, with a Russian oligarch. Mr. Mandelson, as Trade Commissioner, had just cut the EU import tariffs on aluminium, benefiting the oligarch company, Rusal, who were in the business, in the aluminium business. Yes, I'm
very grateful to the gentleman for giving way. Would you agree with me that there may be some considerable merit in both the Commission and the Parliament, just looking over their paperwork, to see precisely where these things link and whether he breached rules when he was serving as a Commissioner?
That's the point I was coming to. Sadly, maybe the European Union being the European Union, there was no great interest in investigating those matters. They were rather swept under the carpet. But I do say this to the government. He was there as the United Kingdom's Commissioner on the Commission. And I think that gives status and opportunity to venture into inquiries about those matters. And then, of course, he came back to be sacked again. Now, all of that is largely in the public domain. Before we come next or near Epstein, and yet equally in the public domain at the point of appointment was the knowledge that he had this ongoing relationship with a man who, upon his release from prison for his child abuse, Mandelson described it as his liberation. And our Prime Minister decided he was a suitable person to be our ambassador in probably the most important capital in the world, in Washington. That was a fatal flaw of judgment by the Prime Minister. And it will, I fear, hallmark much of his premiership. That a man who made a decision such as that, and then came to this House in September, when these things began to leak out, and expressed his confidence in Mandelson. So not just had we the flawed judgment in appointing him, we then had the continuing upholding of him by the expression of confidence, until finally the Prime Minister ran out of road on this issue. But he has left hanging around his neck, that fatal flaw and misstep, and it's more than that, in appointing him. It was a fatal mistake, a flaw of judgment, and it does raise a fundamental point as to the ongoing credibility of this Prime Minister, and that is the abiding legacy of this situation.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Beware of Greeks bearing gifts. It's a slightly obscure quote, and it comes from a Trojan priest. And he was the one who spotted the warning, because many of you know the wider story of the Trojan horse. He said, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Because actually, the moral of the story in terms of the Trojan horse was the fact that warnings were there and they were ignored. That's fundamental to what we're seeing here today, because Troy didn't fall because there was no warnings. It was because they were dismissed, sent away, ignored. The advice was ignored, and it led to catastrophe. Now let's apply that to our Prime Minister today. He appointed an ambassador known literally for decades as the Dark Knight for operating behind the scenes. That was his reputation. Not only on that basis, he was sacked not once, but twice from his cabinet roles. So every instinct in me says no other member of Parliament, both on this side or the other, would think they are a suitable candidate to be ambassador of this great nation to one of our greatest allies. And we've heard we can't have more information because of national security.
Rubbish.
But this side of the House, we're not asking to see the blueprints of the horse or the set out of the blueprints of the walls of Troy. No. We're simply asking, was he warned before he wheeled through the Trojan horse that is Mandelson into government? Did he receive any information? Did he know anything? And I was thinking about this point this morning until we heard the Prime Minister speak today at Prime Minister's Questions. As has rightly been pointed out only in the speech before me, he did know. This isn't analogue or digital. He knew there were concerns, and yet he went on and made an appointment. So this is not about the intelligence that we're looking at, but actually the judgment to understand whether advice was given and whether it was followed. It's not how that advice was written, it's simply whether or not it was inferred, passed on, and ignored. Now, what hasn't been mentioned in this debate is that we've been round this once before. We had a Standing Order 24 debate, for those of you who remember, only just before Christmas. And at that time, I raised the point, why did the Prime Minister not come to the House? He is the one, by his own admission, who makes the decisions. He, therefore, knows all the answers. And when he came into government and he stood at the doors of Number 10, he said he wanted to do things differently. All he has proved is that he doesn't have the leadership to come and answer the very questions that need to be put to him. Yet again, we're spending parliamentary time debating about whether there will be information released, which he knows himself. He could have spent the next 5 hours that we're going to spend debating this, answering the questions and setting this right. But instead, he's not here.
Hidden. Hiding.
Now, you'll often answer, well, convention states that no other prime ministers did it. Well, actually, some of them did. But more importantly, this Prime Minister said he was going to be different. This Prime Minister told us he wanted to see change.
On that point,
I will take an interview.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I found today shocking where the Prime Minister has openly admitted that he knew that Mandelson had an ongoing relationship with a convicted paedophile at the time he appointed him.
Yeah.
And anything else we discuss today, that goes against any value I stand for in my life, any value my constituents will stand for, Does my honourable friend believe that it's untenable for the Prime Minister to stay in his position?
Yeah.
I think he's absolutely right, because as Troy fell because leaders ignored when the horse was at the gates, the advice given then, Prime Ministers fall for the same reason. And so he is either saying his judgment was so catastrophic that he didn't see what all of us have instinctively, or that he chose to ignore the information. And both of them, either outcome, are the problem facing us today.
Yeah.
Now, it's customary in these kind of debates for me to pose questions towards the ministerial team here. But actually, I'm not going to do that. My question is to the people behind them. Because why are we having a humble address? This is the very opportunity, the very literal reason we have humble addresses. They exist in moments like this for when there's stalling in scrutiny, when we can't get the answers that this House demands, when there's obfuscation and no way forward. We are asking today the monarch to compel the government to give that information out. And that's not important just for the party politics, but important for both sides of this House and the wider country. Now, the House and the motion doesn't ask the other side to condemn. It simply asks to clarify. We need to know who said what, when, why, who knew what, with whom, and what were the discussions. I think that's something that could be supported on all sides of the House.
Yeah.
Clarity is what a humble address strives for. Backbenchers are not being asked to defend or attack the appointment at all. They're simply being asked to step forward and vote for a motion that means all of us, here in this House and across the country, get to understand why the Prime Minister made his decision. Because if he won't come to the dispatch box and answer the questions to do so, maybe the very documentation that he's seen and signed off will show the answers. So I ask them on the other side of the House, do support this motion, do stand up for that simple transparency, and let's get some clarity on what has happened and what is going to happen going forward.
Sir Christopher Chair.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, who participates a lot more frequently than I do in these Opposition Day debates, and on the basis of the quality of the debate today, I should come along more often. I must say that the background to this, the immediate background to this, is the ghastly behaviour of Epstein and the sexual abuse and the child trafficking and all that goes with it. And I asked the question the other day as to whether that sexual trafficking might involve not just women and girls but also young men. And I think that is unresolved at the moment, but perhaps we'll find out more in due course. But I wish to focus in my remarks on a period going back to 1997, Madam Deputy Speaker, long before you were able to recall much about politics, I know. But that was when Mandelson was first appointed by Tony Blair as the Minister without portfolio in charge of the Millennium Dome. And the reason I recall all this is because there was a time when I was the Shadow Minister for the Millennium Dome. And also, for that matter, the Shadow Minister for the Millennium Bug. I recall well the way in which the Mandelson enjoyed the opportunity to promote a grandiose New Labour scheme of this dome, which was, I think, going to be the fourth largest open enclosed space in the world. It cost in the end, I think, £750 million. The number of visitors who attended the Dome in the year 2000, which was half of what it had been estimated it was going to be. And Mandelson was really proud of this because it had a link with his grandfather, who must be turning in his grave, Herbert Morrison, a really great public servant. And his grandson has betrayed the public service in an enormous way. But Herbert Morrison was involved in the Festival of Britain. And so Mandelson thought that by being responsible for the Millennium Dome and promoting it, he would be able to, in a sense, emulate the great efforts of his grandfather. And so the project proceeded, and it was costing an enormous amount more than had been forecast by the Treasury or had been expected. So what happened was he was in the business of looking for sponsorship for the dome. And that was when he used agents, and I think particularly Keith Vaz, who used to be a member of this House but left in disgrace. He used Keith Vaz and the Hindujas as a means of being able to get some extra income for his dome project. And so what happened was that the Hindujas were able to offer £1 million for a faith centre inside the dome. But of course, this didn't happen just by chance. This was linked with the fact that back in 1990, the Hinduja brothers had applied for British citizenship and had it rejected. And in 1998, with the new Labour government, they saw an opportunity to rectify that and to get their citizenship back. So what did they do? They engaged Keith Vaz. Through him, there were relationships with Mandelson, and the £1 million towards the dome was forthcoming. And in return, there was an acceleration of the passport application by Srihat Hinduja. He applied, I think, in the middle of '98, and his application was granted in January of 1999. Yeah. And that happened, and his brother's passport arrived not long after that. And there was an enormous amount of suspicion around all this, and I can remember, as the shadow minister for the Dome, trying to get us... I got a good story, actually, on the front page of the Sunday Times, linking Hinduja with Mandelson and the money for the Dome. And as soon as I got that, and I went off to thinking I'd be able to do the usual rounds, the whole story was closed down by Alistair Campbell and Mandelson, saying this was a whole load of rot. There was no truth in it whatsoever. We know that at the time there was a denial by Mandelson that he had any dealings with the Home Office on behalf of the Hindujas. Subsequently, there seemed to become evidence that there had been dealings, and what happened, and I think this is a message that we should bear in mind, and that is what happened was that an inquiry was set up into whether or not there had been dealings between the Secretary of State and with the Hindujas. And Sir Anthony, what was his name? Sir Anthony Hammond, a distinguished retired civil servant. I think he'd been in charge of the Home Office and as Treasury Solicitor. He was asked to produce a report, which he did in 2001. That report totally exculpated any involvement of either Mr. Vaz or of Mandelson in any wrongdoing. And then subsequent to that, a few weeks after that report had been published, which was a complete exoneration, then more papers were discovered, amazingly. And so what happened was that the inquiry by Sir Anthony Hammond was reopened, in itself quite an unusual event. And the inquiry was reopened, and what happened, the consequence was, he discovered, having looked at these extra papers that had been hidden away, he discovered that there had in fact been dealings between Mandelson and actually with Michael O'Brien, who was a very distinguished and honourable Labour member who served at that time in the Home Office. And so Mandelson had consistently lied, he covered up, he behaved in a way which is totally unacceptable. And that was all that time ago in 2002. That was when the revised report of Sir Anthony Hammond was produced.
Yeah, of course. I'm grateful to the member for allowing an intervention. He's giving a historical perspective, which we all appreciate, I'm sure. It seems that Mr. Mandelson is a serial liar. And this morning, would he agree that the Prime Minister had said that Mr. Mandelson lied to him and lied to him and lied to him? Who in this House has never been lied to?
I don't know how. I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention. I don't know in his professional life. I don't know how much credibility he's given to people who he knows to be serial liars, and that is the issue. If one's on an interview panel, in a sense, that's what the Prime Minister was doing. He was interviewing his close friend for a job. And the essence of that was he must have known he was talking to somebody who was a serial liar. Of course I give way.
The other important point is there is one thing we know he didn't lie about, because the Prime Minister knew it and said he knew it today, was that he had continued his contact with Jeffrey Epstein after he'd been convicted as a paedophile. There was no lies in that, and the Prime Minister admitted he knew it, so defend that.
Shocking. My honourable friend makes a sort of typical point that's made in court when you've got the defendant is found out to be lying, and so you address the jury and say he's lied about that, members of the jury. How can you trust him to be telling the truth about the charge which he's facing in the court? In public office, serial liars should not be tolerated. Yeah. And I give way.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Perhaps I could rephrase the question he's had from the benches opposite.
Go on.
How was the Prime Minister to know that the famous serial liar, Peter Mandelson, was going to lie to him?
If the Prime Minister was here, he'd be able to answer that question, I'm sure.
I suspect he's told you.
So that's where what has always amazed me, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure a lot of others, is how is it that Mandelson has continued to rise again from the ashes after each disgrace? And I will, yes, okay.
I'm grateful to him giving way. And could he potentially tell us what we can learn about some of the documentation and the way the investigation ran back then? Because as he pointed out in his speech, there were papers and he was exonerated, yet there were papers found and then suddenly he was guilty. Would it be helpful to understand what needs to be done today's debate to make sure that we have the information right as we need to be able to make the inferred decisions and understanding behind what's going on?
I'm grateful for that. I was going to conclude by saying I go along with those people who have been calling for a public inquiry, because a public inquiry would be able to require the production of the documents. And we know from this Sir Anthony Hammond's experience that a non-judicially led public inquiry can't necessarily get access to all the documents that are needed. And I don't think we want to have some whitewash inquiry by the Cabinet Office and then a couple of years later find out that they didn't have all the documents in front of them. So I think that's the argument in favour of having a public inquiry. But the other point I really wanted to make was that how is it that this Teflon-coated Mandelson has continued to be able to hold high office in the Labour Party for all those years? And that's why I think that one of the most important speeches in the Chamber today was a speech from the Honourable Member for Leeds East. Because he and the Honourable Member for Islington, Right Honourable Member for Islington North, know what it's like to be on the receiving end of the Stasi. In this case, the New Labour Stasi. And I think that the only explanation I can find for the fact that Mandelson continued to be reinstated after all this bad behaviour is that he was seen as a key member of the New Labour Stasi, an enforcer, and somebody who was very plausible, well-connected, and knew how to ingratiate himself with the rich and powerful. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Not only was he a key member of New Labour, he was the inventor of New Labour. He was the man who came up with replacing whatever the implements were of horny-handed toil on the Labour flag with the red rose. He was the brander par excellence. And I think also people were afraid of him. I'm not the first person to describe this as the Scandalson story, and I'm sure I won't be the last.
Yes, hear, hear.
Well, I'm sorry I understated the proposition, and my right honourable friend is quite right to correct me on that. And I think that if we had a public inquiry, we'd be able to extend the terms of reference of that public inquiry into Mandelson's influence over the internal politics of the Labour Party over those last 30 years. Wouldn't that be interesting? I give way to my honourable.
My honourable friend is making a great speech about the influence of Mandelson within the Labour Party. It's currently being reported that he has been involved in the selection of many of the new candidates, up to 25%. Do you think that those documents should be made available of anybody that he's helped recruit into the Labour Party?
They're not here to defend him. I am having difficulty hearing the debate. Sir Christopher Sharp.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think what you were hearing was the incredulity being expressed by my honourable friends at this revelation that this man who was so discredited already has had such an influence in the choice of candidates, many of whom have been successfully elected at the last general election. I don't know how they're going to be voting in this debate this evening, but it's extraordinary that Mandelson has had this enduring influence over politics in this country for such a long time, and it's taken essentially the production of documents in the United States to enable us to be able to get somewhere near the truth.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. The government tried to stop full disclosure of documents today, and members opposite, I think primarily, identified that, said they wouldn't put up with it, and it's thanks to them there's a manuscript amendment. But there may still be a misunderstanding because the member for Welwyn Hatfield said that the ISC would be vetting the documents before they were released. That's not my understanding. The truth is they may get to see them, however inappropriate it is that they're not published to the whole House. And does my honourable friend agree with me? Ministers need to set out today that can be not only referred to the ISC, but the ISC, if it agrees that that document should be made public and it doesn't see it as injurious to our security, then they should be released.
Absolutely. And we've got to erode this cancer which is affecting our public life and the esteem in which public servants are held. And when the public see what has happened over this period of time in the Mandelson case, they must be horrified. And of course I could wait, yes.
Giving way. I'm a member of the 2024 entry, and I'm very grateful I've never had to meet the cretin that is Peter Mandelson. But can I just be clear? Party politics aside, or not, actually. I didn't join the Labour Party because I hold anyone in high esteem who has led the party, influenced the party. I joined the Labour Party for two very important reasons. One, the welfare state is one of the most important things this country's ever done, and the National Health Service. Now, I think it's dangerous when we hold someone in such high esteem and we give so much power to so few people that things like this are allowed to happen. But let me be also very clear. My faith in the Labour Party to continue to deliver for people of this country continues. My faith in people like Peter Mandelson, I am very, very grateful that he is no longer a member of this party.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her intervention, and I'm certainly not going to make any accusations about her owing any patronage to Peter Mandelson. And it seems from what she says that she's going to join those of us in this House who are independently minded and express our views in a straightforward manner. But let us be clear, it's obvious that a lot of people on her side who were elected at the same 2024 general election, they were chosen by panels which included Mandelson. And this is not just an exclusive problem for the Labour Party, but we must recognise in our democracy that the people who choose the candidates have enormous power. And if those people who are choosing the candidates are corrupt, as in the case of Mandelson has now been established, then that puts grave doubt upon the credibility of our democratic institutions. Of course I will.
Friend for giving way, but actually, according to reports, it's worse than that where Peter Mandelson had his fingertips through the whole of the Labour Party, but also the government, because there are reports that he was actually, after the Prime Minister had realised that he still had a continuing relationship with Epstein, was in number 10 during the cabinet reshuffle of the 5th of September. So actually, he has had a direct role in appointing half the cabinet, hasn't he?
Well, these revelations keep coming, and the answers come there none, and I hope that in due course we'll be able to pursue these points further with the Prime Minister when he next appears in the House. I give way to my honourable friend.
What we're talking about really here with this appointment of Mandelson really is the judgment of the Prime Minister. And when we look at the judgment of him appointing Mandelson, that he's now a key part in the Starmer government, in appointments, what goes on, the key people, it begs into question every judgment of this Prime Minister, from Chagos to China to the Northern Ireland Troubles Act. This today, I would say, is the crumbling of Starmer. His judgment is poor. His judgment is ruining this country and the Labour Party.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. It's fundamental. Judgment and discretion and the way we behave, and that's part of our character. And we know that the character is set quite early in life, and certainly we can see from the case of Mandelson that it hasn't changed in all the time that he was being involved in public life and public service, so-called. And so the point I'm just going to make, and I'm going to finish in a minute, but what is, it's only because of what has been revealed in the United States that we are now in a position to know that he's no longer Lord Mandelson, no longer the Right Honourable Lord Mandelson. Yes, I'll give way here.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. In order that the Minister can have time to prepare and perhaps find out if he doesn't already know, does my honourable friend agree that he should find out, was Mandelson in number 10 Downing Street at the time of the last government reshuffle? Was he involved? Were his fingers involved in the appointment of ministers on that Treasury bench? And if he's able to tell us later categorically that he wasn't, that will be a relief to this House.
And if we can't get a straight answer from the government to that my honourable friend's question, then that's another reason why I would say that we need to have a public inquiry. I give way to my honourable friend.
You mentioned the revelations coming out of emails. The point I made earlier, which I think is also very important for the Minister to answer, is actually the government could have asked the Department of Justice in the States, is there anything in the emails that haven't been released that relates to Mandelson that could affect our decision to appoint him? There was nothing stopping them approaching the DOJ and asking that. It's vital that we know whether they did or not.
That's another very good point that's been made, and I'm sure it will be picked up on the Treasury bench and they will respond accordingly. But we have to thank our mercies in the sense that Mandelson has been exposed finally, and it wasn't just that exposure outside George Osborne's house. Yes, of course I would. Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving way. I very much enjoyed the history lesson about a man who has a history of misfeasance in public office. And I've spoken in this House about my surprise at his appointment as the US ambassador, which is an incredibly important relationship for this country. listening to the debate, it makes me reflect on the importance of parts of our constitution which give us freedom of speech and freedom of the press. Two incredibly important things, and I think we all owe a great vote of thanks and gratitude to Elon Musk and X, who has played his part in exposing a great deal of this evil.
Well, my honourable friend makes his point in his own way. I would just draw attention to the fact that this is Freedom 250 is how the United States is describing the 250th anniversary of independence in their celebrations. And the points he makes about freedom really resonate well both sides of the Atlantic, and we must never forget that. And we could have been involved with having our representative in the United States during this historic year as being none other than Mandelson. So we must thank everybody who's been involved in trying to bring the revelations to light which have shamed the Prime Minister, because I think the Prime Minister in the end was shamed into sacking him rather than exercising his own judgment. I give way once more.
Does my honourable and very experienced friend believe that one of the lessons of inherent necessity for political survival is the ability to learn from mistakes? And therefore, given that a new ambassador will be taking Mandelson's place, I don't think a permanent appointment has yet been made. Does he think the Prime Minister will have enough good sense and wit to appoint a diplomatic professional to the role, or will it be another ill-starred flunky that he favours for political and personal reasons?
Probably. Well, I'm grateful for my right honourable friend's intervention, but actually I think the appointment has been made. I met the gentleman concerned, who is an esteemed member of the diplomatic corps, and he was present at Mr. Speaker's dinner in honour of the Speaker of the House of Representatives 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I think we are in safer, more secure hands there. But that's a good note on which to. I think I'll go once more.
In relation to, during the debate we've heard that there is a new manuscript amendment coming forward, at which it says, shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. Does he share my concern, however? All that information that we've been requested for in this amendment is going to go there. We as yet have not heard from the government what would actually happen with that, where the reports would come, what would be done, and what the judgment is about whether or not an embarrassment for a Labour government is different to a security side of things, indifferent to an international relation. Does he share my concern without the government setting out what that framework may look like? It's quite hard to vote this through without losing the risk of having transparency.
Well, I'm not going to suggest we don't vote in support of our own motion, frankly. I'm sure that we know from the course of this debate that a lot more questions are being raised, and in due course, I think with the forensic leadership shown by the Leader of the Opposition, we will be able to get to the bottom of these issues and get the answers which we deserve. But in the meantime, it's quite frustrating for people. And I'm just going to finish on a final note, and that is, I didn't go to Oxford, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think we should show solidarity with the people of Oxford University, who had the wisdom not to elect Mandelson as the Chancellor of that university.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour to follow my honourable friend from Christchurch, who I have to say was one of his shorter speeches that Look, we come here for a very serious matter of one of the most utmost gravity. I've heard a number of really good speeches from all sides of the House, including members of the opposite benches, and I do commend all the members who've stood up and said because it's not an easy thing to do. All of the members who have stood up and said that they're not happy with the government's position. I am very, very pleased that we've got to a point where there is a manuscripted amendment now that will force the hand of the government and make sure that the ISC has a pivotal and critical role to play. But I do want to pick up on a number of members who made some points that I do agree with and some that I don't. And while I agreed with a lot of the points that were said today, I did notice that a couple of members did say the government got here because they demonstrated leadership. They did not demonstrate leadership.
No.
They got here because they were dragged here to do so. They got here because there was a dump of documents by the DOJ, and the leader of the opposition tabled a motion which forced their hand, which meant that members opposite had to finally confront the fact that the Lord Mandelson, Peter Mandelson, had a relationship with Epstein for much longer than many of us knew, but certainly the Prime Minister knew. As we found out earlier today. But this idea that the government has demonstrated leadership is for the birds. And it's important, by the way. It's important because I've heard members across the House talk about the victims of Epstein. But I say to members opposite, they are just words if you do not follow them up with action. And while the ISC amendment is important today, that is not the end of the journey. Because for months now, we have been pushing on this side of the House to get clarity and find out the truth as to what has been going on with the appointment of Lord Mandelson. This goes right to the heart of our politics. And what did we find out today when the Leader of the Opposition challenged the Prime Minister? He'd run out of road, and he finally had to come clean that he knew about his relationship. And this idea that you need to know the depths of the relationship. I asked members opposite, what is the depth of a relationship with a paedophile that you need to have before it becomes eligible for declaration?
I think the fact that the Prime Minister resisted giving that answer for so long proves the fact he knows it's incredibly damaging to his judgment, that he didn't want people to know that he had known and appointed him anyway.
Well, I think it's true. I agree with my honourable friend, and we were sat together in the debate reflecting on some of the speeches. And when we talk about, I think it was the Health Secretary who talked about the toxic culture at number 10. Well, this debate, that amendment was a demonstration of that toxic culture, because it wasn't for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein that amendment was put forward. It was to protect the Prime Minister. Now, of course, I get. Absolutely.
And does my honourable friend agree with me that actually to try and focus on the anger of what he did as a minister in releasing secrets and trying to get them to make money from them, etc., is still deflecting from the fact that a man who was associating with a convicted and now released paedophile was felt to be worth the risk to have been sent to America as the ambassador.
Exactly. We should all share anger in that, because it speaks to a rot that has now, as we find out, has infected our politics and government in this country, Labour governments in this country, for decades. And look, I get it. People make mistakes, but this is what. But the people, I get it. People make mistakes on all sides of the House, but this is of such gravity that it speaks to a corruption that we actually need to get to the answer of. But the point my honourable friend just made, my right honourable friend just made, the point he just made is really, really important, because that is one issue about corruption, but you cannot get away from the fact that Mandelson had a role at every echelon of the Labour Party's journey, whether it was New Labour before we came into power in 2010, or the new Labour that is now in charge. Whether it was helping in the selection of candidates, or it was whether it is the honourable members shake their head, and I'm more than happy. I'll take the intervention on behalf of everybody.
I thank the honourable member for taking the intervention, and I intervene to make a point, because I wouldn't want any member of this House to inadvertently besmirch any other member through misleading information. I served on the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party for 10 years before I entered this place. Peter Mandelson had no role whatsoever in the selection of Labour Party candidates during that time. So I would just make that point so that individuals are aware exactly of what they're talking about.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to say I didn't mention any single member of the House, so I'm happy that she's put that on record. But I do not trust Mandelson, and I do not trust. I'm answering the intervention. I do not trust Mandelson for what he has done, and how far his reach was in this government or in this party. I do not trust him because we know he had a very close relationship. She can shake her head all she wants. We know she had a close relationship with Morgan McSweeney, the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff. The party opposite hasn't even started to address the point of the Chief of Staff. And I do not believe for a second, and I hope she's right, by the way, but just in case she's not, and the documents do come to the fore, I'm sure we'll come back to this House to scrutinise which members he had a hand in appointing.
Thank you. Just on that point, it's currently in the mainstream media at the moment that Mandelson had a handle on recruiting candidates for the Labour Party. The mainstream media are reporting this. They will have evidence to support this and back this up. There will be candidates that have been selected where he's had his hand on, and he's also been in cabinet reshuffles. That's what is rumoured to believe. So he has had a far bigger reach than probably most of you realise, and any defence of that now is indefensible.
I couldn't have said that better myself, although I may not have used the word you, but that's This is important. This is important because of the reach that Mandelson had and how he was enabled. And at every step of the way, there was no regard for Jeffrey Epstein's victims. And that is a really, really important point, because there's been a lot of obfuscation today. We've had to drag the government into this position where this amendment has now been put forward, where they now will release documents to the IC. And I noticed the earlier intervention about the role of the IC that my honourable friend made. I think it was a really important point. Because if members opposite, I say this again, this is not the end of the journey. They have a role to play now. They have a role. I will admit they have a role to play now in terms of doing right by those victims. Because what we do know is that Mandelson was an enabler, and anyone who's enabled Mandelson needs to take a long, hard look at themselves.
We're giving way, but isn't the wider point here? If the Prime Minister was duped, wouldn't you be releasing the papers back in September when we had the SO24 debate, or putting them out now, rather than bringing it to a debate here where he's forced his hand to have these papers? The only reason we're having some papers released is because his hand has been forced by the Leader of the Opposition. Doesn't he think that's bizarre?
Correct.
Well, it's not bizarre because we've been here many times before. They've been dragged time after time, scandal after scandal. I say to backbenchers opposite, this is a Prime Minister who's now flailing. He's admitted, after months and months of pushing, that he knew about the relationship that Mandelson had with Epstein, and yet he thought it was a risk worth taking anyway. And I made this point earlier, that risk worth taking, it wasn't just about denigrating the experience of those victims. It's also, the risk worth taking was marching all those members up a hill and using their careers. And it's okay, look, we're members of Parliament, we care about our careers, wherever they may end up. But the truth of the matter is he did not care about that. And that journey is not over yet, because he is going to use them over and over again. He will throw people under the bus. Before he throws his Chief of Staff under the bus, that will happen too. I can almost guarantee it.
Does my honourable friend think that we're going to get to any sort of position where we can start to understand what level of influence did Mandelson have that, having not declared six-figure sum loans, had to resign from government, having tried to flog passports, had to resign from government, having gone off to the EU, and now all the allegations of that brought back into government, put in the House of Lords, there must have been something that made people think it was a good idea to bring him back again and again and again.
The exasperation that my right honourable friend shows is exactly the exasperation that the British public will be seeing as they read the headlines, and they have been seeing and showing as the stories have unfolded. As the stories have unfolded over the last few days and over the last few months. And this really comes to a really fundamental point about the toxicity at number 10. And this is really important because this is where the members, they have the authority and the power to do something about this. The toxicity at number 10, because the rot starts at the top. And this is fundamental. Because the Prime Minister, it was obvious to all of us, it was obvious to all of us about this relationship that Mandelson had. It was obvious to us when he appointed Mandelson to one of the most important positions in our country and one of the most important capitals in the world. One of the most important capitals in the world. It was obvious to us. And the Prime Minister did it anyway, because he thought it was a risk worth taking.
In response to the intervention from my right honourable friend, the member for Wetherby, there's a key difference between this Prime Minister and former Labour Prime Ministers in that Gordon Brown and Tony Blair appointed Peter Mandelson without knowing some of the connections that he had. The key difference is that this Prime Minister knew and still did it. So there is still a Labour Prime Minister with integrity, and that's Gordon Brown, who actually took this to the police. This Prime Minister did no such thing.
I thank my honourable friend who always makes excellent points, and I was going to talk about Gordon Brown later, but I will do it now. Because he raised the question back in September. He wanted to know what has gone on, and he asked the question, and he was battered away. Has any government minister, when the minister stands up at the dispatch box, has he asked the Cabinet Secretary why the former Prime Minister was battered away? Did that former Prime Minister not have any respect in number 10 for him to get a legitimate answer as to what happened and what went down there? I think the public deserves to know. I think this House deserves to know. I think there's another point I just wanted to make around integrity, and it was made by a number of members earlier, including my right honourable friend for Skipton and Ripon. The Prime Minister, by that admission, has called into question the integrity of every member of this House, because we all know that trust in politicians is at an all-time low. We all know that. We see it on our doorstep. We see it in our inboxes. I was at a birthday party for my 4.5-year-old son on the weekend. I was chatting to some parents, and of course, with the Mandelson headlines, this came up. And I had to say, look, it's not normal for a billionaire to fly people out, fly mums. You know, we have a pretty strict expenses regime. You know, despite what after the expenses scandal, we have to, you know, we can't move left or right, and yet the British public do not trust us because they think we take them for granted. And I had to explain to them that it's not normal to be invited onto islands and have all these luxuries thrown at you. This was not a normal kind of behaviour, and yet the Prime Minister knew about this relationship and he let it happen. And this is really important. Absolutely.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. What I find more extraordinary is, as he says, the Prime Minister knew, but he also stood at that dispatch box in September and said that he had full confidence in Peter Mandelson, Lord Mandelson, knowing what he knew. Does he not find that extraordinary?
I find it disgusting.
Yeah.
I find it disgusting. And I say to Labour members opposite, they are now at a crossroads. And it's really, really important, this. Because if they really care about those victims, and what Epstein did was absolutely disgusting in its own right. He trafficked, he was a child sex offender. In many ways, he was a coward in how he left this world, because I wish he'd face the full force of the law. But we have to be honest about the people. I think the honourable member for Bolsover talked about enablers and the powerful men and the role that they played. And Labour members now are at a crossroads, because if they really care about the victims of Epstein, they really need to ask how this was allowed to happen. And it's not, by the way, it's not just about Mandelson. And it's not just about Epstein. My good friend for Rutland and Melton, for Rutland and Stamford, sorry.
Near Melton.
Near Melton. Made the point earlier about Bill Gates. To be honest, I was watching the video of Melinda Gates just yesterday. And I was talking to my wife about how horrible it must have been to see those emails and see what he was up to. She mentioned Richard Branson. The reality is, there is clearly a culture of men who thought they were above the law. And while the DOJ is grappling with it over there, and I commend the debate here. We've talked about some very important things here today. We also have to be honest about the fact that it came onto our shores. And it's possible that there are still victims that we don't know about. It is possible that there are still criminal investigations that need to happen. And the assurance I need from the front bench today is that if that comes open, or comes to the fore, that the government will act quickly to make sure criminal investigations are started. The public require that to help us on that journey to rebuilding trust, and we shouldn't underestimate that.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and he's making a powerful, wide-ranging speech, and I'm sure more details will come out. But doesn't it already come down to this, that the Prime Minister appointed a man, Peter Mandelson, as US ambassador, who he knew at the time he appointed him had had a long-standing friendship with a prolific international convicted paedophile, to the extent that Peter Mandelson had stayed in that paedophile's house while he was serving prison time. And that in itself is sickening and shocking. And not only should nobody be defending Peter Mandelson, which they're not, nobody should be defending the Prime Minister for his sickening conduct.
The Prime Minister has really brought his judgment into question. Now, for us, of course, we've been saying it for a couple of years. We're opposition do that. But on this issue, the way he's marched everyone up a hill, ministers have gone to defend this issue time and time again. His position really is now untenable. And I guarantee members opposite, they can go home to their constituencies and go talk to constituents right now. They will have to answer questions as to why the Prime Minister allowed this to happen.
To my honourable friend giving way, and he may have heard the powerful speech by the member for Leeds East earlier in the day about factionalism in the party. The Prime Minister not only appointed Peter Mandelson, knowing, as he declared today, what he knew, to the post of ambassador, he previously brought him in as a strategic advisor, advocate, planner in the 2024 Labour election campaign. So all members opposite are tainted by that association with Mandelson, brought about by the leader of their party, now Prime Minister, who knew about it at the time. And this perhaps hasn't been picked up on as fully as it should have been in today's debate.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to leave members to reflect on that, because I think many have spoken up today. But I say it once again, they are just words if there is no action. And the judgment of the Prime Minister is deeply, deeply flawed. He allowed this, he alone is responsible for the culture at number 10. I ran a business. If there was something going wrong, buck stopped with me. He alone is responsible for the culture at number 10. It's not Morgan McSweeney. He enabled Morgan McSweeney. It should definitely needs to be held accountable for his relationship, and we need to see those emails. We need to see what the conversations were. That's why this is important. But the buck stops with the Prime Minister.
I'm going to raise a very sensitive issue here, because my honourable friend raised a point about vulnerable women being abused, about powerful men taking advantage, about a friend who was appointed, known to be a friend of a convicted paedophile. And we also have a Labour government who ran away from investigating grooming gangs. Again, vulnerable women taken advantage by powerful men, and a Labour government that said it stands up for women, stands up for women's rights and vulnerable women. It has shown now it does not at any level, at the highest level, and at those who are white working class girls. Labour, I'm afraid, has got a lot of answers about protecting women.
I'm going to end with my response, with two responses to that intervention. Number one, she's obviously absolutely right. And I say to members opposite and who are shaking their heads, it brings into question every decision that the government has made because of the lack of judgment that the Prime Minister has shown. And I say to my honourable friend, I stood at that dispatch box and I repeatedly called for a national grooming inquiry. Right? I am a British Pakistani male. I'm Muslim. I have two sons. I want them to grow up without aspersions being cast on them.
Hear, hear.
Where one day I hope to have a daughter. Sorry to my wife. I want her to grow up in a safe environment. Right. So we have to be honest about that. We have to be strong in those calls. But I say to the Minister now, as he answers those questions, very key. The question about the ISC, really, really important. We need to know, with the amendment there, that they will get full authority to be able to deal with what comes in front of them, and so we can make a judgment, and the public can make a judgment. Number two, Gordon Brown, I raised the question: why did his calls fall on deaf ears? Was he not given the respect to the former Prime Minister for that to be dealt with? Was Mandelson that strong that his toxicity meant that he was protected and he was enabled? And number three, and the point that I made repeatedly, the judgment of the Prime Minister surely has to be in question. We will now find out what else was known. The Minister has an opportunity to show anything else that you might want to share at the dispatch box.
Point of order, John McDonnell.
I'm sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, to disturb the debate in this way. I've
tried to follow as much as possible. I've been in and out of the chamber, other duties. There is a draft amendment that's been agreed. I take it across party agreement on that draft amendment. The people will be making their minds up on how to vote on the impact of that amendment, and therefore we need to have clarity. And I just want to ask whether or not, and the front bench could intervene now to clarify it for me. The amendment basically says that if I get it absolutely clear, that the material, we're all going to vote for the material to be released. There's consensus on that. The difference that we had was with regard to who releases, who interprets what's released, and the amendment that's been put forward, it basically says, except those items, those elements of information which are prejudicial to national security and international relations, which shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament. I agree with that, but I want just the clarity, is will the Intelligence and Security Committee make the decision about publication, or please listen, or will it simply advise the government, and then it rests with the government on the final decision? It will be helpful to have that clarified before we vote.
Point of order, Sir Jeremy Wright.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If it's of assistance, and I recognise that the honourable gentleman is asking to assist the House, the answer to his question is that when the material is referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee, the committee is independent, it will act independently, it will consider the material referred to it, and then decide how to respond, what to refer to publicly and what not to refer to publicly. But I can assure him the committee will act independently in this matter, as it does in all matters.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if I could follow that.
Well, just one moment. So we have several other points of order. I'm keen that we do not conduct the debate via points of order. So if the right honourable gentleman will allow, I'm going to take 2 further points of order. I will then respond to his point of order, and hopefully we then might have an answer. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The point of order I want to raise is, following the answer we just heard, if the Intelligence Security Committee comes across evidence of commercial misdemeanours as well as intelligence misdemeanours and international relations misdemeanours, what powers do they have to do anything about it? Where will they refer those concerns to, and where will those inquiries lead to? Because the issues of lobbying, potential corruption in the handing out of government contracts is a massive one, which I wouldn't want swept under the carpet on the basis that this committee is dealing with international relations and national security.
Point of order, Cameron Thomas.
Deputy Speaker, this debate has heard an intervention this evening by the member for Great Yarmouth, rather tactlessly, I believe, who celebrated Elon Musk in this debate. Now, notwithstanding the fact that, like Mandelson, Musk has a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and, in fact, was found to have been practically begging for a visit to his island, the member for Great Yarmouth declined to include the fact that...
Order. That is not a point of order and is a point of debate. And I do not think that in points of order, specifically around the Intelligence and Security Committee, that's an appropriate moment to raise that. Comments by other members are not for the Chair to rule on during the course of a debate. A point of order, Cameron Thomas.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. Member for Great Yarmouth declined to include in his intervention his interest. He is, in fact, paid and bought and paid for by Elon Musk, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for that point of order? I think he has very clearly brought into question the probity of the member for Great Yarmouth. He might want to withdraw that. It is, of course, a matter for the member for Great Yarmouth, should he have declared a point of order. He could now do that by putting any interest on the record. Point of order, John McDonnell.
I'm really grateful for the intervention that took place. I just want the assurance that government will have no veto exercised over the information that will be provided via the committee.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for that point of order? As he will know, the powers of the ISC is not a matter for the chair. However, the Minister on the front bench will have heard his comments and will have every opportunity in winding up to respond to that specific point and provide the entire House with the clarity that I believe it is looking for on that point. Point of order, Simon Hoare.
Further to that point, to the point of order made by the honourable gentleman, which he didn't quite get to finish, the honourable member for Great Yarmouth has in his published register of interests significant monthly payments by X Corp, headquartered in California. That surely should have been a declared interest when making the intervention.
Can I thank the honourable member for that point of order? He will know that declarations of interest are not a matter for the chair. However, he might be advised to refer that to the Standards Commissioner for their investigation. Point of order, Rupert Lowe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have declared these payments in my declarations, and I apologise if I should have declared them to the House. They're public, they're not hidden, and they have no relevance to what I discussed earlier.
The honourable gentleman will have heard my earlier comment that it is not a matter for the chair, it's a matter for the Standards Commissioner if he failed to declare the interest during the course of the debate. If there are no more points of point of order, Paul Holmes.
Forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, for detaining the House, but can I ask for your clarification on whether a member saying that somebody in this House has been bought and paid for is in order?
I did ask the member to withdraw it. He now has the opportunity to do so.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do withdraw the remark that he was bought and paid for. I do regret the tone that I have used.
Can I thank the honourable member for putting that on the record? Now, if there are no more points of order, Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the start of this afternoon, I sat through Prime Minister's questions, and I didn't really have any intention of taking part in this Opposition Day debate. I quite often do take part in what we call Oppo Day debates, but there were other commitments and things in the draft. This is not a point of order. I was asked to speak, wasn't I?
You were.
Yes. The officials are looking rather... yes, the officials are looking rather perplexed at me here. Yes. So at the start of today, I had no intention to speak in this debate, but I sat through Prime Minister's questions and I listened to the Leader of the Opposition asking the Prime Minister direct questions, and with each question that went by, it was quite simple to me that there were more questions that were simply being answered, and there was an attempt by the government to simply sweep this issue to the side and to deflect to other matters around the periphery. So, I want to first of all come to the humble address. Now, I've not been in this place as long as some of my vintage colleagues here, and I say that in a very kind way. But I have a few scars to bear from my time as Chief Whip. I never lost a vote, mind. But the reason that I raise that is that I, like others in this place, know the significance of a humble address. A humble address is not used on a normal Opposition Day debate. It's used not as a regular occurrence, and it's not used lightly. It is used to indicate this is a very serious matter that we have brought to this House today. Initially, there were to be 2 debates, but because of the demand from this side of the House to have this issue debated and discussed, through usual channels, it was agreed the debate would take all afternoon. And it's been on this side of the benches that the most amount of scrutiny has been happening. But I pay tribute to those on the opposition benches who have come in and had the government benches, yes, thank you, I would say, the decency to explain to their front bench how they feel about this important matter. Now, it was also highlighted earlier about the issue of national security. Now, in opposition, the Prime Minister, when he was Shadow Brexit Secretary back in 2018, I remember those days well, he proposed 3 humble addresses. None of them excluded national security. So this suggestion that we got this wrong was just not the case at all. Now, I'm pleased that the government has actually listened, yet again, to its backbenchers, and it's brought forward a manuscript, it is a monumental manuscript amendment. But if it wasn't for the pushing from these benches and those, I don't think we would even be there now.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Isn't it shocking not only that the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson knowing his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, but even today the Prime Minister has sought to deflect, cover up and bring in an amendment so as not to answer questions he must now answer.
My honourable friend is just so right, and I'm going to come to that a little bit later, because this is the core of this debate, isn't it? It's the fact that we want answers. There are huge questions about the judgment of the Prime Minister, about his appointment of Mandelson. Both sides have talked a lot about the victims, and that is so right. But it's important that if we're standing up for the victims, and we're standing up for the people that put us here, because we should never forget that, we need to ask the questions and we deserve the answers. And we, on this side of the House, will continue to keep asking those questions, because that is what the public and the victims deserve. They deserve transparency. They deserve accountability. Now, earlier I spoke as part of an intervention about the vetting process, and I'm not an expert on this at all, but it does seem strange to me that Peter Mandelson didn't appear to be, I would say, arguably fully vetted. He just went through strange sort of vetting or piece of paper checking process.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that the public are sick and tired of people who appear to fail upwards in public life simply for the reason that they appear to move in the right circles?
Yeah, correct.
Absolutely. And I will share with this House today, I never set out to be a politician. I never in a million years expected to stand or sit on these green benches. But I did it to stand up for my local community because I felt that they needed a voice. I might not get everything right, none of us do. But one thing that I will do is strive to be a voice for those people that put me in this place. And let none of us ever forget that. So just back to vetting, what I would really like the Minister to explain to us is, did Peter Mandelson go through the exact same vetting process that a normal diplomat would if they were going to take up that post in Washington? The role of the UK ambassador to US is one of the most important roles within our Foreign Office.
Yes. Is not the answer to my honourable friend's question about vetting, can she foresee a circumstance where a professional diplomat would be given clearance if they had sold passports and taken undeclared loans?
Yeah, absolutely.
My right honourable friend makes a really important point there, because this is about probity, and this is about evidence, and making sure, for the reputation of this country, that we are appointing the right people. And yes, I declare I once was a member of that service, but I know that the people that serve our country as diplomats are of the highest integrity, and they have my trust. But when it comes to making political appointments, as today has shown, there are still questions that need to be asked. The other thing that is rather strange, Madam Deputy, is that everyone seemed to know that there were questions around Peter Mandelson there were questions about the sort of person that he was. I think he was featured on Spitting Images once, wasn't it, as the Prince of Darkness? And yet, where was the Prime Minister? Where was his judgment? Was his head stuck in the sand? We on this side of the House, we are aware that the Prime Minister has been glowing about the talents of Peter Mandelson. Only in February, he said at the British Embassy in Washington, Peter is the right person to help us work with President Trump and take the special relationship from strength to strength. We are aware that Morgan McSweeney, Keir Starmer's Chief of Staff, pushed for Mandelson to become ambassador, sidelining long-serving, experienced diplomats. We are aware that Keir Starmer assured MPs that full due process was followed.
Honourable Lady, make sure that she refers to the Prime Minister as the Prime Minister, please.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I was getting a bit carried away there. The Prime Minister assured MPs that full due process was followed regarding his appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador. And we're aware that he appointed Peter Mandelson despite it already being in the public domain that Peter Mandelson had discussed issues relevant to his ministerial position with Jeffrey Epstein while Epstein was in jail. And I could go on. Why? Why did the Prime Minister choose to ignore all of that? And at a time when we know in this place, I think on both sides of the House, that the public are often scathing of politicians. They'll say we're all the same. We are not all the same, I can assure you of that. But they question us, they question our motives, they question our integrity. Some will even refer to us in this place as members of the establishment, something that I will always rail against. But I can absolutely see why they may say that. They mock on the other side of the benches. But the point here is about integrity. Of course.
My honourable friend is making a really serious and important point, and she made a point about how she ended up in this place, and I don't think anyone should denigrate her for all the hard work she's done to achieve what she has.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, but after a while you just get used to that sort of thing when you've been here for a while. The point is here that we should never forget the people outside. We should never forget the Nolan principles. Members on this side of the House have explained, which perhaps I think was needed to certain members on the other side, the importance of the Nolan principles and what they are. So I would urge the government to do the right thing.
Honourable friend,
yes.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and she quite rightly talks about trust and trust in politics, trust in politicians. But the issue here is that the Prime Minister put blind trust in a proven liar. So much trust that he was willing to forego process, forego judgment to appoint him to one of the top diplomatic roles in the country. Why does my right honourable friend think that the Prime Minister showed such a lack of judgment, such misplaced trust? And why is it this country who's been proven on the international stage to be the laughingstock because of it?
Well, that is exactly the point. I don't think it's for me to answer those questions. I think it's for the Prime Minister to answer those questions. But I personally will continue to question his judgment. How on earth did he appoint Peter Mandelson to this role? But it's not just me, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not just people on these benches that are questioning it. Today, we've heard from members of the Labour government benches who are also raising questions. Yeah. And the benches are quite full now, but it's been this side of the House that has been leading the charge on this topic. On so many opposition debates, I would expect to see those benches of the government full. Yeah. Full, taking the charge and debating back to us, defending the position of their government. Have we seen that? Very little indeed.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Aside from the evident, persistent and consistent failure in the Prime Minister's integrity, doesn't this demonstrate massive questions over the hold that someone whose name for the last 2 or 3 decades has been a byword for sleaze has over the government and people at the top of the Labour Party.
Absolutely, it absolutely beggars belief. And if we want to clean up politics, then this sort of thing should not be being allowed to happen. Politics is a difficult place, we know that, but this was down to judgment. It was down to the judgment of one person, or was it the judgment of others around that person? So I urge the honourable and right honourable members on the Labour benches opposite, do the right thing this evening. Stand up for democracy, stand up for Parliament, and stand up for decency.
Alicia Kearns. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Liberation Day. That is how Mandelson described the day of Epstein's release for prison for procuring children to be trafficked and raped. Mandelson's next message was, "How is freedom feeling?" Epstein replied, "She feels fresh, firm, and creamy." Mandelson's next reply, "Naughty boy." Now, we hadn't seen this email, I'll admit, when the ambassador was appointed. But let's look at what we did know when he was appointed ambassador. We knew at that point that he had consoled this paedophile, consoled him on his being found guilty and convicted for just one of the many, many crimes he committed. We also knew that while he was Deputy Prime Minister of this country and Business and Trade Secretary, carrying the flag of our great nation on an official visit to New York, he stayed in a convicted paedophile's flat. How dare he do that while representing this country? But the idea that no one in the Cabinet Office, no one at the Department of Business and Trade, no civil servant, no political appointee knew that he'd said, "No, I don't need a hotel, thank you ever so much. I'm going to stay at my friend Epstein's house. Oh, by the way, he happens to currently be in prison, incarcerated, but I'm going to stay at his house anyway." That, to me, raises serious questions about why he was not pursued for misconduct in public office back at that point. And no one can say that the Labour government did not know, because having been a civil servant, I knew where my ministers were staying when they're abroad. Not sure they always wanted me to know, but I knew. And none of them would have ever done that. This is the heart of the issue with the judgment of the Prime Minister. Now, on Monday, one of its ministers, the government's minister, said nobody objected when Mandelson was appointed. I would say, look at Hansard. I remember objecting very, very clearly and repeatedly, because it was very clear at that point that Mandelson had repeatedly said that Epstein did not deserve to be in prison, that this was an awful time for him, how he was caring and thinking for his good friend. Why was there no investigation, and why was the vetting not done right? Because there is no question that the vetting cannot have been conducted properly. I have been through vetting myself. Now, I accept it was not as a minister, but as a civil servant, I've been sat in a room with a rather elderly gentleman for 2 hours, asked about my every sexual proclivity, asked about when I lost my virginity, asked about whether I'd taken drugs or not, asked about every single aspect of my life. Because civil servants, whether they be apolitical or politicians in this place, should hold themselves accountable and be right to be appointed for these roles. It is quite clear from the debate today and from the evidence given by the Right Honourable Member for Malden that the Prime Minister wanted this done. And because the Prime Minister wanted Mandelson, Mandelson was going to be appointed. Now, we will see when the docs are released how they were able to get round the official vetting. But this draws my concerns to another political appointment that was rushed through because the Prime Minister demanded it, and that was Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor. This is another appointment where there are significant concerns about his business interests. Significant concerns of this House that there has been no scrutiny of Jonathan Powell as National Security Advisor because he will not come before this House. He will not give evidence to this House. His relationships in China, his relationships around the world. And yet Jonathan Powell is permitted, again flying the flag of this nation, conduct secret visits to China where he meets with Wang Yi and other senior representatives, where the British government refuses to put out any press notice explaining why the visit happened, or even the fact the visit happened at all.
Will she give way on that?
I will happily give way on that point.
My honourable friend, she's, as usual, giving a very good speech. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was a former Special Advisor at the Cabinet Office, a great department with great civil servants. But my honourable friend has mentioned the case of Jonathan Powell and Lord Mandelson when he was Deputy Prime Minister. Does she not agree with me that this kind of backhanded way of conducting government business without officials being present actually puts pressure on our great civil servants and puts them in a very difficult situation? It's not how government should be run.
Absolutely, I agree entirely with my very good friend. I was actually very taken back earlier by the comments of the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, who sought to give us a lecture in how vetting is undertaken by government, where she kept referring to fast-stream civil servants were the ones responsible for the vetting. Fast-stream is a mode of recruitment. It is not once you are made a civil servant. And it did feel like she was trying to suggest that there were junior civil servants who should be taking the can for the vetting process that was pursued. And I very much hope that is not the case, because it would be deeply inappropriate if it were. But the two commonalities between the appointment of Lord Mandelson and of Jonathan Powell are Morgan McSweeney. So I must ask whether or not Morgan McSweeney is the one who here should be held accountable. Because at this point it looks like no one is going to be held accountable. I will very happily give way.
Today's debate is about accountability. Everything falls at the lap of the Prime Minister. Does she find it quite frankly incredible that the Prime Minister has sent, with all of the greatest respect, a junior minister to the dispatch box when he alone has serious questions to answer? And would it not show real leadership that he came to that dispatch box tonight to wind up this debate?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right, and he may also recall that following Prime Minister's questions today, I had no choice but to make a point of order, because the Prime Minister told this House that every humble address that their party had put forward in opposition had a national security protection clause. And yet, when I looked at the November 2024, the last two that they had done in opposition, neither features the word national or security, let alone the two put together. But the Prime Minister put his, in just a moment, but the Prime Minister, in contrast, put his hand up to me and dismissed me, shaking his arm at me as he left the chamber, as if the point I was making was not one that was necessary. And yes, on Monday, members will also recall, he shouted that I was pathetic for asking why he met with the master of the two Chinese spies when he went to China recently. If the honourable gentleman would still like to intervene, I'm very happy to take his intervention.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll take the honourable member's word for it that those humble addresses didn't contain those words. But if you take, for example, the humble address on Lebedev's appointment to the House of Lords in 2022, it didn't have to contain those words for the Conservative government to use national security grounds to not provide swathes of documents, precisely, doing it without the words even being included, and actually using rhetoric in the response that they were almost mirroring the Freedom of Information Act in the types of exemptions that should be applied. Are you really going to deny that that was the approach to dealing with a humble address?
Two uses of the word used. Sit down. I haven't said anything. It's the Honourable Lady who has made a comment, but any intervention needs to be via the chair.
Apologies, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm out of practice on my interventions, obviously. Would the Honourable Lady like to respond to that, and is she aware of the convention?
The honourable gentleman, because I agree he should hold his government to exactly those standards. That is the point that I made precisely, and I'm very sorry that he missed my point of order. I recognise it was not a showstopper. However, that is exactly the point that I made. It is implicit within these, and if the government had tried to put wording in their amendments such as secret or top secret documents cannot be revealed, I would have said yes, that is absolutely fair. But that was the exact point. There is no requirement to stipulate national security, let alone some vague wording around international relationships, because it is already provided for. So I'm thankful to him for confirming exactly my position. Now, we've touched on China here. I do hope that when these documents are released, we will see also the full extent of the relationship between Epstein, not just with the Putin state, but also with the Chinese Communist Party, because I do have deep concerns about the way in which Mandelson had a say over the current government's China policy, because there is no question that he has been in there and influencing that. Now, when it comes to what is still unanswered, as I have raised almost every day this week, on the 5th of December, I wrote to the government, in fact I wrote to the Cabinet Secretary, I should be accurate, and asked the details of Mandelson's severance package. These were not complicated questions. It was, what was the detail of the contract and will it be published? Has any NDA been signed at any point to do with it? When did Mandelson receive his final payment, or is he still being paid by the taxpayer? And what were the details of his severance package? We are almost 2 months on, and I have received no response from the Cabinet Secretary, who, as we have discussed today in this chamber, almost ad nauseum, we do not have confidence to be able to carry out this inquiry. It is not a personal attack, it is recognition of the fact that he works for the Prime Minister. It is recognition of the fact that he does not reply to basic and straightforward questions from members of this House. I will happily give way to Honourable AD.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me that, given that those are very basic and very straightforward questions, if she struggled to now to get that answer, and if again she struggles today to get that answer, then we can draw our own conclusions as to what the answer is?
Absolutely.
I think, unfortunately, members will slowly learn this place that where there is a vacuum of silence, our constituents, the great people of this country, see conspiracy, and too often they are sadly right. So I know that the right honourable gentleman on the front bench has committed to get me answers on my letter. Although he's currently having a conversation with someone else, I would just gently encourage him that I would like to see the answer to those questions on the severance today at the dispatch box. Because I raised it on Monday and I have received no response, it is in the motion. Please can we have those answers? I want Madam Deputy Speaker also to briefly reflect on what's happened over the last week. On Sunday, the Labour Party informed the media that they could not strip Mandelson of his membership of the Labour Party. Perhaps the Honourable Member for Islington, I believe it's North, would like to intervene on me on this point, because I suspect he has something to say about the Labour Party stripping the membership from its members. Then we saw the government on Monday telling this House that they cannot legislate. It would not be appropriate or possible for them to be able to legislate on this. It was too difficult, despite the entire House offering to sit until 4 AM to do so. We then had silence from the government when members of this House asked them to refer the matter to the police. It was quite clear from early doors that this was going to end with the police and hopefully in our courts, as I've argued it should have done back in 2010. Absolutely.
But actually she will recall that during various parliamentary occasions in this chamber on Peter Mandelson, at one stage, despite the Prime Minister knowing that he had a relationship, at one stage she and I asked the Minister a very simple question as to whether they would strip Lord Mandelson of the Labour whip. And that was refused to be answered, and they didn't. Doesn't this just show a constant lack of action from a Prime Minister that doesn't have a grip?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman, and look, the lesson of being in government, there are many, but one of the ones I'd hope that we have learned is the writing is normally on the wall. It was very clear from early days that this man was going to let down our country, but those of us who criticised him were told, but this is imaginative, this is inspired, they're putting in place a man who can shake things up and make friends with Donald Trump. Then throughout his persistent behaviour, as more and more became clear, the Prime Minister could have taken the decisive action, because as I've said, it has been clear for a very long time that this was not just going to end up with him disgraced. It was not just going to end up with us rightly saying that he should be removed from the other place. It is going to end up with him facing court, I hope. And let me be very clear, malfeasance in public office is what he should be tried for, and that does carry a life sentence. That is how severe the crimes are that he's conducted. And I am ashamed that Gordon Brown raised the flag of warning and seems to have had nothing in response to his concerns.
On that point,
I'd be very happy to give way.
my honourable friend is making a passionate speech, and at the moment, since today's debate has started, more information is coming out, and we might be on the actual tip, and there is so much to come out. And at the moment, the PM has made a significant error of judgment, and people and his backbenchers are still defending it. Does my honourable friend believe that this has the possible chance to cause detriment to the whole of government?
It's very difficult, particularly when your party has such a high number of new MPs, we've been there and experienced it, to feel the mood music, to hear the jungle drums and to understand whether something is a precipice, whether something is a turning point. But I think for many of us who've been reflecting over the last few days, this does have hallmarks of things that we feel we've seen before. We've been here, we've seen this sideshow. And it's very difficult because your integrity is the only thing that you take with you when you leave this place. Yeah. And that is something too many colleagues across all sides of the House have had to learn over the last few years, because this is a cruel game and you will find yourself thrown out when you do not expect it. I turn now to the manuscript amendment that has been laid today. Can I say how much I welcome the fact that this has been moved forward? This is a sign of the government listening, and I give them credit for having done so. However, as I say, all of this could have been prevented if on Monday the Prime Minister had come before this House and made more firm commitments to take action. I will very happily.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me, particularly following her point about the writing being on the wall, that the Minister, when he wraps up on behalf of the government, needs to quash any rumours that the Prime Minister is bunkered up in Downing Street planning a reshuffle to stabilise a ship that is sinking?
Alicia Kearns, I can give but one comment to those new MPs who may think that a reshuffle is a good thing. It only causes more upset and heartache within your own party, and it will not solve the solution. I will very happily give way to the honourable member.
I thank the member for giving way. Does she think that the House should be slightly cautious here and not just roll over and accept the government's manuscript amendment without clear assurances of how far the inquiries are going to go, whether they relate to commercial interests rather than just security interests, and a very clear process of reporting and a timetable on it, so that this isn't just a carpet brushing exercise to get rid of an embarrassing day for the government?
Alicia Kearns, can I thank the honourable gentleman? I think it's quite clear that the will of the House is that that would be beyond unacceptable, and that would be a contempt of Parliament if that was what happened. But I can say, and I would like to think this goes to the entire House, that I have complete confidence in the integrity of gentlemen like my right honourable friend, the member for Kenilworth, who sits on that committee. And no one would impugn his integrity or question that he would make sure he got to the bottom of whatever is necessary. But there is no question that this goes so far beyond the vile and inhumane treatment of women, but also to the way in which I'm afraid it appears that Peter Mandelson betrayed not just his own colleagues, but his country into the financial interests of others. I will take one last intervention.
Grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and further to that last intervention, we need assurance that we're going to have urgency. We've seen victims of child abuse in this country let down by a government which resisted an inquiry and then agreed to it in the big moment, which could be like today, where the government appears to give way, and then months passed with nobody appointed to it. So we need to hear from the Minister the government is going to move with speed to make sure this information comes out.
Alicia Kearns. Can I thank the right honourable gentleman, because actually he's hit a point that no one has raised in today's debate, and without it I think we would have had a real missed opportunity. There has been no commitment from the government as yet as to how quickly files will be turned over to the IC, and no commitment to how quickly all the documents mandated within this humble address will be released. That is vital. Now I'm hoping that as part of any release they will contact the Department of Justice and require the release of any additional documents that would be in our national interest, or anything that references Mandelson in any way, or indeed any British national in any way. But I think that would be something I'd ask the Minister to please confirm, because yes, any existing documents could of course be on the IC's desk by Friday. So let's make sure we do move quickly. I want to just conclude by touching once again on the incredibly brave women, without whom none of this would ever have come out. And to Virginia, who obviously is not here today to hear us debate and discuss this important issue. We have to recommit in this place that we will hear women, that we will see women, and that we will stand by women who report abuse. Because all of us have seen how easily women's concerns are dismissed, how we are spoken over, and how we are ignored, particularly when it comes to men of power. And we have touched on some of the men today who've been named in these documents who are commercially very powerful. There are concerns about who else may come out. No one who had been named in those documents, who knew what happened to those women, should be allowed to continue to live their lives and make profits as if this didn't happen.
Yeah.
And that must be the main commitment. I want transparency, I want those documents out. But actually, I want all of us to say, whether it's a woman in our constituency who comes to us, whether it's someone who comes to us from another part of the country in concern, that we will stand by them, because this is a stain on Britain, and we must make sure this never happens again, and that we listen to our women and that we defend them. Thank you, Madam President.
Shadow Minister Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This has been an absolutely extraordinary day in British politics. It is not often that there is an audible intake of breath in this chamber, but we all heard it earlier on. That gasp when the Prime Minister admitted that yes, he had known that Peter Mandelson had an ongoing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein at the point where he appointed him our ambassador to Washington. It is a truly extraordinary admission. And the argument that the Prime Minister is making now, and it is quite incredible, is that he did know, but he didn't know the depth and extent. And this implies that there is some reasonable extent to which you can be in a long-term relationship with the world's most famous paedophile and still be appointed to our ambassador in Washington. That you can be, to a certain reasonable in depth, involved with the world's most corrupt man and still be appointed His Majesty's ambassador. And now the Prime Minister is asking to be taken on trust. Well, after this whole sordid affair, I'm afraid that's just not good enough anymore. The Prime Minister knew that Mandelson had stayed in Epstein's house while he was in jail for child prostitution. Did that not set some alarm bells ringing in the mind of the Prime Minister? Or is that not deep enough a relationship to have worried the Prime Minister? The member for Skipton earlier on told the House that the British government was warned by one of our closest international allies about their deep concerns before his appointment. Did that not set some alarm bells ringing in the mind of the Prime Minister? No, instead, he appointed a man who had twice had to resign over corruption, and now, unbelievably, his argument is, if only there had been some sign that Peter Mandelson was like this. Unbelievable, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this may just be the beginning. We really need to hear an answer now from the Minister on a specific point which ministers ducked and refused to address earlier on. The whole House will hear if he does not answer. Will the government agree to a full investigations into Mandelson's behaviour while he was our ambassador in Washington? Because on 27th of February last year, Mandelson arranged for the Prime Minister to meet Palantir, a client of Mandelson's company, Global Counsel. That meeting was not recorded in the PM's register of meeting. It only emerged later. Palantir were then awarded a £240 million contract by the government on a direct award rather than a competition. We need the Cabinet Secretary to examine the circumstances of that contract. Will a minister agree, yes or no? And I asked the minister, why wasn't that prime ministerial meeting recorded in the normal way? How many more such lobbyist meetings were there? What other inside information was shared with Mandelson's clients? And will he now agree to a full inquiry into Mandelson's time as our ambassador, yes or no? Can furthermore the Minister reassure the House that the proper process has been followed for all Number 10's other appointments recently? Can he say that very clearly to the House and give us that reassurance? Now, before I come to the manuscript amendment, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me say something positive about some of the contributions we've heard today from the Labour backbenchers. The member for the Forest of Dean gave a genuinely superb speech in which he said he would not be able to look victims in the eye if he voted for the government's amendment. He was alone. It was a brave speech. He was not completely alone, because we also heard sensible comments from the Labour backbenchers, including from Oldham West, Ashton-under-Lyme, Widnes, Middlesbrough and Thornaby, pointing out that the government's cover-up amendment was simply not going to fly. I think the member for Liverpool, Wavertree, actually said that she would be ashamed to vote for it, and she was totally right. All those Labour backbenchers have shown their character today. But what a contrast with the behaviour of the Prime Minister, who isn't here. He still hasn't apologised for appointing Mandelson. And a few hours ago, he was telling this House that these documents couldn't be published. He was saying at PMQs that the Leader of the Opposition was outrageous and silly for even asking. And here we are, just a few hours later, and the government has had a total U-turn because they know that they can't get their own people to vote for this shameful proposed cover-up. The Prime Minister has not been decisive. He only sacked Peter Mandelson because we forced him to do. He said again and again that he had full confidence in him. And I think many voters will be thinking, why on earth was the Prime Minister so deeply in hock to this man? The truth is, he was not out on a limb over in Washington. He was a deeply embedded part of the Prime Minister's operation. He was involved in the selection of some of the MPs here today. He was involved in the Prime Minister's reshuffle. He was part of the toxic culture that the Health Secretary, the Labour Health Secretary, has warned about in number 10. And most shamefully of all, we had a former Labour Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, whatever you think of him. He tried to get documents about some of the things that Peter Mandelson had done. He was rebuffed. Funnily enough, the documents couldn't be found. Madam Deputy Speaker, whatever you think of Gordon Brown, when you choose Peter Mandelson over Gordon Brown, you are making the wrong decision. So I now come to the manuscript amendment which has hastily been produced by the government. This is, for the people watching at home, this is an amendment to an amendment. It's a U-turn on top of a U-turn. So we now need, given the chaos from this government, 3 clear assurances, and we'll all be listening from the Minister at the dispatch box. First, that everything that people in number 10 do not want to publish will be sent to the ISC in unredacted form. Second, that it will be the ISC, not number 10, which determines their handling. And this comes to the question, a very good question put by the member for Hayes and Harlington, that if the ISC says that documents deemed sensitive by number 10 can be released, that the ISC will be able to release them without any veto from number 10. And finally, we need... I'm happy to give way to a more friend.
It's really important we hear from the government on clarity on this, because there could be individual documents versus a report. Now, the independent committee can produce a report, but we need to know those individual documents that could be challenged could be put out if the committee feel it's correct. Does he agree?
Neil O'Brien.
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend, and I want to hear from the Minister. Will he agree that the IC should be able to give the gist of documents, even if they are not fully released? But third, can we have a reassurance on this hastily proposed manuscript amendment that we will not be waiting for months, that this will not turn out like the grooming gangs where nothing happens in the end, that we will not be waiting for ages, and that there will be a clear and short time frame on getting these documents published and to the ISC? Happy to give way.
Chancellor Hurst. I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker, for the honourable gentleman giving way. There's a fourth point, which is that there's going to be likely to be a sizable volume of documents for the IC to review. Will the Minister reassure this House that the IC will be given the resources in order to do their job?
It's an excellent and good learned point from my right honourable friend. He's completely correct. Mr. Speaker, I actually today feel quite a lot of sympathy for Labour backbenchers. They have once again been put in a totally impossible position by the Prime Minister and his advisor, Morgan McSweeney. The government wanted the same people who had appointed Mandelson in the first place to be able to control the release of information about the way that appointment was made, the extraordinary way it was made. And I actually today feel for those Labour backbenchers, because these people in Downing Street, they're the same people who told all of them that they had to vote to cut the winter fuel payment because there would be a run on the pound if they didn't vote for it. It's the same people in number 10 who told them that they wouldn't change their position on the family farm tax, and then after people had killed themselves, they changed their position on it. It's the same people in number 10 who got them to vote against an inquiry into grooming gangs. And that is telling, Mr. Speaker, because that was another occasion on which this weak Prime Minister put his own political interest ahead of respecting victims. Mr. Speaker, today we learned a little bit more about the character of our Prime Minister, and as a result, as I listen to them today, I think now even some Labour MPs are asking themselves the same question as the public out there. Doesn't this country deserve better?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the manuscript amendment standing in the name of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. Can I start by thanking everyone who contributed? The tone was overwhelmingly constructive, serious and aimed at getting to the truth. In particular, I just want to thank a few members. The member for North Dorset, who I thought got the tone exactly right, asked a number of serious questions which I will come to, and reminded us the importance of the matter in hand. I also want to thank my honourable member for Forest of Dean, who, while he disagrees with me, did so agreeably and put his case very well and with passion. I also want to thank the honourable member for Skipton, or right honourable member for Skipton and Ripon, who reminded us of the origins of the humble address. And when I was a political advisor on the Brexit team in opposition, these looked a bit more clever than they do today. So I thank him for that and the spirit he did it. But in particular, I want to thank and highlight the speech by my honourable friend for Bolsover, who I thought made an incredibly powerful and commanding speech and rightly put the voice of victims in this House, and she did so brilliantly. So thank you for that. Mr. Speaker, it's clear from all sides of the House today that they share the public's anger at Mandelson's treachery, his lies and his deceit. As the Prime Minister said earlier, Mandelson betrayed this country. He betrayed Parliament, he betrayed my party, and he betrayed our government. He lied. I'll just make a little progress and I will, if that's okay. He lied to the Prime Minister. He lied during the vetting process, which I will return to because a number of members raised it. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, I suspect he's still lying now. And that's why, since new information came to light, the Prime Minister, over the weekend, the Prime Minister has acted in a number of ways. Firstly, on Monday, I will. Just let me complete this and I will. On Monday, the Prime Minister instructed the Cabinet Secretary to investigate all papers released by the US Department of Justice. The Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister also set out to this House in a statement. On Tuesday, the Cabinet Secretary decided to refer certain material to the police with the Prime Minister's support, and subsequently the police have launched a full investigation with which we will cooperate fully and must go everywhere the evidence takes it. I will give way, if you take out first the honourable gentleman there, and then I'll give way to
I think it's pretty underhand of the Minister to make himself the champion of public anger about the person Mandelson was. Because I can tell you what the House is angry about on both sides. It's not just with Mandelson, it's with the Prime Minister for appointing him in the first place.
Minister. As the Prime Minister has said many times, if he'd have known what he knows now, he wouldn't have had him within 1 million miles of government, and that is absolutely right. I will give one to my honourable friend.
Sir Julian Lewis. I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. I'll try and make the same point, but in a less emotional way. Now, the Prime Minister was asked today, directly, could he tell us, did the official security vetting that he received mention Mandelson's ongoing relationship with the paedophile Jeffrey Epstein? And he replied, yes, it did. Now, the point is that when the Minister says he lied to the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister knew that the relationship was ongoing. So even if he lied about some other aspects of the relationship, cannot the Minister see that the fact there was any ongoing relationship at all with a man who'd been imprisoned for paedophilia and prostitution, can he not see that that was an impossible position to defend, and no subsequent lies or revelations alter the fact that the Prime Minister appointed him when he knew that he was in that ongoing relationship?
Can I thank him for that? As the Prime Minister said, he was lied to repeatedly by Mandelson. And the scope of the due diligence, which I will come to the vetting process in a minute, but the scope of the due diligence is within the scope of this humble address. It will be released. The House will be able to see for itself this process. I'll just make a little progress if that's okay, and then I will come back to it. Alongside further steps the Prime Minister has made in the last week, he has recommended to the King that Mandelson be removed from the Privy Council. He has instructed legislation, this is the point the Honourable Member for North Dorset raised, legislation to be drawn up to strip him of his title, and for wider reform of the House of Lords process. In answer to the question raised earlier, that legislation is imminent, it will be in government time, and it will be brought to this House as soon as possible. Frankly, I wish it was already here now, but it will come very, very soon, and it will be in government time. I will give way to the honourable gentleman and then there. That's okay.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way. But of course, before the appointment of Peter Mandelson as our ambassador, he was appointed as strategic advisor, consultant, advocate and planner for the 2024 Labour Party general election campaign. And could I suggest that he was appointed, and members opposite know this to be true, because he was treacherous, because he was deceitful, and because he was a liar, a master manipulator in political dark arts. That's why the Prime Minister appointed him. And there's no defence, is there?
Minister. Just to be clear, he was not appointed to any role in the 2024 campaign. I remember that campaign very, very well. And honourable members, to clear up two other points that were raised in this debate. As honourable members made very, very clear earlier, he had no role in candidate selection at all. That is done by the NEC and through the rule book. He had absolutely no role in it. He had absolutely, everyone's just finished now, he had absolutely no role or say in any reshuffle either. And for honourable members just to keep repeating it, it is absolutely, fundamentally untrue.
Who are you giving way to? I've got Forrester. Which one? There's a few. There we are. Come on, hurry across.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Just say the Minister was appointing his own new member of staff, and he knew that member of staff had twice lost a job in the past because of misdemeanours. If he then also knew that member of staff had relationships continuing with a convicted paedophile, would the Minister give him a job?
Yes or no?
Minister.
She tempts me into hypotheticals I'm not going to get to, if that's all right. But let me answer some other... I'm going to make some progress, if that's all right. Because there are a number of questions raised, and I want to make some progress, please. Because a number of people raised the question of vetting, which I want to come to. And the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee outlined this process a little earlier, and I just want to clarify that, but she was absolutely right in what she said. Before Mandelson's appointment, there were two distinct and separate processes. Firstly, within the Cabinet Office, where due diligence was followed in exactly the usual fashion for this type of appointment, and a second process, which is national security vetting, undertaken by UKSV, the UK security... I'll just complete this point, by UK security vetting. I want to be very clear with the House. None of that was skipped, nothing was removed from the usual process, and we have, as the Paymaster General set out earlier, strengthened the vetting process further. I will give way to the Honourable Lady, and then I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman behind.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. I wonder if I could ask him, the Prime Minister said clearly today that he knew when he appointed Peter Mandelson to the job as His Majesty's Ambassador, that he knew that he had an ongoing relationship with paedophile Epstein. So can the Minister tell us what sort of relationship he thinks would be acceptable in appointing such a person?
Minister.
As the Prime Minister made clear, he was lied to repeatedly by Peter Mandelson on this. And information on that was in the vetting report, which will be published to the House. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Charlie Shelby. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for giving way. But the question, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister is this. The Prime Minister stood at the dispatch box and said he knew. When the Minister says that documents will be released and the vetting will be released, that's all irrelevant, Mr. Speaker, because we're not interested in what he said, because the Prime Minister said that he knew. So the question is this. Why did the Prime Minister feel that that was appropriate to appoint one of the most senior ambassadors in the world? That's got nothing to do with vetting. This gets to the heart of the Prime Minister's judgment.
Minister Ward.
As I say, the Prime Minister, look, before Mandelson was appointed, there were reports obviously linking him with Epstein. This was looked into as part of the vetting process. Mandelson lied to the Prime Minister, he hid information. When new information came out, he removed it from it. This information will come out, will be approached and will come further. I'm going to make some progress and actually come to the motion, if that's okay. I will give way to my own relief. It's the first one from behind me.
The Minister...
Just a minute. In fairness to the Minister, he's given way time and time on this side, and quite rightly, he's giving way to the left. So don't feel that you've been outdone to, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister agree with me that the reason we are here today is because of the brave women that have spoken out and led us here? That we have a responsibility, a shared responsibility as a House, to make sure that no stone is unturned. And as a government, we will absolutely make sure that the victims at the heart of the paedophile Epstein's crimes get the justice they deserve. We carry on calling out this behaviour wherever we see it, and we make sure that now we are in government, we will do everything we can to halve violence against women and girls. It comes too little too late, but is needed now more than ever.
I absolutely agree. I couldn't have put it, well, I couldn't come anywhere near as well as that. And the Honourable Lady made, as I say, an incredibly powerful speech earlier. She quoted Virginia Giuffre in her speech at length. I thought that was an extraordinarily powerful way to make the point, and she made it better than anyone, because it's the victims we should have in mind. I will give way. I will give way one more time, and then I will come to the motion, if that's all right.
I appreciate the Minister for giving way. One of my concerns has been that when Mandelson was our ambassador in DC, he was responsible for a very large embassy. Now, there may have been members of the Foreign Office staff there who have survived rape or sexual assault, or they may well have been sexual assaults during his tenure of ambassador. Can I confirm that Foreign Office ministers have reviewed all HR decisions he made while he was there as ambassador to make sure that any women who had any concerns about treatment or they were spoken to or things they reported received the support that they deserved?
Can I thank her for that point? Look, anyone who obviously would make any allegation or any report of that would obviously be treated seriously. I will take it up with Foreign Office ministers, if that's okay, and come back to her, because she does raise an incredibly serious point. I will give way one more time to the former Attorney General, if that's okay, and then I will...
I'm extremely grateful to the Minister for giving way, and I know he wants to move on to the motion. But just before he does, the point was raised by my honourable friend with the Shadow Minister, but I'd be grateful for some reassurance from him. He's moved the manuscript amendment. If the House today passes this motion with the manuscript amendment attached, then a volume of material will reach the Intelligence and Security Committee. He knows that our administrative resources are limited, and we do not know what volume of material may be coming our way. The House will expect us to do a thorough job. We will seek to do one. But can I ask him to reassure me and the House that the committee will have the additional administrative resources it needs, if it needs them, in order to consider that material properly?
Can I thank him for that, and for the speech he made earlier and the point he's making this? Absolutely, yes. I completely recognise the point he's making. There is a lot of documents covered by the motion here. That's not a complaint, it's an observation, and that the ISC's role, they have the authority and respect of this House. They need the resources to go with it. We will ensure that that happens in the usual way. I'm going to go to the motion, if that's okay. I'm going one more time, and then the motion.
Smith, I thank the Minister for giving way. Could he confirm on the floor of the House that the government will also include details of how the government managed conflicts of interest between Peter Mandelson's shareholding in Global Council and his activities as ambassador? And specifically, could he look at the background and come back to the House on 2 contracts, one to Adderall Technologies and one to Palantir, which were direct award contracts, of which at least one of those clients was a client of Global Council?
Can I thank him for that? And as I mentioned at the beginning, the way he went about his speech as well. Look, the humble address will cover that will be within scope of the humble address that we'll have it. And if there are specific further points regarding direct procurements that the Cabinet Office needs to look into, I will write to him and come back to him, because that's a fair point. Well, from the I will intercept, but the opposition spokesman,
I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way, and he's being very generous with his time. The humble address is obviously about Lord Mandelson's appointment. However, the point raised by my right honourable friend was about 2 contracts, at least one of which was went to, by direct award, a business that was a client of Global Council. The Prime Minister met that company whilst in Washington. It did not appear on his register of interest. Will the Minister assure the House that the Cabinet Secretary will look into the process that led up to that direct award?
Minister.
As I said, we will deal with what's in the first. Everything in the humble address we'll deal with. On that point, I will ask the Cabinet. I will write back to him. I will write back to the Honourable Gentleman as well, and I will follow up with the Cabinet Secretary on that point, if that's okay. I'm going to get to the motion, then I promise I will give way, because you have been trying. I'm going to get to the motion. I'm going to get to the motion. Now, as I said, the government expects the spirit, purpose, and intent of the opposition motion. And we want to provide transparency and drain the swamp of Mandelson's lies. The amendment we have, the manuscript amendment we've put forward, has two important points in it. One on national security and one on foreign relations. I want to cover those quickly and then I will take interventions. On national security, as the Prime Minister has said from this dispatch box, and has said more times to me over the years I've known him than I can remember, is his #1 priority, and he will never compromise on that. That is why we wanted it in the motion, and that's why we wanted it in front of the House. There is a precedent for this within the humble address, as we mentioned, well, I think one of my right-honourable friends mentioned earlier, in the humble address we did regarding Lebedev, which included the words, and I quote, in a form which may contain redactions, but such redactions shall be solely for the purposes of national security. So the intention is to abide with that spirit, and the intention is to make a very clear point on national security. But I will come to how this is going to be done by the ISC and the Cabinet Secretary in a second. On international relations, as the Prime Minister said, these documents, which are significant in number, could well touch on sensitive issues of intelligence, trade, or relations with other countries. For example, we would not inadvertently want to release information about what our red lines are in trade agreements, about the peace negotiations and position on things like Ukraine, Middle East or Sudan, or on sensitive assessments made on our allies and with diplomatic conversations on our life depends. The point of the amendment is that we are trying to address that and to make that clear within the House, and we're trying to balance transparency with national security. And that is what the manuscript is doing. I will give way to the honourable gentleman, the right honourable gentleman behind, and then I'll give way.
Ben, I thank the Minister for giving way, and no disrespect to the Intelligence and Security Committee, but he will have heard the points of order from the member for Hayes and Harlington and myself earlier. I think we need to know that there is a timetable for this inquiry. We need to know that it is not going to rule out specifically commercial interests such as Palantir and not investigate them. And we need to know that it's also going to investigate the whole web of influence that Peter Mandelson had over so much in government, which has brought about this dreadful position where we end up appointing somebody who's a friend of a paedophile as the ambassador to Washington. Because there are many people looking at this debate today who will not be happy that Parliament merely shoves it off to a committee of its own when they think there should be a wider public interest inquiry into the whole affair.
Minister. Thank you for that. Look, the police investigation will go wherever it needs to. It will cover any criminality or allegations thereof. That is the right way to do it. And nothing, I say, will be hidden in that fashion. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I am going to make some progress here because time is pushing. I will give way in a second. Time is pushing now. So let me come to the manuscript amendment. So we will agree with the ISC how they're going to work with us and scrutinise it, and I welcome the commitment made earlier on. As the Paymaster General set out earlier, the process for deciding what falls in scope will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, supported by Cabinet Office lawyers, working with the ISC. The Cabinet Secretary will take independent advice on the decision he's taking, and it will take two forms. First, through independent KCs. Secondly, through scrutiny of the approach he's taking, working directly hand-in-hand with the ISC. Now, the Cabinet Secretary will write to the ISC, setting out that process. He will meet with them regularly to ensure they are content with it, and in line with the manuscript amendment, papers determined to be prejudicial to national security or international relations will be referred, let me finish please, will be referred to the ISC. The ISC are independent, they are rigorous, they are highly respected. They will then decide what to do with the material that is sent to them. I'm going to give way to the honourable lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Just for further clarity, the concern I think people have is that there will be a decision made by the government in the form of the Cabinet Secretary about what is referred to the ISC. What we are keen to know is that the bulk of the documents will be in the hands of the ISC, and they can make the decision about what needs to be kept private and what should be made public. Can the Minister clarify that the ISC will have control over what needs to be kept private and what can be made public?
The release of information will be done in the way I just set out, either through the Cabinet Secretary working with independent lawyers about what work, or if material is deemed to be potentially conflicted with national security or foreign relations, It will be handed to the ISC, who are independent and can make decisions. And to the point the honourable member made earlier, this is the really crucial point I want to make. There will not be political involvement from ministers. There will not be political involvement from number 10 in this process. This is the Cabinet Secretary and the ISC working with lawyers on it. I will give way one more time, and then the gentleman behind.
I thank the Minister for giving way, but I really must push him because he is giving conflicting messages here. At one stage, he said that the direct contract award would be in scope of the committee. He has now said, without committing any timescales, he has now said that the scope of of the releasing of documents is now a matter for the Cabinet Secretary with no political involvement. He has stood at this dispatch box as the political minister to say that that direct contract award would be in scope. Will it be or not?
Any correspondence involving Peter Mandelson in this is within scope. That will be looked at, as I say, by the Cabinet Secretary, who will make decisions based on with independent lawyers and working with the ISC on it. I'm going to give way one more time to the honourable gentleman.
Yeah, can I thank the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend. Can I give assurance that we're very confident in the ISC that we can do an effective job on this? And I think it's worth pointing out, we cannot be told what we cannot publish. That will be a matter and decision for us to do so. But can I also ask for an assurance following on what he's just said, is that there'll be no block whatsoever on documents that the ISC should be getting?
Yes, I can confirm that, and can I thank him for he has huge expertise in this, and I can confirm that, and we will work with the ISC on this. I'm not going to give away any more. There are 4 or 5 minutes to go. I will make some progress if that's okay. Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister also mentioned today, there will also have to be discussions with the Metropolitan Police over material. The Metropolitan Police have issued a statement today around material that will be released, so I just want to confirm to the House the material will not be released today because of the conversation with the Metropolitan Police over that, but it will be released as quickly as possible in line with the process set out before the House. I will give way, because I said I would earlier to her.
I thank the Minister. He has set out the difference between national security matters and issues which may be embarrassing to the government, because let's face it, practically anything could damage international relations with Donald Trump. Who knows what he's going to take offence at. But the process he has just outlined implies that the Cabinet Secretary has to scrutinise every bit of information before deciding whether it gets released or whether it gets to the ISC. How long is that going to take? Will he give us assurance of the volume of material he anticipates sending to the ISC and the timetable? What will be the deadline for releasing that material, either into the public domain or to the ISC?
As I say, the timeline will be as soon as possible. We want to get on with this. There is a lot of material here to go through. We will get through this as quickly as possible. Other humble addresses have taken a number of weeks or months. We will want to be as quick as possible, and we will work with the ISC as soon as we can on this to get it progressing. And I hope she welcomes the spirit we take on. I just want to deal with 2 more points. No more, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry. I need to see 2 more points on a public inquiry, which a number of members mentioned. As I say, there is an ongoing police inquiry that has the freedom to go where it wants and the cooperation of everyone in government. We believe that, along with the process we have set out, is the right way to, because I will not give way anymore. I will not give way anymore. Actually, I'll give way once. Go on.
Annalise Midgley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister just clarify clearly that the documentation will go to the ISC and they will be the decision makers in terms of what is a risk to national security and international relations and should be in the public domain and not the Cabinet Secretary?
Let me try one more time. It will be either made public by the Cabinet Secretary, or it will go to the ISC, and they will have a decision for it to be made through there. And it will be done with the independence, resources, and Mr. Speaker, no, I'm writing up now. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely right for the House to have debated this incredibly important issue today, and in the spirit it has. And I do want to thank honourable members and right honourable members for that. As I said, the lies, venality, and treachery of Mandelson shame this House. And I and the Prime Minister, and I know honourable members all around me, have nothing but contempt for the way he acted and lied to the British people. I'm glad this will now be shown to the British people. I share the anger, the disgust of so many other members of this House. And Mr. Speaker, we will comply with this motion, the amended motion. We will update the House on progress with that, And with that in mind, Mr Speaker, I beg to move the manuscript amendment in the name of the Prime Minister.
Do it afterwards. The question is that Amendment A be made, since when an amendment to the amendment has been proposed as follows, that amendment at the end of the Amendment A, and which shall instead be referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, the question is the amendment be made and proposed amendment be made. As many of that opinion, say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. The question is that Amendment A, as amended, be made. As many of that opinion, say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion, as amended, to be agreed to, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. That completes. Are you ready, Caroline? Yes. Right. Sorry, a point of order, Simon Horn.
Mr Speaker, it's in relation to the point that the Minister made with regards to the Metropolitan Police, asking that certain documents are not released in case they prejudiced a trial or an investigation. You know as well as I do, sir, the importance of privilege to this place. Will your office and council be working with the Cabinet Office to ensure that the rights and privileges of members of this House are protected?
Can I just say, we're not going to continue the debate, but just to sum up. The question with the Metropolitan Police have no jurisdiction on what this House may wish to do. It will be whether the government provides or not. But just to let you know, they cannot dictate to this House. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to continue the debate. It's been a long debate, an important debate. Let us move on.
Order, order. I will now announce the result of today's deferred division. Draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Order 2026. The ayes were 392, the noes were 116, so the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Motion number 3 on climate change. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. The division is deferred until Wednesday next. Petition. Ian Room.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Further to our online petition signed by over 3,000 people calling for the Tarka rail line to be future-proofed, I present this petition on behalf of rail passengers in northern Devon who have suffered overcrowding and repeated service disruption due to flooding this winter, despite a record-breaking 1 million rail journeys per year between Barnstable and Exeter. Following Storm Chandra, all trains have been cancelled. North Devon's rail link has been shut for over a week and will not resume for several more days. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to ask Network Rail and Great Western Rail to prioritise the Tarka line for improvements and to work together to make rail travel in North Devon more resilient. And the petitioners remain, etc. Hear, hear.
Petition the Tarka line.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Steve Race.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since its establishment in 1964, the CITB has been the industry-led and funded training board for the UK construction industry, and at present is an arm's-length body of the Department for Work and Pensions, and so I thank the Minister for being here to respond. The CITB are tasked, in their words, with ensuring a safe, professional and fully qualified construction industry and to address critical skills shortages. As members will no doubt agree, some things do not change, and indeed we are grappling today with those very same challenges as we commit to delivering new infrastructure, a regeneration of our public realm, and of course the need to build much-needed new homes right across the country. The CITB has always been self-funded by the sector, with powers granted under the legislation to collect a levy from private and construction firms. In return for this levy, the CITB's role is to redistribute to sector firms the grants, funds and subsidies for training. This sector-wide approach has meant that skills are transferable and the cost of training is equitably shared between smaller and larger construction firms. And Madam Speaker, this is one of the ways in which the whole sector benefits. As any of us here knows, when we don our hard hats and visit construction sites, every project involves a huge range of large and small firms in bricklaying, carpentry, electricians, plumbers and so on. It is rare, if ever, that any project could be completed solely with one large firm. Indeed, just last Friday, I visited the St Michael's Meadow housing development in my Exeter constituency to congratulate the site manager Roy and his trainee site manager Sam, who have been awarded the Seal of Excellence Award and the NHBC Pride in the Job Awards. While there, I also met Dylan and Reese, two carpentry apprentices, both of whom are reaching the end of their apprenticeship training with Barrett Redrow, and one of whom is headed directly into the specialist carpentry firm that Barrett Redrow works with on their projects. That is the way that the industry works, and so the CITB has long reflected this in its engagement, and in particular through its stewardship and funding for CITB local training groups. Of course.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for Exeter for bringing this forward? He's absolutely right. He's been, in his time in this chamber, he's been an assiduous and committed and very, very industrious MP for his constituents. Thank him for that. We have something similar in Northern Ireland. It's called the CITBNI, similar to the very one that the Honourable Gentleman has referred to on the mainland. Key support, including up some £6,500 for apprentices over 3 years, 50% grant for net zero training. They're an absolute lifesaver for small contractors who can no longer afford the cost of apprenticeships when the cost of insurance alone for the apprentice is almost as costly as their wage.
Steve Rice.
I thank the member for his intervention. I hope the Minister will cover those points at the end, but I think that as we grapple with the costs rising in the construction firms, we need to support them, as I hope CITB will be in the future. So this is the way that the industry works, and so the CITB has long reflected that its engagement. The local training groups have been vital in supporting micro and small employers to form local networks, of course.
The Honourable Member for Exeter for giving way, and I wonder if the Honourable Member will agree with me that losing the skills and expertise of those local training groups, like the Plymouth Construction Training Group, which was formed in 1977 and has been funded by the CITB, as he's alluded to, in exchange for the proposed centralised delivery from CITB in London, is actually a retrograde step and therefore risks losing those local construction skills.
I thank the member for her intervention, and I fear that she might be right, and I'll be going on some of those issues and some of the feedback that I've had from local training groups across the country and from small firms as well. The groups have been vital in supporting small employers to form local networks, helping them to forge closer ties, providing these businesses with local and low-cost training options, and with a paid officer who holds a wealth of local knowledge and experience. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, the National CITB has chosen to defund all 55 training groups across the country, choosing to close the network down and reallocate the funding elsewhere. This was brought to my attention by Mr. Peter Lucas, a constituent of mine who runs a carpentry business and who has been the chair of the National Training Group Chairs Committee. He impressed upon me the good localised work that training boards have been doing. He told me that training groups connect employers with training in everything from how to use a dust mask properly to master's degrees, a really broad spectrum of training for the sector. Training groups work with schools and colleges to promote construction with talks and information about the sector, and they signpost people into the appropriate apprenticeships programmes. They also save the CITB vast amounts of money on training courses, as training groups source them cheaper than at a national level. They meet up and exchange ideas and best practice from across the whole of Great Britain, with everyone gaining more knowledge. Each training group has until this year been given £35,000 from CITB to fund their group training officer, money that does come from the levy that members of the training groups have paid to the CITB. Without the grant, the training groups will likely close, and with the loss of the groups, vital local networks and local knowledge will be lost. Certainly, the local training group for Devon has been a success, and is well liked. Indeed, one of the reasons I applied for this debate was not just because of the compelling case put to me by Mr Lucas, but also because of the outcry from local firms when I posted about my meeting. Matthew Cousins, who runs Apex Scaffolding in my constituency, told me that as an active members of the local South West CITB steering group, they are facing ongoing challenges in recruiting and retaining scaffolders. With an ageing workforce and the increasing difficulty of attracting young people into this profession, they were very surprised that CITB has chosen to cease funding the training groups, and especially considering the levy costs that employers are required to pay. Of course.
I thank him for giving way and congratulate him on securing this important debate, and I'd like to draw the House's attention to my chairship of the GMB parliamentary group and my membership of the Unite trade union, both of which organise workers in the construction sector. That quality of employment is extremely important. Historically, the two construction engineering construction training boards had union representation on their boards. Over the years, that representation has been squeezed away. Does he agree with me that employee as well as employer representation is very important on these boards?
Thank you very much for the intervention, and I absolutely do agree that it's only with trade unions, employers and workers working closely together that we can sort of meet many of the challenges across the country. And as he's just reminded me, I should also declare my interest as a member of the GMB trade union too. Mr Cousins told me that they have also consistently relied on the training grant, which has historically been paid up front. With the new changes, the prepayment has been withdrawn, and construction industry scaffolders' record scheme courses can no longer be booked through the new employers' networks. As a company, Apex remain committed to investing in their employees and supporting career progression, but a CISRS course typically costs at least £1,500 up front, in addition to the wages paid to employees for the 2 weeks they're attending training, as well as the impact on downtime on their operations. So the upfront training grant has always played a critical role in supporting cash flow for those smaller businesses during this process of training. For Part 2 and advanced training, employees must also complete a portfolio and a 2-day skills assessment before finishing the qualification. If the companies are now unable to claim any funding until the completion of these stages, it will significantly reduce the number of individuals that companies like Apex are potentially able to train. Of course.
I thank my honourable friend and congratulate him on bringing this very important topic to the floor of the House. Does he agree with me that anything that can be done to support businesses and employers to help train young people must be done? And would he care to reflect on what I noticed when I visited my local college, Rugby College, recently, where they informed me that it is increasingly difficult to encourage employers to provide work experience time, particularly for T-level students who need 315 hours, and that I wonder whether the Minister might reflect on any additional support that the government can give to employers to incentivise them to do that.
Steve Rice.
Thank you for the intervention, and I absolutely agree. And I think we need to be doing everything we can to make that commitment that we have of getting 2/3 of young people into training, into apprenticeships, into education or into work a reality. So we all need to be working together. Combined with the broader pressures businesses are currently facing, these changes will seriously and detrimentally affect their training capacity as a company, and they and other companies who are committed to developing skilled, competent staff in their industries hope that the CITB will reconsider the impact that these adjustments may have on employers and explore ways to ensure that training remains accessible and sustainable. Separately, a member of the Somerset Construction Training Group got in touch with me to say that these groups provide invaluable practical support to construction businesses and apprentices alike. Removing CITB funding not only risks, in their words, the future of the groups themselves, but also the loss of highly experienced people whose knowledge of training, funding and compliance within the construction sector is difficult to replace. Ultimately, they feel this could reduce access to apprenticeships, increase pressure on employers, and negatively impact jobs within the industry. They finish by saying they hope CITB will reconsider and recognise the long-term value training groups deliver. Another Somerset business owner said to me that they have been fortunate to be able to be part of the Somerset Construction Training Group for over 16 years. They've been provided with an excellent service, quality training and last-minute training if required, and they have built a solid working relationship with their training group officer over the last 16 years, who understands their company and the training needs. The group enables networking between group members and support in many aspects of their business. In their opinion, training groups were the best thing that CITB have supported. They are sad to say that their relationship with CITB is nowhere near as solid. At the national level, it's reported that the CEO of a roofing business and a member of the Construction Industry Training Board Funding Committee has resigned in protest following the decision to cut funding for construction training groups. He stated they could not in good conscience remain a member of the committee and that the decision to both defund the training groups and the decision to slash the number of courses that are to be grant funded are undoubtedly going to increase the skills gap rather than decrease it. This surely cannot be right. CITB introduced employer networks in 2024 and intend these to be the route for employers to engage with the CITB. However, feedback to me are that these are remote from SMEs, take longer to organise training and are impersonal. In general, some SMEs have expressed to me that they feel largely ignored and let down by CITB. The withdrawal of funding for training groups has made them feel sidelined and disillusioned. Indeed, the CITB have run both the employer networks, which seem best able to cater to larger businesses, and the local training groups, which seem better able to support SMEs, concurrently for some years. And so I would have thought there was some merit in continuing with both, especially given the small cost of the local training groups. Madam Deputy Speaker, of course.
I'm very grateful. In addition to employer networks, it's my understanding that the CITB is also seeking to redirect funding to the new entrant support team. I declare an interest. My father worked as a new entrant training officer. But nonetheless, does he accept that the new entrant support team does offer good value and is perhaps a good place for this investment to be directed towards?
I thank the member for his intervention, and I think there's absolutely a case here, but I think, as I go on later to say, the way in which this has gone about, I think, is probably less than ideal and leaves lots of local training groups and local SMEs feeling pretty left out to dry by the CITB. Construction skills are critical to the future success of Exeter's economy and for our ambition to build the right homes in the right places for people to live in. I'm proud that Exeter College is an outstanding tertiary college and offers a wide range of apprenticeships and vocational courses, and the University of Exeter also offers a range of degree apprenticeships in partnership with business. As we work to meet this government's vital target of 2/3 of young people in university, college or an apprenticeship, we will need every organisation, business, sector and network pulling together. Therefore, I'd be interested in the Minister's view of these changes that the CITB has brought in and whether he and the Department believes that it is aligned to our goals of increasing access and take-up of apprenticeships and closing the skills gap across the country. Further, has he or the Department had conversations with CITB on the changes, and has there been an impact assessment, particularly on the ability of SMEs to properly participate in the work of the CITB in this space? And finally, would the Minister agree with me that CITB could perhaps have worked with the training groups over a longer period to improve outcomes of the training groups should they have felt that necessary, or to provide a platform to help them to transition to new models of funding rather than simply pulling the funding with a mere 4 months' notice? Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank colleagues for their interventions across the House and look forward to hearing the Minister's thoughts on this issue.
Minister Sir Stephen Timms.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me start by congratulating my honourable friend on securing this debate and welcome the interest there's been in it. And I also welcome the opportunity for the House to consider these reforms that the Construction Industry Training Board is making with the aim of strengthening the skills pipeline for the construction sector. As my honourable friend rightly said, we need a skilled construction workforce in order to deliver the government's plan for change, in order to deliver our industrial strategy. That's the reason the government is making a big investment in construction skills. We need, at scale, over the next few years, a large volume of products from the construction industry. At the same time, and he touched on this as well, we want to realise the opportunity that the sector presents, a very good opportunity to provide many with great careers, not least for young people who are not on track for a rewarding career at the moment. There's a lot of possibilities in this sector. So last March, the government announced a £625 million construction support package to address the current acute shortage of skilled workers in UK construction. That package includes £100 million expansion for skills boot camps, offering flexible short-term pathways into the construction sector for new entrants and for those looking to upskill, £90 million in additional funding for construction courses for 16 to 18-year-olds, a further £75 million for courses for those aged over 19 and either not in work or earning less than £25,750 a year. Another £38 million for foundation apprenticeships and £98 million to support industry placements, picking up one of the points that were made earlier, for level 2 and level 3 learners undertaking an eligible construction qualification. There is in addition a £140 million investment funded by CITB and the National House Builders Council, which could make available 8,000 more construction apprenticeship and job starts by 2029. And there is a different £140 million that's been committed by the government to pilots with mayoral strategic authorities to try out new approaches to connecting young people aged 16 to 24, particularly those who are NEET, to local apprenticeships. That isn't specific to construction, but we do expect construction to be one of the major beneficiaries from it. I'll gladly give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I welcome the funding that he's just outlined that is going to be available. However, there's been reference made to mayoral strategic authorities, but there are vast parts of the country that don't have one yet, and are not likely to have one for some time. Indeed, mine and the Honourable Member for Exeter's region is one of those. So I'm just interested in how the delivery of the funding will get to where it really needs to be in those smaller communities, particularly because at the moment we have 124 training groups doing that, and ultimately they are the best placed people to know the workforce in their local areas. So in those smaller communities that haven't yet seen that devolution, how do we ensure that we don't see the skills just drop out the bottom of the sector?
Well,
so Stephen
as
Timms.
I've said, and I think this topic will be one that there's less difference across the dispatch box than there was the one we were debating yesterday. The pilots with the mayoral strategic authorities will try out new approaches, and the idea would be then that the successful approaches can be rolled out wherever they're appropriate, not just in areas with mayoral strategic authorities. But I will come to the point in a moment, specifically about the training groups. But similarly, we expect the construction sector to benefit from expansion of the Youth Guarantee, backed by £820 million in investment over the next 3 years to reach almost 900,000 young people and support them to earn and learn. So there is a great deal of investment going into this area, and it's absolutely vital. I completely agree with my honourable friend that we make the most of that for creating opportunities in local areas in every part of the country, the southwest and everywhere else as well. The CITB plays a central role in developing construction workforce capability and investing in skills training across England, Scotland and Wales. As we've been reminded, there's a rather separate arrangement in Northern Ireland. CITB is a registered charity and a non-departmental public body established in statute in 1964, apparently in July of that year, sponsored now following the transfer of responsibility for adult skills policy from the Department for Education by my department, the Department for Work and Pensions, with the purpose of improving training for people over school age working in the construction industry. Government sets the strategic framework for the board, and it does remain accountable to Parliament, but it operates at arm's length, maintaining operational independence over how it meets industry needs. Its chair is, well, in just a moment, its chair is Sir Peter Launer, distinguished former civil servant, but its board comprises by statute mainly representatives of construction employers. It isn't funded by taxpayers, but as my honourable friend said, through a levy on registered construction employers based on their payroll size. Glad to give way.
I'm grateful to the Minister, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for Exeter for calling this debate. I appreciate that CITB is at arm's length from government, but of course there were 946,000 young people who were registered NEET, not in employment, education or training last summer. So does he share my view that money spent on organisations such as the CITB is better spent than it is on welfare payments to young people?
Minister.
Well, it's certainly absolutely right that the construction sector holds out a lot of very promising opportunities for exactly those young people, and we need to make sure they have the support to enter those opportunities. I mean, we need to provide a social security safety net as well. I don't think it's one or the other, but the work of CITB is, I agree with him, vital in this area. It does provide a wide range of services and training initiatives. It sets occupational standards. It funds strategic industry initiatives to support government missions. It pays allowances and direct grants to employers, as we've heard, who carry out training to approved standards. Now, in the 5 years since 2021, employer demand for CITB services has increased by 36%. Levy rates have deliberately been held steady to support construction businesses, given the very sharp cost increases that we're all familiar with that have arisen from global challenges which the industry has had to grapple with. And as a result, the costs of CITB services now exceeds levy income. So in response, CITB has announced these changes to keep the funding as tightly focused as possible on the industry's core priorities, in particular on bringing apprentices and new entrants into the workforce to address skills gaps. There's been no cut in CITB funding, but there has been reprioritisation to ensure the funding available is used where it has the greatest impact. And the CITB board has understandably identified an urgent need for efficiency improvements, to spend less money on bureaucracy in order to be able to spend more on training. Now, for many years, CITB training groups have supported businesses by securing cost-effective training through collective bargaining, helping firms with grant applications, facilitating workforce planning and shared best practice along the lines that my honourable friend set out. But I do want to put on record the thanks of the government to all group training chairs and officers, including, not least, my honourable friend's constituent, Peter Lucas, chair of the Devon Construction Training Group, and since 2023, the national chair of training groups. He and his counterparts have undertaken a great deal of important, dedicated work to meet employers' skills needs. And there are currently 80 training groups across England, Wales and Scotland. There was one other, but it closed last year. I think perhaps the figure that my old friend gave was just for England, I think. But the training group model does have, CITB has concluded, significant limitations. It is quite expensive to run. Each of the groups receives an annual £35,000 support grant, as my honourable friend said. Groups often operate on a closed membership basis, with many groups charging employers annual fees. Groups don't have direct access to skills funding. Employers need to apply for grants. And the effect of this, it's been concluded, is to limit scalability, to divert levy funding away from actual training into administration, and burdens for employers, especially, I think, for SMEs. And I think this is an important point that my honourable friend raised. So the CITB has confirmed that funding for training groups will end on the 31st of March. That is, those £35,000 support grants will not be paid in the coming financial year. But as my honourable friend has said, CITB is replacing training groups with a newer model, employer networks, which is designed to offer a more responsive, efficient and employer-led system. There are now 33 employer networks, between them covering the whole of the UK, 25 in England, 5 in Scotland and 3 in Wales. The decision to move in this direction has been made by the board of CITB, with its majority construction industry membership, following its consideration of how best to meet evolving industry needs and to deliver best value for employers for their levy payments. This is not a decision for government, it is a matter for the CITB board. But it does seem to me CITB has thought about this quite carefully, and I'll set out the arguments that they're making. The employer networks model was piloted in 2022. The CITB board has concluded that it is effective. It gives employers, they argue, a simpler route to identify training needs and secure funding, avoiding navigating complex grant processes or funding applications. Networks are open to all levy-registered employers at no additional cost, and they provide direct support from CITB advisors, significant funding contributions towards training, and a dedicated training booking team. So instead of lengthy grant applications, employers work with a CITB advisor who helps identify skill needs, arranges training and secures funding up front to cover a portion of the training costs. And that, it's argued, reduces the administration burden and makes training more accessible to employers. The idea is for networks to be designed around local need. Employers in each area collectively identify their priority skills needs, whether that's traditional trades, digital skills, net zero capabilities, broader workforce development, whatever it is, and funding is directed accordingly. Now, as I've said, the decision to replace training groups with employer networks is an operational decision for the CITB. But the point that CITB makes is that its pilot has provided evidence that the employer network is better. So, for example, already in 2025-26, networks have supported 56,000 learners and 4,000 employers. That's up from 51,000 learners in the previous year. Training groups, by contrast, supported around 1,800 employers per year, rather less than half of the number supported by networks, and growth was very limited. The average network supports 122 employers, while only 5 training groups supported more than 50 employers in 2024-25. Training groups cost £2.87 million in 2024-25, which is twice as much as the cost of networks, even though networks do seem to be supporting far more employers. Yes, I will.
Very briefly, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The figures quoted obviously are about both of those networks and the local training groups operating at the same time. Does the Minister accept there might be a risk that the people and the organisations supported by the local groups are actually a different group to the ones supported by the employer networks?
Well, he makes a very fair point, but the CITB's view is that most employers who are members of training groups do now access support through employer networks. And he raised a very important point about SME participation, and that is improving CITB's reports under the network model, reflecting the easier access and more direct influence businesses have over local training priorities. They think this helps reduce regional disparities, provides more agile support for smaller firms. So CITB did recently survey employers who'd access support via employer networks. 87% of them were micro, small or medium-sized, and of those, 81% said they were satisfied, 54% said they were likely to do more training in future because of employer network support. So my old friend will, I know, readily acknowledge that meeting the current and future skills needs of construction employers is extremely important to delivering the government aims, but also very important to opening up opportunities for the large numbers of young people and others left economically inactive over the past few years. The employer network model, in the view of CITB, is simpler, faster, more cost-effective, more flexible, it supports SMEs, those employers that need the most support, in their view, better, and it allows the industry to respond quickly to emerging skills challenges, including digital and net zero construction skills. So I'm grateful again to my honourable friend for drawing this important matter to the attention of the House and for his interest and the interest of other members in it. I do understand that the Chief Executive of CITB, Tim Malcolm, has written to my honourable friend and invited him to make contact if he'd like to discuss this further. I don't know whether he's taken up that opportunity yet or not, but if he does take that offer up and has further reflections in the wake of the discussion that he has, I'd be very, very pleased indeed to hear from him about that.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Order, order.